Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so time.
Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We have the foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decade, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name. Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and this.
Y'all don't go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Throw in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never stole. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you are. The way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. All y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, know the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact.
Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. And we're joined with our Asian ally, Michael. Hopefully, we'll be joined with Shabaka and Lady Che. And on this season 6 episode, Trey or 33, part 3, continuation part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1 continuation. And that is the Essence Fest, now known as the Tether Fest 2026. Did anyone even care? No. There was a fight with his white friends before Nolan Wells was found dead. The vanishing and discovery of Nolan Xavier Wells. White Americans warn FBAs to not be in places where they're the only black person. Are the gatekeepers using Ice Cube's face for Big 3? Is Andrew Bussy Gillum finished after his new arrest? Big Tigger's wife arrested on kidnapping charges after setting him up on video. Haitian blame Black Americans for TPS being up. The Tetherosity. Black streamer endures disturbing racial abuse at the World Cup. Does Black Americans speaking the truth make it harder for Black immigrants in Scotland? Still columns buckle in NYC highways. Hundreds evacuated. No more arrests. Mamdani ends NYPD subway patrols as gangs take over. And our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to the backup channel. Just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. And the link is in the description. All these links are in the description. Then we got my main page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that as well, so y'all be abreast of what's happening here in Colorado in regards to Denver politics, Aurora politics, Aurora City Council, Denver City Council, community events, reparations commission hearings like I was just at today, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for 10 years now via Occupy Denver. All that is streamed on that channel, so make sure y'all subscribe to that channel as well. Then we got Lady Che's main channel. Hey Dion, it's DSB's in the building. Salute DSB. Certified salute.
Hi DSB.
Backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She should be dropping the RBA tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure y'all check out her previous episodes and hit that like and subscribe button. It looks like y'all been subscribing, so thank you. She's at 86. Let's help get her to 90. And Seduction Doll 5991's at 45. Let's get her to 50. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. He needs 7 more subscribers, and he can start going live on YouTube. So make sure y'all sub up to Jeanette1. The link is in the description. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, 5280 by way of, not even by way of, he's from the Bell side, Montbello, which is a neighborhood here in Denver on the east side, far northeast. Make sure y'all check him out. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, but he had ran into some issues. So nightly, he's been doing the FBA culture report. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi, 5100 on YouTube. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Leesburg, Virginia. And the link to his channel is in the description, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got our brother, Church of Black Power, who was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out. He's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. And he's fast approaching 4,000 subscribers, so salute to Church. And then we got our brother, Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. And I was just chopping it up with the other day about the J6ers, the Patriot Front marching through D.C. on the anniversary, the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country, the United States. Make sure y'all check out Torian Rain Reloaded. He's almost at 80,000 subscribers, so let's help get him closer. Then we got Damien in the building. Salute, Damien. I see you, Damien. Uptights in the building. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Make sure y'all sub to our brother Afro Lee out the Shy. Sub up to our sister Zizi. And sub up to Lisa Cabrera. And just all the new Black media, Jay Dizzle, Vicky Dillard. I mean, I'll be here naming people all night, but y'all know who they are. Make sure y'all sub to all their channels, Great Black Shark, Water God TV. Make sure y'all check them out, sub up to their channels as well. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. We came up with the B1 Rolodex. This is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And we got a new edition, the FBA Threat Database. Make sure y'all check that out as well and submit places where FBAs are not safe to that database. Then we got Freeman Reparations Party merch. Shout out to Church for putting that together. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Oh, did y'all see my shirt? America, you owe. Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Long overdue. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooke. Make sure y'all sub to Sister Brooke's channel, my backup channel, Brooks. The link is also in the description for Sister Brooke. And shout out to her. And shout out to the U.S. Freedmen Project, Sister Keisha, Brother Divine, Sister BX, and Brother Melrose Radio. Make sure y'all sub to them and check them out as well. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that. The link is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. A link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Oh, thank you, brother DSB. Yeah, I had to dig this out. I almost forgot I had this shirt. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I was at a reparations commission hearing earlier. This is perfect for that. America, you owe, cut the damn check. Then we got the GoFundMe for Joshua Fox, the Black military veteran that put hands and feet all over that R.W. West Nabisco, Chad the Bussy, Chad the Builder, a.k.a. Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. and the link is in the description. And then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate here in the state of Colorado for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8, a historically Black district up until recently. Yeah, America with a triple K, exactly, Damien. And elections in November 3rd to be exact. And the link to my website is also in the description. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, hey, Amaru. That is education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly a decade ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago. So, and RIP to her, and shout out to Tariq Nasheed, our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, for paying for her funeral, along with several others, master teachers and warrior scholars that we've lost in the last 10 years or so. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Michael, what are your thoughts on the Essence Fest, or do you have any thoughts on the Essence Fest?
Yeah, my thoughts on the Essence Fest is a way to like really dilute American freedmen's struggles, freedom and equality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not really acknowledge that American freedman was the one who created the Essence Fest in the first place before the Tiefers took over.
Right.
And I would say the Tiefers, they definitely owe a lot to American freedmen.
The tethers.
Yeah, tethers. Yes, tethers. Thank you. They gotta pay up as well to American freedmen.
Yep, they do.
And they also got to stop cosplaying.
Yeah.
FBAs.
Yeah, they have to stop that. And lying and saying certain people are non-FBA that are clearly FBA.
Yep, and I'll say that if FBAs host an Essence between today and the future, always charge non-FBAs $10,000. I know it sounds extreme, but it's a way to curtail cosplaying, dilution. And whereas FBAs, they can go to the Essence for free, but definitely charge the non-FBAs.
Yeah, Essence Fest is now Tether Fest.
Yep.
We're good on that. But Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on Tether Fest. And did anybody even care? Mississippi is burning right now. A lot of shit jumping off. Yeah, it is uptight.
It is.
Mississippi burning again. This is a 2.0 version. All right, so Professor gonna give us an update on Essence Fest 2026. Did anyone even care?
I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. I don't know if you heard, but Essence Fest is over. Oh, wait, you forgot? Yeah, this year's Essence Fest is already over. It was on July 3rd and it collapsed, wrapped on Sunday. To have their bootleg jamboree on July 4th weekend shows that Richelieu Dennis and his gang of clowns he's got working for him are as dumb as a suitcase full of rocks. Ordinarily, I would say that this was a high-profile humiliation for the little tether, but frankly, nobody even noticed. Hell, I wasn't even keeping tabs on it, and apparently neither was anyone else. Essence Fest went from one of the biggest festivals in North America to irrelevant overnight, and no amount of overhyped singers and rappers could stop it either. But of course, that didn't stop them from still trying to put a pretty face on it. They posted on Instagram how much business they claimed to be doing and how great things were going. Well, they got roasted in their own comment section by people who were pointing out that these pictures seemed to be suspect. People asking, what year were these pictures from? Keep in mind, you had people like the Caribbean-descended Tiana Taylor and others who were trying to tell everybody, oh, things are going to be different this year. Oh, things are going to be different. We got the message, et cetera, et cetera. Well, obviously, the message didn't get through because they made sure this year that they centered everything on Africa. So you got the kente cloth and the African tribal dancing. So anyone who was wondering if they did learn anything from last year, here's your answer. And the so-called music was no better. From Cardi B to Tiana Taylor, it was one tether after the next, like a monster movie marathon, just villain after villain. I tell you, these guys are on a kamikaze mission. They're just going full foreign flag. But clearly these guys and their pals in the white media who were bigging them up, they knew that this thing was going to crash and burn well in advance. And that's the reason why you had CNN being the first trying to put a pretty face on this before the crash even happened. You could read this entire propaganda piece and you wouldn't even know that Richelieu Dennis and his buddies did anything wrong. They totally talk around the controversy. Look at how they put a slant on all of this when the tethers and foreign flags tried to take over. Just look at how CNN chose to phrase this. Essence was taken to task for, quote, an intentional shift toward trying to make the festival more appealing to a global audience than focusing on its core African-American supporters. Notice how they slipped in the weasel words? They're trying to make it sound like it's a good thing. Well, there was a controversy because they were intentionally trying to shift toward making the festival more appealing to a global audience. See, it's all about inclusion, but those closed-minded, bigoted African Americans, they just didn't like that because, they're no different than these white supremacists. See, they were trying to be so exclusive. That's the only sin that Richelieu Dennis and Caroline Wanga and others committed. They were trying to be more inclusive. Richelieu Dennis and his tether pals weren't simply trying to appeal to a global audience. They were trying to openly co-opt what had been one of the premier FBA festivals in the country as a springboard to magnifying their own influence as Africans. That's the audience that he was trying to appeal to. But to call Africa a global audience is not appropriate at all. There's hundreds of millions of Africans in Africa, and yet neither Richelieu Dennis nor anybody else has tried to make or create an Essence Fest over there. If you're trying to reach a global audience in Africa, wouldn't it make far more sense to have your festival in, Africa? But it takes more than just bringing some vendors and some people together. You also need an audience with a tradition of supporting one another. And in Africa, let's be honest, because of how the tethers have completely and thoroughly broken their loyalty system over there over the course of hundreds of years, that's not the case. Reaching Africa is not reaching a global audience. Yes, there's a lot of people who fled to countries all over the world, but that's not how a global audience works. Don't believe it? When Black Americans abandoned Essence Fest, where was this so-called global audience at to make up for all of those Black Americans who were missing? Where were they at to patronize Essence Fest? Where were they at to patronize this new, reinvigorated, newly defined global event? Where was Richelieu Dennis's fellow Liberians at? Where were Caroline Wanga's fellow Kenyans at? Where were the Nigerians like David Oyelowo and Godfrey at? Where were these people at? You had Cardi B and Tiana Taylor, so where were the Caribbean people at to go ahead and flood into the Memorial Center? This tether Richelieu was pivoting to Africa, so that's his audience now, all right? And where were they? The only Africans you saw there was Richelieu Dennis and a few of the vendors.
Local businesses take part too.
My family's from West Africa. My mom is a jeweler, and I grew up at the French market with all these artists.
Well, you're not going to be making much of a market out of that. And CNN's little puff piece, they were just lying by omission. They didn't mention Africa at all, by the way. In fact, the word African only appears once in this puff piece, just one time, and that's in reference to African Americans. They didn't see fit to say anything about Africa or Africans at all, even though a blatant attempt by 2 African immigrants to marginalize Black Americans is exactly what the entire controversy and scandal has been all about. But you wouldn't know that by reading CNN's puff piece. This is how the white media slants the news, how they lie by omission and intentionally miseducate the public. And because the white media and their bootlick allies never have any new ideas, they predictably went to the old standby, the effort of last resort. They were trying to see if there was any Black feminists out there that they could appeal to, trying to say, well, Essence Fest, this is about Black women, don't you know? It's just like the Democrats. That's their go-to line. They're hoping to go ahead and breathe some life into the corpse of the sister girl routine. And something else I found interesting. In the CNN puff piece, they mentioned a statement that Essence put out when the controversy was gaining steam last year, and the wording that Essence used to try to dodge the issue and redirect it, well, it sounded exactly like what Godfrey said when he was making excuses and splaining for his buddy David Oyelowo. Quote, "We know there is a lot of pain and a lot of healing that needs to happen in our communities, but we don't have to destroy each other to heal," the statement said. That's a hell of a joke coming from the tethers behind Essence. These guys have been the main ones trying to lead the charge to undermine our community and our culture for their own personal benefit. Last time I checked, the people who are rightfully criticizing Tetherfest, none of them are in some white corporation's pocket. Can Richelieu Dennis say the same? He did the same thing Bob Johnson did. He set up an apparatus that he claimed was meant to attract Black eyeballs, and then he did a bait and switch to try to pimp those Black eyeballs out to a white corporation. Look at who the sponsors of Essence are. Almost all white corporations. That's the entire point. You look at the people who were there. What were they posting online about this? They made sure to tag Disney because nothing says Black pride quite like a white media company founded by a racist, which is what and who Walt Disney was. But today, the Liberian Tether and his foreign flag friends, well, they're getting caked off by these white companies, so it's all good, right? This is who the real customers for Essence Fest are now. But there's only a few immigrants who showed up, and that's not enough for you to make a market out of. And that's why they have to try and lead us around by the nose without us getting anything out of it, because that's the point.
Yo, I gotta make this video in a moment. As a dinner right now at Essence Fest, I'm so pissed on anytime because our row is like empty, like legit. So much space here. Meanwhile, our entire audience is like stuck back there. They're not letting them in. People are really truly no one at these booths, and there are thousands of people over there waiting to get in, can't get in. We're missing out on like over half our sales. The lack of people in here is ridiculous. A lot of people come, yo, that's the line over there. People trying to get in, right? You know what that line is on people there? Now look at the red. You see all that space? Like, as a vendor at Essence Fest and BeautyCon, you're not even getting half the sales you're supposed to get because they're holding everyone back in the line. What the and people spend money to get here, flights. We put product down. We spend money on banners, on like setup. And people can't even get in. And when they do get in, they're rushing to the big vendors like Doug and like Tide and the MEL. And all the small brands are suffering. We can't get sales. I'm not gonna lie. I heard some like rumors and that's about Essence before I came, but this is like much worse than I could ever expect it. And I'm not trying to like nobody, like no Black-owned brand, but respectfully that we're not getting our sales, we're not making our money. We spend money. I'm not even gonna break even. I'm just looking pissed right now. I'm pissed. I'm not gonna lie.
Now you have this one vendor here. And he says that the customers at Essence Fest, the Black patrons, were being kept away from the Black small businesses that were there, and that the convention was funneling people towards the white corporate stalls, you know, like Dove. Dove, he says. Gee, do we even have to ask who owns Dove? Oh, yes, Unilever, the exact same Unilever who Richelieu Dennis sold his so-called company to, and who he is still in cahoots with to this very day. I thought the entire alleged point of the so-called New Voices Fund was to try to get startup capital into the hands of Black immigrant businesswomen. And let's be honest, when creeps like Richelieu talk about Black businesses, he means immigrants. But instead of steering Black customers to Black businesses at Essence Fest, the vendors who were there were saying Essence Fest was steering Black customers to Richelieu Dennis's white business partners. Essence Fest didn't have that many people this year, but what few they had, they made sure to funnel them toward white companies because after all, Essence Fest is all about supporting and growing Black businesses, right? Are we even surprised? This is how white power enables immigrants to leapfrog over foundational Black Americans. And then afterwards, these same immigrants claim that they did it all by themselves. Why, look at how successful we were so quickly. They're the recipients of the world's largest handout program. Keep in mind, these selective programs by the government and these corporate set-asides for immigrants like these bank loans for immigrant companies and what Unilever did with Richelieu Dennis, this is how these immigrants become successful, by white power selectively handing them funding and support. And this is why you never see them having success like this in Africa. Richelieu Dennis knows he could never have even come close to this level of success in Liberia because the white powers that fund him don't need to worry about the Liberians opposing them. The mission of Richelieu Dennis and those behind him is to undermine us. That's why white power gave him all of that support, gave him all of that money. That's why they made him prominent. That's the secret to his success. As the old saying goes, if you see a turtle on a fence post, you know he had some help getting there. But of course, you don't see any of the concerns of Black vendors referenced in this CNN puff piece. No mention of how people came in and attempted to get Black Americans to subsidize their own marginalization, because that's what the entire controversy was about. That's what Tetherfest was meant to do. But the white media is covering for them, trying to sanitize it. Richelieu and his pals were being loud and proud that they were going to use Essence as a launch pad to prioritize and spotlight literally anyone and everyone except for the very foundational Black Americans who created it in the first place. They were being blatant and open and shameless about their contempt for the very people who they demanded patronize them. This is the same anti-Black attitude that we see from these white supremacists and these racist immigrant convenience store and beauty supply owners. They've been made to feel very comfortable disrespecting us to the point that they want to be as openly abusive as possible towards us. Everybody, including immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, have to come to us because we're the pulse. That's not a brag, it's a fact. Yes, there's successful forms of music from the Caribbean like reggaeton, and once every blue moon, this or that African song might trend for a couple of days. But neither African nor Caribbean music has become the global culture. And before anyone wants to get offended by that, I'm not making a commentary about the cultural value of the countries or the people who produce these forms of music. What I'm presenting is just basic math, and we don't do ourselves any favors by denying that. New Orleans, by the way, also has another big festival, Jazz Fest. That was all about jazz for the longest time, but eventually you had all these other people, bums rush the place. They want to be part of it because that's how many people it brought in. So now Jazz Fest had to go all DEI and inclusive for white folks. And now they got tents for country music, bluegrass, heavy metal, and all this other nonsense. You never see that the other way around, by the way. You never see some festival that highlights some white form of music and then it attracts everybody else to it. Other people gravitate to what we do. It draws them in. And we've never had a culture of excluding others, by the way. And yet everyone else takes our altruism as an opportunity to try to steal what we made. It happens every time. Nobody ever tries to steal reggaeton. You've never had some Black American from Bushwick Avenue or from Crenshaw saying reggaeton was created by Miles Davis or Afrobeat came out of the Harlem Renaissance. Black Americans have been going into Africa since before they had a music industry, but not once have you ever seen a Black American ever claim that we invented some aspect of African culture, nor have you seen us claiming that we influenced them, even though you see people running around with Michael Jordan jerseys, sagging their pants, or wearing the kinds of clothes we do the way that we do, taking on our mannerisms like they saw it from a TV show or a music video, but we still don't sit there and say, see, your culture is actually ours. Regardless of all that, you never saw us trying to lay claim to their culture. Why would we? There's more than enough that's vibrant and dynamic about our own culture that we don't need to try to look to anyone else. We got too much going on over here. We don't have to dump on other people's communities either in order to try to big ourselves up and make ourselves feel better. We don't have to attack other communities just so we can finally feel good about our own. There's nothing any of these other communities are doing that makes us feel insecure or inferior about ourselves. But apparently there's a lot that we do that makes other people feel that way. Well, Black Americans closed their wallets to Essence Fest, and the tether begging began immediately. They're trying to get the state of Louisiana to subsidize their event now. Revenues are down, attendance is down. They couldn't even pay their vendors last year. The state's trying to get them to pay the fee for the convention center. They need help. These tethers love to talk about how successful they allegedly are, but most of them aren't. And the few who are, you look at where they work and what they allegedly do, and it's always them speaking as spokespeople for the FBA community in some form or another. White power puts them on the payroll, but only if they can show that they can lead us around by the nose. When we prove that they can't, white power cuts them off. Look what happened to Caroline Wanga. She got financially destroyed literally overnight because these white corporations looked and said, we don't need her to be our DEI front person anymore. Black folks ain't listening to her. And there's no market for African immigrant anything in the US. Ask Richelieu Dennis about that. Their only marketable skill is having enough melanin and enough texture to their hair that they can try to claim to be part of our lineage. The only reason Richelieu Dennis got kicked off by Unilever is because they felt that he would be a reliable tool to try to manipulate us. But when Black folks turned their backs on him, his little festival flopped. And now it's happened again. And don't let their phony happy talk fool you. Remember, right after last year's Essence Fest fiasco, they were putting out the same talking points, saying that Essence Fest 2025 was a huge success. Everyone was so happy. Thank you for making this the most successful Essence Fest yet. That's what they were saying last year. And then a few months later, we found out predictably attendance was way down, sales were way down, revenues were way down, and they owe everyone money to the point the state of Louisiana is trying to cut them off. But the white racists in the dirty South aren't the real issue. It's upstanding Black Americans who recognize that we can do better for ourselves. There's nothing that a gaggle of tethers backed up by white money can do that we can't do for ourselves. We're the pulse. Black culture is not tethered to some brand name, pun intended. If Black people decide that they're going to go to a particular place and they're going to spend their time and money there, they bring their energy there, that is what gives it legitimacy. Not whether it's being funded and produced by some white corporation or if it's got some notable music acts there. Our culture is bigger than that. This is about more than Essence Fest. This is about defunding anti-Black tethers. Same way more and more Black people are realizing that they need to defund these racist immigrant so-called businesses, Black people also need to be on the lookout for the Richelieu Dennises of the world. They can see the backlash, so they're bringing in other foreign flags like Tiana Taylor and Cardi B, and then bringing in legit FBA people for their whack old stage shows. They're betting that there's just enough off-code Negroes who are still silly enough, even with all that's gone on, that they'll show up if someone promises some free music and a little yaki weave on sale. Sure, there will always be a few off-code Negroes who basically will always go for the okie doke. But the reality is when it comes to the masses, I think that we got the beginning of a righteous trend going here. And that these bootlicks for white power, whether they be homegrown or from abroad, they're going to find out what happens when the tethers get severed. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Trampstein, William Ross, John Harvin, Andrew Lewis, and Jasmine. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor. And I said it better myself. To hell with Tether Fest. What are your thoughts?
Let me get this straight.
Michael?
Oh, yes. My thought is that, you know what, Professor Black proved that this is nothing new, right? And the tethers are going to realize that they're going to have to give it up and return the ownership. They're coming back to FBAs and nationwide Democrats. When Democrats say Black voters, they don't mean FBAs. They mean like people from the African continent because Africans from the African continent, they're easier to control.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. All right, so now we're going to move on to, there was a fight with his white friends before Nolan Wells was found dead. So I think this is Taylor House Media or Taylor House Publishing. Shout out to our brother Taylor House Publishing.
You mean to tell me that Nolan Wells is surrounded by so many so-called friends and so many pictures, and after being found deceased, nobody has posted rest in peace? Instead, they all went private. Even the judge, stepmother of Warren Hudson, deactivated her social media. That's not friendly-like behavior. These folks preparing for something big. Ooh, y'all some fraudulent friends. Y'all quick to want to dance with them, until it's time to dance with it. Can you use a "my deepest condolences" post in the court of law? Judge Ashley Cole disappeared off social media like Nolan's friends' accountability.
Wyatt Pyron was one of the last so-called friends of Nolan to go private on his profile. I guess he got the news late. It's crazy how everyone else came back safe, and even Nolan Wells' cell phone made it back safely.
Nolan Wells is the one that passed away, but y'all the real ghosts. I pray that that young man receives swift justice and that they don't get away with it was an accidental death excuse like they always do. I'm out.
As the scripture says, all things hidden will be revealed, and those things done in secret will be exposed on the mountaintop. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High. And information about the death of our young brother Nolan Wells down there on Horns Island, Mississippi, is coming forth. People are doing a lot of digging about these so-called friends whom he was with. If you've been hiding under a rock, the young 18-year-old Mississippi football player, college football player, went on a trip on July the 4th with some white friends, and he didn't come back. There was reports that he, and his friends were out hanging out on the island. He got with this white girl, and they went to the tip of the island, and then, she separated from him, and then, the other guys went back. They thought he had got a ride back with somebody else. They had his cell phone, and then his cell phone was returned to his mother. A lot of vagicity. That's not a word, I just made it up, but a lot of vagicity is coming out or has been reported with that story. But people are now coming out saying that there was an altercation with Nolan and some of his white friends. But the guy made a great point as well. If these are your friends and you got several pictures, we all saw that there's a lot of pictures of him with these guys, Wyatt and Warren and Eli, where he is the only black friend there. So evidently he thought they were close, or even they thought he was close. So why are there no condolences posts? Why are there no explanations from the friend? As he mentioned, one of the kids' stepmother is a judge, reportedly, and she has deactivated her page. Everybody has gone silent. Everybody from this situation has lawyered up. And that means, when you lawyer up, that's a lot of times you have something to hide. But just listen to this other girl once again who says that was confirmed that the boys on the boat even told people that they were fighting with their friend earlier. Just listen to this.
The kid Nolan that's missing here from Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, it's a lot more sinister than you guys think. Allegedly. I'm saying that because what I'm seeing online is pretty crazy. Okay, let's start off with 17-year-old Nolan Wells is missing from Horn Island, Mississippi, right off the coast of Biloxi. There's photos, even a little video was posted Horn Island group chat on Facebook. A girl named Vi Alice Ross posted that the white boys needed to be investigated because she went to school with them and it wasn't all that you guys think it is. Another girl, Caitlin, states that she was parked next to them until about 7:30 with no sign of Nolan to be found. But yet the report was he went missing earlier in the day. So why would they continue partying? It just doesn't make sense to me. And then this other commenter, Maggie, posted that there's too many white people to not notice that their one black friend is missing. Matthew Lamp posted that there was almost a fight that he had seen within that group of people on the Book of Faces.
Let's go back. One of the passengers is pretty certain that he was a part of the group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. The Bertram with the blue top that I posted left shortly after, and pretty fast looks like Nolan in the picture. Let's continue.
The fight that he had seen within that group of people on the Book of Faces. If you know where Nolan Wells is, or if you know what happened to him or anything, if you have a boat and can maybe go down to Horn Island between Horn and Ship Island and see what's going on, maybe help search. I can't imagine what this mother is going through. Somebody knows what happened to her baby boy. I pray that they get justice.
So people are saying that they saw the kids from the boat that Nolan was on getting in a fight. Now, I'm going to show you this video as well, but you can clearly hear and see that somebody is engaged in an altercation. Also, great point as well. Too many white people to not know that your only black friend is missing. And why did they speed off and leave if they did nothing wrong? They said they sped off pretty fast. That lets you know right there, okay, they knew they had done something that was nefarious. But let's listen to this audio of a clear altercation going on. And you can tell because everybody is looking at that direction when the camera pans. And there you see him right there. It's Nolan with the blue shorts on. Listen to the audio of the video, and everyone on their boats are looking towards the bank, and that's what you see.
Agreed, Damien. They are guilty as fuck.
But these are his friends. Did they mention that there was a big fight? This is so sad. One of the boat drivers did mention he and his friends was fighting amongst themselves. Anna Seymour claims she saw Nolan arguing with his friends at 4:01 p.m. and her proof is her Snapchat timestamp. So many people are saying that there was an argument. So if there was an argument and y'all pieced it up and y'all, why not come out and say it? But as the first video we watched said, these guys are hiding something that's very sinister. There's no way in the world that me and my 4 friends are going to go out to this beach and then we're going to leave one of them. My mama always taught us, if you leave together, then you come back together. You watch out for each other. And so this is very unlike friends to leave their friend on this island. Very popular island, mind you. It's a very popular island on regular weekends, but as you see on July 4th, it was very crowded. Let's continue to look at some more of this evidence. And there you see, once again, there is a close-up photo of, you know, the boys in the water, as they say, and one of those boys allegedly is Nolan and may have been right here involved in a heated altercation as well. And let's listen to this video once again. And so during that video, you can clearly hear that there is a very intense argument between 2 people. Now, lastly is the mysterious Katie, whom people are talking about. So allegedly, this is Katie McCormack. She is cooperating as male friends have lawyered up after the judge stepmom, Ashley Cole, deactivated over Nolan case. And that is the alleged snow bunny, let's call it what it is, that he was talking to. And so is this a case where the age-old adage comes into play? A young black man talking to a white girl in Mississippi. Maybe Katie was one of the girls that, you know, Warren or Eli or Jax or whatever those guys' names is wanted, and they got mad at him for dipping off with her, you know, to the tip of the island in a secluded area. Did he, you know what I mean, go down there and knock some Caucasian boots, and then the guys got mad when they found out about it, left them there? Like, there's no way with all of those people on that island that nobody knows what happened. And that's what, people are saying. The island is super crowded for him to just end up dead like that. And then his phone miraculously is, with his friends. If there's an iPhone, find my location. Did they turn his location off? There are several things to be considered, but the main thing is, why aren't the friends saying anything? Why are they somewhere hiding in all of this speculation? But apparently there was a fight. All of these things are alleged. This is for information, education, and entertainment purposes only. But we are really trying to find out what happened to Nolan. But we wouldn't have to find out if his friends and those who were present on the island would be forthcoming instead of hiding. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBAs, still FTP. Big up NFAC and all my black families. There's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100%. Urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is wise. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers because they don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigate. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune into Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Shout out to about Telehouse. Breaking the story and keeping us updated on it. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, my thoughts are that the Tethers they're gonna realize that judgment already has been passed on them, and if they want the judgment to be alleviated a little bit, then they gotta do something to give back to American freedmen.
Right. But in regards to Nolan Wells.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Nolan Wells. Oh yeah, Nolan Wells. Yeah. So I was taking a quick nap. Yeah, Nolan Wells. Yeah, it's like what Philip Scott said. Believe when a Muzungu is honest when he says, "White people are going to be always racist until otherwise."
Yeah.
Because that's who they are. Nothing has really changed, right? Because they pass on that anti-black racism from one generation to another. So by the time their kids have grown up or matured, they've already been programmed to be anti-black racist, and it's very important, for anyone who is
Are you welcome, DSB?
yeah, welcome. Yep. Um, especially those who are not white, right?
Yeah.
I think it's very important to always ask questions, right? If the white kid, no, doesn't matter how many years Tyrone has known Brad, right? Because you never know because Brad might have hidden intentions.
Yeah.
And it's more dangerous than Brad yelling out or hollering racial slurs.
Yeah. So, do you think he was smashing the white girl and they got mad, and then that's their way of getting back at him was to take him to a secluded area?
Surprise. I mean I suspected that we don't not sure, but I do know I probably suspect that they set him up to hang out, right? And as a way to like get him to chase that Muzungu girl, but she can't be found.
Yeah, Katie,
right, Katie. And interesting is that he's about the same size as the three white men.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
pretty big.
pretty big, right? And it's like what Todd Thomas said, as I mentioned to you on your podcast, couple maybe a day yesterday or days or one day before.
Yeah,
Todd said if you have three brothers and one white man, and if the if Brad disappeared, right, and the brothers have his phone, immediately the police are going to question the brothers and incarcerate them. But when it
yeah.
comes to like three Brads and one Tyrone, totally
They,
different.
they just let them go away scot free.
Yep, Scott's free. And even on Twitter, right? When I said to you, this white guy criticized Todd Thomas. Oh, Todd Thomas does not like white people. And I corrected the white supremacist. I said, sir, not that Todd Thomas doesn't like white people, he does not like racist white people.
All right.
And I had to give the white man game on Twitter. And he actually criticized me for. He said, "I hope you're right, and I'll apologize if Todd Thomas is right about what he said." And I told the white man, I said, Brad, go study the real American history.
Right.
And this was on Twitter.
Okay.
And I got like one or two replies. They loved my reply to the white man.
Oh, good. All right. So, guess who has swooped in and tried to save the day? Lord have mercy. Ben Mushmouth Crump has got himself involved in the case, and Lisa's going to give us an update on that.
Oh, gotta go, Jesse. I have someone coming.
Oh, okay. Thank you for joining me, Michael.
Yeah, thank you.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. All right. Now we're going to get into Nolan Wells. And many of you already know he was a teenager that made the fatal mistake of going out with a group of white teens. He was the only melanated one there. And everybody seemed to have made it home except for him. And we know we've seen this play out before. It is something that's been happening for probably a very long time here in America. And, to see such a young man, life gone at 18, yeah, I mean, I can understand how his family feel. So anyway, Ben Crump is now one of their attorneys, at least that's what it's saying. And we're going to hear Ben Crump talk about Nolan and what happened. And, he's now at least one attorney that will be representing the family. So, let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
We got breaking news on the case. The family of Nolan Wells has obtained Benjamin Crump. Also, I've been hearing on social media that all his so-called friends deleted all their social media accounts, man. Do this make sense? No, of course it don't. What they're doing is trying to hide evidence. They're trying to push themselves away from Nolan Wells. We all know they murdered this kid. Now we need justice. Again, the family of Nolan Wells has obtained Benjamin Crump.
This is an important story. So make sure you please do that because I want as many people to hear it as possible. This story is about a young man, a handsome young man. By the way, before we go into that, there is an update. We have new information and an exclusive for the man who is investigating this and also representing the family. I'm talking about 18-year-old Nolan Wells. He went missing on Horn Island in Mississippi over the 4th of July weekend. It's not getting a lot of coverage, if any, in mainstream media. And so that's why we are here in independent media to bring information for stories that are undertold or not told at all. Okay? And so I'm going to give you the report and then the exclusive with the attorney that you're going to get new information. If you're not caring about this story, if you haven't heard about this story, you should. Because we all know young people. And we know what young people are capable of. They don't always act in their own best interest because they're young people. There's also the element of race in this story. He's the only Black young man among a sea of white people. There are reports that there was an argument that has not been verified, but people have put it on social media. So I want you to take this story, the link to this show, and send it to everybody you know, because this is what we should be talking about. Okay? Here's the report, and then you're going to hear from the attorney who is famed civil rights attorney, Benjamin Crump. Report.
We're developing a timeline of events after 18-year-old Nolan Wells disappeared off the coast of Mississippi. Authorities say Wells traveled to Horn Island with a group of friends to celebrate the 4th of July. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter says that Wells decided to stay on the island even though his friends left on a boat. He was last seen at 3 p.m. The Coast Guard says it got a call to help with a search at 12:26 Sunday afternoon. It was an effort that involved multiple agencies lasting until the next morning. Around 8:45 a.m. is when the sheriff says a body was found near the island. Wells' family confirmed it was Wells a few hours later. The coroner still needs to officially identify the body, and Sheriff Ledbetter says he has a request for the public.
Number one, give the family space and time. They're still processing this tragic event. And all of Nolan's close friends. I'll assure you that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, we're looking at this whole case just like we would any other case. And we're going to be as thorough as we can.
Wells played football at Ocean Springs High and Southwest Mississippi Community College. Anyone with information about his disappearance is asked to call the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
So sad story. That's the report. And again, an important story. Race is involved. There are also reports that the young men or the young people he was with, some of their families, mostly young men, some of their family members are prominent people in the community. And so Benjamin Crump, who's representing the family in this case, he wants an independent investigation, is also asking for an independent autopsy. They're moving along on that. We got that exclusive information, and we spoke to Benjamin Crump just moments before we went live with this live stream. So here it is, and then we're back after it, and we can analyze. Famed civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump joins us now. Ben, thank you so much. First of all, the most important thing, or one of the more important things, how's the family doing?
They are still in disbelief, Don. It's like they say they're in a nightmare and they can't wake up. They still have so many questions as to how their son, who was set on Monday to have his tryouts, because he is a Division II college athlete, and this was going to be his year. He was having workouts, he was doing training, and so they know that he was very focused on moving to a Division I program, and so they're just shocked that in 48 hours of one of the most consequential days of his life, this would happen. They are just in disbelief. And the reason that's so relevant, Don Lemon, is, there was an alleged argument, and people say that was over things about he was being very clear to not have anything to do with anything that might get in his system, because he knew he had his big workout coming on Monday. And so that's why they're like, just not accepting any of this, Don. They are not accepting that their son just died by coincidence or accident.
Ben, do we know what that argument was? Do we know specifically if it was Nolan and people with him?
Well, we have an investigator talking to some of their friends, and we're gathering information. As we get that information, we will share it because we want to be transparent. We don't want to speculate, but we want to investigate. And that's very critical here. That's why, Don Lemon, we are having an independent autopsy done on top of whatever autopsy was done by the state of Mississippi. We're going to have him flown to a medical examiner in Washington, D.C., where his body will be preserved to do an autopsy to study every aspect of if he had any physical injuries to his body beyond drowning.
Mm-hmm. And where are you in that process now?
The body is going to be flown today. We expect to have the results of that independent autopsy on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Ben, what does the autopsy show? Have they given you any information from the autopsy they did? What is that showing?
They haven't given us any information. Obviously, they are saying it's an investigation going on. And, at this point, I believe the sheriff said that they believe that he was left on something. We don't know what the story is, but they're saying it was an unfortunate accident. They're not telling the family anything about whether it was foul play or not. And so that's why the family is so desperate for answers, because they're saying, we don't want you to just wrap this investigation and say, oh, well, it was just an accident and sweep it under the rug.
Mm. Are they saying anything? Are they declaring it a homicide, or they're declaring it accidental? What's the official cause now? And I know that can change, and that's why you're having your own independent autopsy and investigation.
As far as we know, his mother, Christine, and his father, Elmo, say they haven't gotten any answers. They, have been asked to turn over his cell phone to the Mississippi law enforcement authorities. But even that is troubling to them, because they're saying messages that were deleted from his cell phone. So they want to try to dot every I and cross every T and investigate everything. They said it's very improbable that Nolan would not have wanted his cell phone with him if he was going to stay on the island.
Mm-hmm. There were deleted text messages on his phone? His parents found that? Who found that out?
Now, where they got his phone, so they're trying to figure out there's deletions on the phone, and they're trying to look at what is that about. There's so many inconsistencies going on, and so we're going to have with our investigators and our associates, we're going to list all the inconsistencies down. We just got onto the case yesterday, so we have been staying up late with the family, talking to friends, talking to people who were there on that 4th of July, trying to piece together what really happened to Nolan Wells, what caused him to be a healthy, young college athlete and then to end up dead, washed up on the shore on Monday morning after 4th of July weekend.
Just to clarify, you said you're doing your own independent autopsy. And Ben, you and I have been through, sadly, similar situations like this. But you have your own independent investigators, too. You're independently investigating this, I am sure.
Absolutely, Don. We are leading this investigation from the parents' perspective. The parents want to know objectively. They don't want to rely on the state of Mississippi investigation to be the end of the story here. And so as you reminisce, Don, there's so many cases that we worked on that it was our independent autopsies, our independent investigations that got us to where we were able to get some measure of justice, whether that was Breonna Taylor, whether that was Ahmaud Arbery, whether that was George Floyd, and all these number of tragedies where young Black lives were taken from this earth far too soon. And now here we are yet again. And I know it's challenging because when we look at the history of the state of Mississippi, it has not been what we call equal justice for Black people in America. When you look at the history of Mississippi, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Mm-hmm. Look, I'm from one state over in Louisiana. So trust me, I know. And that said, Ben, there have been people who have been pointing out on the internet, some prominent people saying, imagine if the situation was reversed. If it was 3 Black boys or young men who went out with a white young man and the white young man ended up dead. Imagine the outrage and the news coverage and the demands of investigations as well.
Yeah, and that's the crux of the matter, Don Lemon. That's why I'm so grateful to you and your network for, at the very beginning, covering this matter. So often when Black lives are taken, it is the media of people who have compassion and care for our community that make mainstream media pay attention. And I think this is one of those situations. And if the crux of the matter, if these were 3 Black kids with a white kid and that white kid ends up dead after they claim they left him, they can't remember anything, but they have their cell phone, you have to ponder whether they would be treating this as a murder investigation or if this was what they call just investigation into accidental death. Mm-hmm. You have to ponder that. You can't be being honest with yourself if you say they would not have treated this investigation differently.
Mm-hmm. Ben, was he a strong swimmer?
His mother and father say he was a strong swimmer. He was an athlete. He was about to be a Division I wide receiver, Don. Athletes have to maintain their physical prowess. Their bodies are in extraordinary shape. And that's what they believe Nolan Wells was, an extraordinary athlete.
Yeah, I mean, look, the evidence is there. We can see his record. We can see that he looks a good-looking, healthy young man. Ben, anything else? If something comes out of this autopsy, you said you expect to get the results by Friday, correct?
Yes, sir. Friday morning, we plan to have them.
And depending on what comes out of this autopsy, then you'll figure out where to go next. Now, I know that they've been saying, go ahead, I'm sorry, go on.
No, you're absolutely right. And different times that you and I have talked about these cases and you use your platform to give a voice to these victims, oftentimes we would turn to the Department of Justice. But here I think we're going to have to work with the local authorities and the state of Mississippi if we find any instances of foul play to get some criminal culpability. But we are still in the infant stages of the investigation now. And this independent autopsy is going to be very important for many, many reasons, Don Lemon, many, many reasons. And so as soon as we get that, we will come back on and talk to you about
time crunch here, and I understand that because you're very busy and you're working on this case. I just need to know, they said that these were childhood friends or longtime friends. Or have you been able to investigate that? Is that true?
Apparently, they all went to high school together, Don Lemon. And, these young men come from prominent families in the Ocean Springs community. And so we are trying to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. We know that they have attorneys, so they are not speaking at this time, but we intend at some point to hear from them as to what happened on that Horn Island off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi on July 4th weekend. And so that's what we're waiting for. And we have to keep pushing, Don. And thank you. And thank you to your audience. Thank you to everybody on social media. Thank you to everybody who gave on GoFundMe so they can afford investigators and independent autopsies, because it is very difficult when you're trying to get the truth to be revealed when it seems like people are not trying to be transparent.
Yeah. We spoke to Ben, a member of the Cajun Navy who was looking for a part of the search, and he said the mother, at the time that we were recording it yesterday, that the mother had not had an opportunity to view the body, either yesterday or the day before. Has the mother had an opportunity to view the body yet?
Not at this time.
Oh, man. And why is that? Is that because, is that normal, Ben? Is that procedural?
No, I think they just got the body back yesterday. And so they are preparing the body for the independent autopsy. And I will say this, Don. We don't know the condition of his body. And so obviously that's going to be a hard decision, I think, for his father, if his wife, Christine, would be able to look at, his body, if it's disfigured in any way. We don't know. We're going to find that out. Just keep them in prayer, because this is every parent's worst nightmare.
Look, don't I know it? Look, as you know, my sister died of a drowning back in 2018. My other sister died in May of last year. And my mother has not been the same in my family. It's just not the way it's supposed to happen. We think our parents, we don't like it, but they will go before us. But for a parent to lose a child is one of the worst things, if not the worst thing that can happen. Services, are they waiting until after the autopsy, or are they going to do something?
Wait until after the autopsy.
Okay.
And, I know they're planning memorials at his college as well as his old high school. I mean, young people, you don't expect 18 and 19-year-old friends to die. And so it's always devastating, not only to his family, but to all those in his community, all those young people who consider him a friend that they thought they were going to spend their life together, on this journey. And now he's gone. And it's so painful to everybody in that community.
Ben Crump, thank you so much. Please keep us updated, and our regards to the family, and come back and let us know what's going on. And if the mom wants to come on, or any of the family members, let us know. Thank you.
I'm sure Miss Christine is going to come on because she's very grateful to you, Don.
Thank you. Ben Crump, we appreciate it.
Baby, it looks like Nolan's family is not wasting any time. They have retained the services of attorney Ben Crump. And you know when Ben Crump gets in the room, everybody stops moving. Now, if you don't know what happened to Nolan and Xavier Wells, then maybe you've been living under a rock. On July 4th, he went out with these 3 white boys to Horn Island. There was said to be an altercation that happened between him and these guys. And for some reason, Nolan never got in that boat. These 3 white boys returned back to shore without Nolan and without his phone. His mother, Christine, had his phone. Unfortunately, yesterday, Nolan's body was found off the shore of Horn Island. And every last one of his friends or so-called friends cleared their social media, even the parents. Now, attorney Ben Crump has stepped in. His law firm will conduct an independent review on the circumstances surrounding Nolan's unaliving. They're seeking answers and transparency. A lot of people are saying that the kids closed off their social media because they probably lowered up. Some people are saying that they lowered up before the body was even found. They're also saying that it looks like to be a drowning. Now, I have a couple of questions. Boys allegedly said that Nolan didn't want to get on the boat with them. They allegedly said they saw him on shore. Then they say they couldn't find him after 3 p.m. Then people saw them arguing around 5 p.m. Then someone took a picture of all 3 of the white boys having a good time in the goddamn water. There's a lot of moving parts to this situation that just don't make sense. And we know through Katie's mother that she got on the boat and left, but she did not get on the boat with Nolan. She got on with her other friends. We know with attorney Ben Crump on the move, they're going to get some answers. Let's see what comes next.
So Nolan Wells' autopsy report has came back as a drowning, as a accidental drowning. But yeah, we ain't trying to hear that. We want to know what happened out there. Was his friends the last one to see him, or was it that girl that everybody said he was with? What went down? And these are all Nolan friends, and they deactivated their account, but actually they ain't really deactivated their account. They just put it on private mode for right now. I guess till shit die down. Now, I don't know if y'all guilty or not, but it's looking real guilty because all the friends done lawyered up. They lawyered right up. So the family has wasted no time hiring attorney Ben Crump, who is known to represent victims in high-profile civil cases. And that's good. I'm so glad they did that. That's right. They ain't wasting no time. They want to know what happened to their son out there in that water. Do your friends got something to do it, or was it that young lady that he went off and was talking to?
So the parents of Nolan Wells has hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump to represent them in this case. He is a famous civil rights attorney. He's handled such cases as George Floyd and won $27 million within that case. Also Breonna Taylor, which resulted in $12 million settlement. Mike Brown, Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, just to name a few, very high profile cases. His parents are on their job, doing what they need to do. I'm so proud of them for locking in and getting somebody to represent them of color. I'm so glad they did not hire a white attorney because, listen, we all know how that can go. Ben Crump has stated that he's urging for immediate and thorough, transparent investigation because the parents deserve answers. And let's just hope for the best, guys. Katie McCormick is speaking with authorities allegedly, and she also has a lawyer. So just a little more clarification. Katie was someone that Nolan Wells met at the party on the island, and there was an altercation that was on film. If this is behind a girl or not, Katie's actually stuck in the middle of this. You guys know how they get about their women, very territorial about their women. Did it have anything to do with this? Did this bring out the animosity that they had hidden within? I want to let you guys know, keep you updated on the details. Autopsy was performed and carried out today. Hopefully the coroner has found some interesting results. I don't expect him to find water in the lungs. Nolan Wells could swim. So for all of you people, white people specifically, are saying who we can't swim, Nolan Wells is already confirmed that he could.
Black people, you have got to teach your kids, especially your kids that are hanging out with rich white kids. That is not good. You got to stop letting them hang out with rich white kids. This Nolan Wells situation never should have happened. The parents of Nolan Wells should have known better than to let him hang out with these kids. I have an older son. I'm not saying it's the parents' fault, but I'm just saying it happens all the time. My older son is half black. He looked more black than he did half. We as parents, we have to do a better job in informing our children about who they should and shouldn't hang out with, because matters. The color of your skin matters, especially when you're hanging out with a bunch of rich kids that have, doctors and lawyers and judges as parents. You know that your kid is going to either wind up locked up or dead. So my heart goes out to Nolan Wells' family. I really hate that it happened to him, but you gotta protect your children, because white people will kill your children at the drop of a hat. It's just the way it is, especially these entitled little rich white kids.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of, believe it or not, I'm seeing more white people chime in, and they're being honest, saying, no, you should never trust your child around a group of white kids. And that is the truth, y'all. That is the truth. We've seen this way too many times. And, kids that were there will give different accounts, but nobody goes to jail. They stay free. So we'll see what type of, I'm sure they're going to be getting more than just Ben Crump as their attorney. So we shall see what happens. I pray that y'all will do the right thing and punish those teens. But I have to tell you, I'm not hopeful. Just looking at how similar incidents played out, where you just pretty much just occupied our time online, but at the end of the day, you did nothing. I think it's sad, but I'm sure, there'll be many updates in the coming days. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And be on the lookout for my lives starting tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, and don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shabbat Shalom. No, this ain't no Shabbat Shalom. Shalom. I don't know what I'm thinking. Shalom. And have a wonderful, wonderful night. Shalom, family.
In the words of Professor Black Truth, yes, it has happened again. So we have another incident that involved a black teenager, or someone just black in general, who was off having fun with their friends. And ironically, all of their friends looked particularly one way. And if you look at the picture in the background, that is his so-called friend. It's another person in there too that's off to the person to Nolan. I guess you could say that's his his left side, the way that the camera is angled, because it was actually 4 of them on this boat. And apparently he went out with them on July 4th to celebrate down in Mississippi, of all places. And he was apparently the only black person that was in this so-called friend group. They went out, he went out with them, but only 3 people came back. And you can pretty much guess which 3 came back and which one in the group did not come back. This is getting very, very, I guess you can say, redundant at this point, where you'll have someone who is the quote unquote black friend of a group, and then they have a bunch of PC friends, and then they hang out with them, and they have met their quota, and then something ends up happening. That's why some people might think I'm joking when I say this, but when I see the black friend hanging out and they're the only black person there and it's other white people and that's it and they're the only black friend, I just sit there and say to myself, I hope I do not see them pop up on my news feed as something happening to them at any point, because then it's like that image and that thought is going to stay in my mind when I think about what could have ended up happening to them. There was also a video that I saw online where there was this black guy. He saw this other black guy who was, again, the only black person in the group. And he went up to him and said, "Are you okay? Is everything okay?" The black guy at first didn't understand what the guy was trying to allude to. And then he kind of had to break it down a little bit for him. And he says everything is okay. But I'm glad the black guy went up to him to check on him to see if everything was okay with him, because he might have thought it was a joke, but he was being serious. And then you look at this situation right here. And the sad part about it is, the unfortunate part is that it could obviously happen again. So they went and did like a search party. They was trying to look for Nolan since the 4th, like he was been missing since the 4th. And then it came out and the discovery was that they ended up finding a body near where they say he was last at. And it turns out that it was indeed him.
Authorities in Mississippi have located a body they believe likely belongs to a teen missing since the 4th of July. 18-year-old Nolan Wells was last seen on Horn Island Saturday. The barrier island is a popular vacation spot. The local sheriff's office says Wells was there with friends for the holiday when he was reported missing. ABC's Alex Perez is following this case for us. And Alex, great to see you. What's the latest with this?
Yeah, Stephanie, officials unfortunately say it appears we're dealing with a tragic ending in this case after beloved 18-year-old Nolan Wells disappeared July 4th after going on a boating trip with friends. Now, sadly, officials say a body matching the description of the 18-year-old was recovered about 8:45 this morning just off the shore of Horn Island, a popular holiday destination about 10 miles off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Now, the teen and friends reportedly took a boat trip to the barrier island for the 4th of July holiday. He was last seen on Saturday at about 3 p.m. After he vanished, his family and friends making an emotional plea for help, flooding social media with pictures of the outing showing Wells and a group of friends on a boat. The 18-year-old seen holding what appears to be a hard or alcohol seltzer in his hand. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department, the Cajun Navy, and many volunteers spending much of the weekend searching for Wells. It remains unclear what exactly happened to him. Authorities say they are still working to figure out what exactly went wrong here as his community now grieves. Stephanie?
This is so tragic. Our hearts are with his family. Alex, thank you very much.
So you just saw the news clip right there. And the one thing that stuck out to me and a lot of other people who saw this news clip when I was looking through the comments is how the reporter made sure to make an emphasis on that he was holding a hard seltzer in his hand. Now, for those who don't know what a hard seltzer is, it's basically it's an alcoholic drink. If I had to guess, I'm not sure if it's on the same line as a Four Loko, but it's like it does have alcohol in it. It's not a strong alcoholic drink, but it does have alcohol in it. And it's almost like they're trying to frame it as if, oh, he had this drink in his hand. Maybe he just fell overboard from being drunk. Well, my thing is this. If that was indeed the case, why didn't his so-called friends who was on the boat with him either stop him from drinking so much, if that's the angle they're going to try to go with, or if they felt him about to fall over, why didn't they pull him up and just hold him back and say, okay, let's head on back because, you know, he's under the influence, he's drunk and everything like that. Why did his so-called friends, did his friends come back and he didn't? See, this is the same. This is a tale as old as time. If y'all remember Tamala Horsford, she was the woman, I think down in Georgia, she was the only black woman. She had went over to the sleepover event and it was a whole bunch of white women there. And she went there, had a good time, took pictures and everything from what we saw. And then the next day, Tamala's dead. She's laid face down in the yard. And the story that they went with is that she lost her balance and fell over the balcony. Mind you, the balcony wasn't that high up. So it's not like she could have died unless she fell straight down and broke her neck or something like that. Something tells me they probably did something to her and then threw her over, or maybe the impact did cause it, because it depends on how you fall. But then notice you don't really talk about that story anymore unless something like this pops up. Then there was another story. I can't remember the guy's name. I think his name was Elijah. And this happened in South Carolina. And this one almost mirrors almost exactly this incident, because that too involved a black teen on a boat with nothing but his so-called white friends. And they went out. But what makes that one even more stranger is the fact that where this one involved, it had 4 people on the boat, including Nolan. The one that Elijah was on, it was a bunch of them on that boat. I wouldn't say they were on a yacht, but it was a lot more than 4 people on that boat. It had to be at least 10 people. He was the only black one on the boat. The rest of them were white. 10 went out, and I'm just using 10 because I don't know I don't know the exact number. 10 came out, 9 came back. And what made that story even more weird is when they started to question the teens that were on the boat with him, every last one of them gave a different account of what happened to him. Not one of their stories lined up and were like the same. And guess what? Nothing happened to him. Now the case is just cold. They just chalked it up to, oh, he just fell off the boat. And I have a feeling they're going to do the same thing with this story. This is why we keep saying, stop being the black friend in these groups. This is exactly why. And people, for some reason, it's not registering in their head. See, the thing is, they have planted in a lot of black people's minds that black people don't need to be around each other, or, black people bad. And, they keep posting these videos and calling them teen takeovers and everything like that. But when's the last time you've seen an incident happen like this, where it was a bunch of black people on a boat and one fell overboard and the rest came back? Because I've been on a boat several times, and every time I went out on it, I came back. As you can clearly see, I'm still here. But of course, also I was around other black people. But they'll sit up there and tell you that we don't need to be around our own people, and then also get mad when we out there having a good time amongst ourselves. So something is very weird is going on here. It's not necessarily weird. We know what it is. They can sit up there and try to paint this narrative that it's anything but what we know to possibly most likely be true when it comes to not only this story, but the one with Tamala Horsford and the one with Elijah down in South Carolina. I'm mad that I can't remember his name, because I did do a video about him a couple years ago when that happened. And it wasn't that long ago. I want to say that might have been maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But notice no one talks about it. Now, there might be some people in South Carolina who talk about it because that's where it happened at. But now, it never got that huge. It was never a huge story. Shockingly, I'm going to be honest, this story actually garnered some legs. But the unfortunate part is it may stall exactly where I expected to, which is, oh, he just fell off the boat. He had a hard seltzer in his hand, so we'll just chalk it up to he was under the influence and he fell off the boat. But again, he wasn't the only one. That would work if he was the only one on the boat. But he wasn't. He was with his so-called friends. So they need to talk to them. They also need to see if there's any ring footage of him leaving his house to go with them, because I don't know if they specified if he drove to the pier where they left from or if he was picked up. That way we can see who he was last with. Whoever he was last seen with, or whoever he was last with, that's who they need to question, and they need to do it fast, quick, and in a hurry. I would like to offer my condolences to Nolan's family. His father and his mother, I know they are probably going through it right now. Imagine, the last time you see your son is on the 4th and you thinking, oh, they're just going to have a good time. I let them go do their thing. And then, they'll come back and it'll just be what it is. It's just like, whatever. And who knows? This is probably something that's routine for him. And they don't think anything of it. But, here we are. Now, they said that the body that they did find, they said they found a body in the water near the area, and they said it matched a description. Let's be honest here. It was most likely him. They can go ahead, probably flat out and say, but they probably want to wait and see, get the records just to be sure that it's him. But honestly, 9.999 times out of 10, it was him. But again, I do offer my condolences to his family, his mother, his father. I don't know if he had any siblings. If he had any siblings, condolences to them as well, and all of his associates, and RIP to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you definitely subscribe and like and all that other stuff. So tonight we're going to continue talking about Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old that went out with his white friends to Horn Island, and they took off and said that, oh, well, he went with somebody else, and then end up the brother having his body show up on the shores, and they claim he drowned, right? Facebook start getting deactivated. People start getting quiet. I don't know why. If it was an accident or something like that, you had nothing to do with it. He took off with somebody else. Why would you be deactivating your Facebook? That doesn't make sense, right? I mean, you have nothing to hide because you didn't do nothing wrong. So why would you start deactivating Facebooks? But surprisingly, with this story, more and more white Americans have been coming out to warn FBAs about being the only one in a sea of mayo. Okay. And I want to say up front, I appreciate the white Americans who are coming out to warn Black Americans, because see, Black Americans shouldn't have to be warned by white Americans at all. Black folks, so you know, like the old people say, you yakking all brand new. Okay. You didn't forget where you live. You see, you didn't forget because you got all this modern technology and oh, it's a little bit more diverse now, and you think you know better now. Oh, it's not the same like it was in grandma time and grandpa time. Oh, it's different. No, it's not different. It's not different at all. And there's so many cases, even recently, of Black people being found unalived. And I do want to talk about that. I think I may have to talk about that on a Friday. But probably going to be I'll probably start the stream here Friday, but just for a few minutes, then we'll go to the app to really talk about the full cases. There's been a lot of Black people been found unalived, and they all keep saying the same thing about them. They took their own life and all kinds of things. So yeah, we got to talk about those cases, you know, definitely for sure, because this stuff is still going on. It's still going on in 2026. We're not talking about 1926. We're talking about 2026, ladies and gentlemen. The best safety we have as Black Americans is just being with each other, going to our spaces, our restaurants, our clubs and nightclubs. Yes, we got our problems. Yes, we can have issues, but you know what? I can see an issue with a Black person coming a mile away with these other groups. You don't see it coming a mile away because you're not around them. You don't know them like that. So shout out to y'all for coming on through. Also update on the African Dallas News Channel app. I say we're testing the iOS version. We started testing it as of today. And everything looking good with the functionality, everything looking good with the speed. I think we're about little tweaks we have here and there. I think we're about 90%. So that's good. Once we get the last little bit of tweaks we got going, that we're all looking at, I'm also getting it tested internationally as well. So to see how it works, you know, even in the continent of Africa, and getting that feedback as well. So once we finish doing that little bit of portion, then we're gonna submit it to the app stores and all the Play Store and all that stuff, and yeah, we'll get it going. So yeah, we're getting close. So y'all get ready. I think you're gonna be really impressed with what we got going on, for sure. All right, y'all. So let me go ahead and run this real quick, and then we will be right back.
What if I told you there's a news platform made just for us, unfiltered, unapologetic, telling our stories from Africa and the diaspora? The African Diaspora News Channel app keeps you informed and empowered from wherever you are at any time. Don't just watch, join the movement. Download the app now and stay connected to the news that matters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started tonight. Let's go ahead and get started. Hope y'all all well. I'm gonna get started one video. We're gonna talk about it. Of course, we're gonna stop, do our thing, and all of that. But y'all have to understand that some of y'all, unfortunately, are oblivious. It's unfortunate, and you have to not only teach other brothers and sisters, but teach yourself not to get too comfortable. Because a lot of you like to be comfortable. Do whatever you want to do in this country, especially in the South. And I've been hearing some conversation about the parents of Nolan Wells. Oh, they should have told him. They should have. Okay, let's really look at this. This boy was 18 years old. He graduated high school. Okay, he's an adult. You don't know if his parents told him anything. You don't know. None of us know. So we don't want to go out here saying what his parents didn't do and we did not know. Because listen, as a parent of grown children, you tell your children a lot, and they can do it or they cannot do it. You could tell them not to date certain people and why. You could tell them not to do this, not to go there, whatever. You tell them why, but at the end of the day, they make their own choices. So let's not run with his parents didn't never tell him anything, because none of us know that until only they know that. And trust me, if they didn't tell him anything, they probably would admit it in the end themselves. I should have warned them or something to that effect. So let me get to this, what this white gentleman has to say about the situation. And let me get down here. Boom. This is where we at. All right. Let's cue this up.
This is going to be hot.
Wrong one. Hold on. That's one from yesterday, but that was a good one, actually. I guess I didn't cue it up. Oh, let me get it for y'all. I got it. Where is it at? There we go. All right.
Most white people don't like black people. Now, that's a statement that really riled up some of my friends on Facebook. I saw it in a comment section about the tragic accident, homicide of Nolan Wells. A black commenter said, most white people don't like black people. And a lot of my white liberal friends seemed very upset. They felt like that white people were being mischaracterized, as stereotypes were being applied to people unfairly, because all the people in their social circle like black people, and they voted for Kamala Harris and they voted for Barack Obama. Listen, there's a shit ton of white people in this country that voted for Barack Obama and voted for Kamala Harris and have black friends that still don't like black people. Let me explain to you white people, because I know all the black people in here watching already know this. So for the white people that have hung on this long, let me give you an explanation. You can't like black people and never spend time in black spaces. You can't like black people and never take time to learn about black culture or adjust how you speak to black people so that you are being polite within the confines of their customs, their culture. You can't like black people and not know a single black person's birthday. You can't like black people and never invite a black person into your family gatherings or to come over for the holidays. You can't like black people and never have been in one of your black friends' houses. You can't like black people and leave your only black friend on an island out in the middle of the ocean to catch a ride with someone else on an island full of white people without his cell phone. You might like to hang around with him. You might think he's funny. You might think that they're entertaining. You might enjoy their company. You might be courteous to them. You might be polite to them. But you don't like them.
All right. Now let me say something up front. The beauty of life is that you just see things as, I think, you know, sometimes people in this community, our community, sometimes ridicule getting older in life because they think youth is where it's at. And really youth, I've been 20, 21 years old, 20, and I didn't know much. At this stage in the game, you see things more clear. And I'm gonna tell you what, I really don't care if somebody don't like me or even like my people. But unfortunately, some of our people are still dealing with they want to be liked by them and other groups, right? And what this guy said about a lot of them not liking us, that's not the first time I've heard that from a white person. I'm gonna tell you about this story about this guy. I never forget, his name was Jason. I worked with this guy in the petrochemical plant, and I wonder why the white folks didn't really like him too much. But I started noticing that like he would always be calling them out on the anti-black racism. And if he ever heard them trying to, be a little slick, he'll stand up for black people quick too. And so one night I actually sat down and talked with him. Someone told me, like, sit down and talk with him. So I sat down and talked with him. I was like, Jason, let me holler at you, man. I said, man, I know you a little different. I say, and I know you be calling them out. I say, what's up, man? Like, what's going on? He said, man, look, I'm sick of them. They racist, man. They all racist. And I said, what you talking about? And he said, Phil, let me tell you something. Now, this isn't Philip of today, okay? Philip of today was shaped by many not only reading and experiences, but also even white people like the gentleman I'm gonna tell you. So Jason told me, he said, look, Philip, I don't care what nobody tell you. The best way to approach my people, he said, I'm white, I'm telling you, is to assume all of us are racist until we prove you otherwise. And I'm like, really? He said, yes. He said, I'm gonna tell you why. He said, the majority of us is raised to not like black people. We be in our house discussing black people. My grandparents was discuss all of the dirty things they did to black people back in their time period. He said it was disgusting and it was sick. He said, I can't stand that from them. He said, and people like me are the minority and they hate us. They want us to be like the rest of my people. And I'm like, well, why? I say, why they hate us so much? He said, man, it don't even make sense. He said, they don't even know why. He said, because I've even asked that question to people in my community, why they don't like black people, and they don't even know why. They come up with stupid stereotypes, he told me, but stereotype, that don't mean anything. He said, we live in places where black people are not even at, and we're still talking about black people. He said, it's like we're obsessed with them or something. So it sickens me a lot. And when I see them and I know when they being racist, I call them out. That's why they don't like me. He said, because they feel I should be on the same racism that they're on. So when you have a white man sitting down telling you about his people, he's telling you the best posture to take is a posture of assume all of them are that way until they prove you otherwise. And then after you talk to this person, you start seeing more and more and more and more what this person told you and pointed out to you and help open your eyes to. Come on, a lot of black people have met some white people like that will sit down and give you the game about anti-black racism. Some of y'all have. And after that conversation, I say, well, Jason, man, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, just being honest and truthful. You know what I'm saying? And I know many of us have asked that question. Well, what do we do? It don't matter what we didn't do nothing, first and foremost. It don't even matter at this point, right? I don't want nobody to like me. I'm not trying to listen, I want black people to take this posture. We don't need nobody. We don't need them. We don't need none of these groups. Trust me, I'm telling you, we got all we need in our community. Who cares if this one don't like us and that one don't like us and oh boy, like, because everybody say, well, what did we do to all these different people? Who cares? If that's the position they take, then we need to take the position of, okay, cool. Stay on your side. We handle our issues within. Then when black people start doing a wealth transfer, then one community, Asian community, start complaining, crying, talking about, oh, well, but yeah, they all want to be next to black people though. That's the funny part. And also the part that none of us can understand. You don't like us, but you won't stay away from that. With the other stuff the gentleman was saying beyond with you, that's not really why I played it. All that knowing a black person's birthday, who cares about that? Going to their house, no, we don't need to be there. We don't definitely need to be eating their food. They don't season their food right for the most part. You know, no. They don't need to be in our spaces. I don't care because they have no problem being in our spaces. They don't. That don't mean they like you now. I mean, they can infiltrate your spaces. Don't mean they like you. That's just, but the part I was getting to, he said that basically you can vote for Kamala, you can do this, you can do that, and still don't like black people. Yeah, that part's true. Now, last night we played video, and I'll play it again with the other lady. Just a reminder, I was playing her, but let me go ahead and replay that again.
And it's either going to get me canceled or people are going to be like, you're right. So here we go. I'm just going to say it. Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people. And I mean that. If you're going to be the only black person in that group, go home. Go home. Because these days, you just can't trust white people anymore. Obviously. It happens time and time and time again. You see one black person hanging out with their group of white friends, and they're like, oh, I've known these guys for forever. We grew up with them. I'm the only black person in the high school or something like that, especially down here in the South, okay? Down here in the South. Obviously, we realize that these pieces of crap, the white people, will turn on you. They will turn on you quick. So not only do y'all have to be worried about the police, now you need to be worried about your group of white friends that you grew up with. And am I saying every white person's like that? No, obviously.
Okay, so that's somebody else just reiterating, just warning you. Now, I grew up in a black community, black neighborhood. All my friends were black. I didn't do all that. When we went to school, there were white people in my school, but the way it works, it was just like this. If you had to take the cafeteria, you can literally look and see all the white people sat on this side, all the black people sat on that side. That's really what it was. And I remember the principal, Mr. Fowler, black man, he kept noticing that. He said, hey, why don't y'all just start, sit with each other? And people look at him like, we didn't ask to sit with them. And it wasn't no beef. We didn't ask to sit with them like that. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was cool doing what they were doing. And that just, it is what it is. But we didn't involve with them folks, and they didn't involve with us in Port Arthur. We just kind of kept to ourselves. And there was no issues and no problems either. It was actually, everybody got along pretty good that way. I didn't grow up having to go to them folks' house or even asking to go to them folks' house. No. Shoot, even with black people, my parents be like, who is that? Because we always been funny about sleeping at other people's house and all the other things. No. Because you heard some of the horror stories about that. And then some of y'all moves to these neighborhoods. Y'all talking about oh my God. I thought about this child today. Okay, so at the National Beta Convention, what that is, the different schools get together and they do different things like art, on-site cake decorating. They do speech, they do debate, they do all these schools get together for this thing once a year. And they have the one part of it called Song Fest. And they had these kids get up there, a lot of schools and them folks there. Now, of course, the school my daughter go to is all black. But they had this one little boy. I never forget this little boy that was up there. He was up there with them, little boy by himself, and nothing but the folks. But he was the only one. And I just looked at that little boy, and I'm like, what's going on with that kid? I mean, just something didn't even look right for me when I saw that. And I talked to a couple of parents. I was like, hey, bro, you see that? And they're like, yeah, man, what's going on with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get on our black people about that too. Like, I'm beyond with shame on y'all with that. Stop putting our black children in those situations. Because some of the stuff that go on, we as parents can prevent this stuff. We got to be, when you have a family, you think about the family, not just you. When you have children, you got to think about, okay, what environment am I going to put my children in? Because you know what? You won't go to school with those kids. Your child will. Your child will have all these different experiences, racial things going on. You're not dealing with it because you're going from your job to your house. You're not dealing with them people at that school. You're not dealing with them teachers. You're not dealing with any of that. The things they exposed to, That's not really what we even be doing. You black parents got to think, hey, you know what? I need to have my kid in the area where we at. At minimum, an extremely diverse area. And I say diverse, that means there's still a lot of us around. I got to think about my child, not myself. Now, when your child graduates school and they're not at school no more, you want to go live in, you want to be the only black person, a token in the middle of them, go ahead, do that. You're grown. If something happened to you, well, hey, that's the life you chose. But when it comes to our black children, we got to think about that. Nothing in this country has changed. Them folks are not a progressive people. They don't let that anti-black racism go. I told you that's cultural. They teach that. They pass it down the line to their children, to their children's children, right? They pass it down. There's no excuse for these things to keep happening if it wasn't passed down, if it wasn't taught in the household. Look at the Metcalf situation with Carmelo Anthony. And you start finding out how that Jeff Metcalf and how he started talking. You know good and well his sons was filled with anti-black racism based off of how he talks. That's why they felt that they can approach Carmelo like that. See, they sit up here and teach their kids this anti-black racism, and they may not take it to the next level. They may just be talking crap about us in their house, but they don't never know their kid may take it to the next level of some sort of violence or whatever against a black person. And Austin Metcalf had to learn the hard way to leave black people alone. I tell all you other groups, leave black people alone. If you don't like black people, that's fine. I am not the person begging you to like black people. Listen, black folks are okay with you not liking us. We are cool with that. Just keep to yourself, keep your hands to yourself and everything else to yourself, and we are all good. You don't have to like us. We haven't been liked ever since we've been here. So I mean, what is that? Now, let's continue with some what these sisters have to say real quick. But I just want to drill that in y'all head. Who cares who don't like us, man? We don't need nobody. Dr. John Henry Clark said we have no friends. He told us a long time ago, we have 0 friends. 0. None. And that's okay. We don't need nobody. We need each other. We need the Lord. That's it. These other groups aren't offering nothing to us, and they haven't done nothing right by us either. If anything, they've used, abused, and walked all over us and trampled us underfoot. We've done good to all these other groups. They done came in here and done from different countries and all kind of things these people have done. They ain't gave not a thing back to the black community. And that's just a reality. All they come do is siphon resources out of the black community, siphon our money, but then they arrogant, especially some of the Asian people, arrogant, the ones, the business owners. Why are you not shopping with us? That's just one guy. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Let's continue.
My people, cautious is no longer good enough. We are not teaching our children the art of fear and suspicion well enough. Being raised in a Great Lakes state, you know how many boat parties and cabin trips and all that type of stuff I've been invited to over the course of my life? You know how many times I've gone? Remote areas as the only was never an option. Either I'm bringing 5 more people that look like me and half of us will be packing, or I'm not going. Remote areas are their method of choice, always. Well, we went on a hike and she slipped off a cliff. If it wasn't no clear motive, how is anybody gonna disprove that? If they just don't like you, take your butt out there on that boat. He fell overboard and we couldn't do anything about it and we couldn't save him and we didn't know what to do. Long as everybody keep their story straight, which they will, how is anybody gonna refute that? He was missing at 3 o'clock and they were partying again by 7 p.m. I'm not going anywhere along with y'all where there are not going to be a plethora of cameras. Just off of the invitation, go to a remote area alone, knowing I'm the only black person in the group. I'm not going. Caution ain't good enough. And history has told us that over and over again.
Okay. So as you heard our sister say, you know, yeah, some of us have been invited to different things. I've been invited, hey, it'd be great, like I said, because I think they brought back some deer one time. Say, man, we could take you out there deer hunting and show you how to do it. No, I'm good. I can't do that. Sorry. I'm not going in the woods with y'all. It won't be a deer you're hunting, it'll be me. You know what I'm saying? What's that movie with Ice-T? What's that thing? Surviving the Game or whatever. It's not about to be surviving the game. Not starring me. Oh yeah, we do, man. Yeah, I do guide fishing trips. You can come out with us a guide fishing? No. I'll go buy some fresh fish. I know where to get it at. Do they catch fresh fish every day? I'm not going out there with you. I'll just go fish or whatever else I want, and we bring it back to the crib and cook it. I ain't going nowhere with you. Now, if it's a black man that's doing guide fishing trips, I'll go with him and all of us black people. But no, I'm not going out there. No. Some people have made that mistake going out there hunting with them. Some of them made mistakes, so going to sleepovers and all this other stuff. When will y'all learn? Oh, you black people, some of y'all just too militant. No, it's not being militant. It's called being safe. And I'm sorry, my safety is number one, and your safety is number one. Your kids' safety is number one. It's not nobody's feelings or what they got to say. We have to protect black people at all times. Now, let me say something to some of our distant cousins, some of the Africans and Caribbeans. Some of you come over here and you think that you know better. And so you want to get up underneath them. And some of y'all to come up missing too. Because that Wood story I keep referring to, the dude was Jamaican. He wasn't FBA. I remember that story. There's Africans that come up missing. Oh, yes, they have. There's Caribbeans that come up missing. They be up there with them folks and they come up missing. It happens a lot. And then they families looking for FBAs. Well, oh my God, brothers, sisters, like what? I mean, he's missing. Where's Benjamin Crump? Where's, Farrakhan? You're looking for everybody at that point. And sometimes we even told you, hey, tell your son stop hanging with them folks like that. Oh, y'all don't know no better. Oh, you black America. Oh, okay. All right. Until you come up missing around here. Okay, Butterfly Rose say finally is black parents placing our children in those situations. It is painful truth. Say what is this crazy mindset that we are not successful unless we live among those she said hateful people. Yeah, we gotta listen. I'm a firm believer of solving a problem where it's at. We as parents put our kids in whatever environment we put them in. It's our responsibility. Let me tell you something. When I remember before my little girl went to school, Sister Sadia, and shout out to her, she talked to me. And before I enrolled my little girl in school, and I was like, man, I don't know what school to put it in because I knew I didn't really want to put it in public school, but I just didn't know. And she said, well, look, we got a school, say, hey, she provided me the school, gave me the information. And I'll say, well, I'm not in the nation, so how can I get in that school? I say, man, no, anybody can come to the school. You gotta be in the nation. I say, shoot, you with us anyway. You say, so come on, you like we gonna reject you or something? You a black man. Why we reject? I say, okay. So I enrolled my little girl in the school from she was basically pre-K up to third grade. Okay, then from third grade, we switched her from that school to this current school she's at now. Of course, black run school, great school been running for 30 years. Love the parents, love the environment. And but I just knew I could not just throw my child into a school full of them. I couldn't do it. I'm covering too many stories as a black parent to be just immersing my child in that. And yes, we as parents have a responsibility where we move to. Listen, I remember white classmates, parents were literally moved to a whole new location for a certain school district. If they thought the school was getting bad, they would literally move their whole family to a whole nother location just so their kid can be in the school. And as Black people, we got to think like that too. Our children got to be safe. You only got them for this much of time. And let me tell you something, moving where they at, that's not the flex that you think it is. Trust me, there's a lot of places you can move to in America that has a lot of successful Black people. I know recently he talked about Missouri City and how Missouri City is becoming a Black Mecca and all that stuff. There's a lot of successful Black people in Missouri City. Hell, there's a lot of successful Black people in Pearland. Anywhere in the Houston area, there's a lot of successful Black people. Now, I know it's successful Black people in the Dallas area, all these different Chicago, all these major cities, we have a lot of successful Black people. Don't get it twisted. There are Black people that's doing so well in this country. Even in the midst of this crazy economy, there's a lot of Black people doing very well, and they're not poor. And I'm happy to see that. Trust me, I enjoy seeing Black people do well. I feel like I'm doing well with them. I'm not jealous of my brothers and sisters that's doing better than me. I love to see it because you just inspire me to keep working harder so I can get there, right? Oh, you say your cousin live in Pearland? Okay. Shout out to the cousins. There's a lot of Black folks in Pearland, a lot of Black folks. That's why a lot of Black people have been moving down here to not only to Houston, but the Houston area. It's a lot of us here. There's a lot of us doing well. I know people talk about Houston with the partying and the nightlife and all that stuff. It's way more to Houston than party and nightlife. There's a lot of successful Black businesses here. Black people doing great in their careers. You know, it's doing well here. Even though it's a quote unquote Republican state, but the Houston area isn't. It's more so left leaning area. But Texas don't have a state income tax. A lot of people like that. They're debating property tax right now. Let's see if they eliminate property tax. That'll be great if they eliminate that. Okay, you say you grew up in Sunnyside? Okay, shout out to Sunnyside. You should travel. Listen, I tell all Black people, you need to stay in a thriving Black city if you can. If your job could transfer you, move to a good Black city. We have more numbers with our people. Now, I know all cities aren't as big as the Houston area. Sure, I'm from Port Arthur. There's a lot of Black people, right? I mean, you like a slower pace of living, and Port Arthur probably be good for you. I think Port Arthur's like, 56,000 people, if you like that slower pace of life. A lot of Black people, for sure. Me, I like it a little bit faster than Port Arthur, so I like where I'm at. I'm cool. But let's go ahead and continue.
In that situation we all just witnessed, I see that Black folks are online imploring each other to not allow your Black child to be the only Black child in their spaces growing up. And as someone who was the only Black child in my spaces growing up, due to attending predominantly white Catholic schools in Ohio, I have to say they're not wrong. It is a safety concern. And it's not just the identity crisis that you go through, the being treated differently, all the traumas that come with that. I can make a series of videos about how traumatizing that situation is. But it also is a safety concern because you can be so deeply ingrained into your all-white social circles. They can like you, they can love you. Their parents may even say, oh, you're like my bonus child, your family, we love you. But at the end of the day, them folks ain't gonna protect you because no matter what, they can love you as much as they say they do, but they still look at you as an other, and they still look at you as lesser than. They may not say it directly, but it shows up in their microaggressions. It shows up in the little things that they do and say. There's always a treatment towards you that demonstrates that you are different and you are not like them, and they will not look out for your safety.
Well, I mean, yeah. That's why we have to look out for our own safety. And you heard the sister say she was put into those Catholic schools where she was basically dealing with issues and problems. We as parents don't have to ridicule our Black children. Listen, it is our responsibility to give our children a proper foundation. That way, when they grow up and go into the world, they know how to deal with that. Just like this Nolan Wells case. I was discussing that with my 11-year-old. And even my grown daughter, we were talking about that too. And, you know, I was just talking to her about the whole case, what's going on, why daddy moved the way he moved, talking about history, things like that. And I'm going to discuss all these cases and different things that happen with my children is because they need to know. and they need to know how to move, and they need to know how these folks move. And it would be a sin and a shame if I'm in here talking to y'all and I can't even talk to my 11-year-old. No, I'm going to teach her. I want her to know everything I know times 2. So she is thoroughly prepared to deal with anything and have her answer for everything when somebody approach her with something. That's the bottom line. You sit up here and you cannot allow yourself to be a victim of white supremacy. A lot of this stuff we can prevent. Beyond which, a lot of it we can prevent. Some things we can't, but a majority of it we can, by location, by where we live. And we got a choice where we live, Black people. We have a choice. Now, some say, oh, well, Baltimore is bad. And Baltimore, let me tell you something about Baltimore. Baltimore is where it is because the people allow it. If you sit up there and go and say, you know what, Baltimore gonna be the best place ever, and we're gonna make sure we got the right politicians in place. If not, we're gonna get some grassroots people in here, and Baltimore gonna be the best place. If you got a bunch of boule people, which you do, and most of your Black politicians are boule, you know how I've said in the past, if you attach to any fraternity or sorority, I really don't think I just think this, I'm just keeping it real. If they're attached to fraternities and sororities, I don't think they should be, we should vote for them at this point, because fraternities, people that attached to fraternities and sororities are built for the system, basically, to operate in the system, not operate independent of it. And we love them. We love the brothers and sisters in the fraternity and sororities, but here's the thing, you're just too trained in the system. And we don't need people trained in the system. We need people who's outsiders. We need people that's going to be right for the people, not somebody trained in the system, because that's call it what it is. We got all these trained in the system Black people, and what has that gotten us? Nothing. We've still seen more corruption still going on with these Black politicians. We Baltimore, how is it you got all these Black people in Baltimore, but yet the white area has lesser taxes than the Black area, and the white area makes more money but the Black area is taxed more? You start peeling the onion layer back, because all they say, just follow the money. That's all you got to do is follow the money. In every city, follow the money where it's going. Who's spending what, who's giving what, follow the money. And you're gonna find out everything. These Black politicians, every time I look up, they're attached to a fraternity or sorority. And we know good and well, a lot of us have questioned that boule mess. They a lot of them, like my grandma would say, a lot of them are uppity, because they are. They think they better than the rest of us. Why in the world do we got them as representation? Then when something happened with Black people, they quiet. They don't say nothing. Look at your boy Hakeem Jeffries. You know what I'm saying? I'm just mentioning him. He never speaks up when something happens. He's supposed to be the head guy in the House, right? I'm talking about at least for the Democrats. And he says nothing. They never say nothing. Well, when something go on for Black people, they quiet. They're always quiet. Your legacy civil rights organizations, quiet. And then you go look at the majority of them, if not all, they're all attached to what? The boule. We got to take a hard line on the boule. I've been saying that. You attached to that mess, you like white folks say, you're just not electable at this point. I don't have a problem with college. I don't. Get your college degree. I'm with it. But attaching yourself to the boule? No. Because all the boule that I see, they are just Democrat shields, and they don't do nothing for Black people. Not a one. Show me the group of boule members that stand 10 toes down for Black people. The only time they do it, let white folks say, okay, you can go do it now. Yeah, you can go do that. You can go speak up now. No. We need some real grassroots people to be running these cities. They do all this humiliating stuff that they have to do to get into these fraternities and sororities. No. That's why they can control y'all. They got you on video doing something you ain't got no business. They say, hey, you want me to put this on the internet, then be quiet trying to fight for Black people. Because I really believe all of them heart has been in the right place. I don't believe they're evil people. I believe all their heart has been in the right place. But when they get in those positions, they come up to them and they be like, hey, I got this video of you, or, hey, you were doing this, you were doing that. You out here like Andrew Gillum, out here secretly chasing, Bussy. Andrew Gillum, I got you on tape, so stay in line. Don't you advocate nothing for black people. And I heard Andrew Gillum recently got arrested, for drug and all this other stuff. Like, I just shook my head like, Andrew Gillum, brother, I thought you was doing all right. You was over there with Angela Ryle, your native land pod. I thought you were trying to turn some things around for yourself, brother, but you just couldn't shake it, huh? I thank God every day. Oh, I thank God every day that I never got a taste of no drug, no alcohol, or no vices like that. Oh, I thank God every day about that, because that literally grips people and ruin their life. Literally. I thank the Lord for that. People used to tease me back in the day. Oh, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. Oh, man, you ain't being cool, man. I'm like, I always been have a mind of my own. So I guess I just want to be cool then. I'm good. I'm so good. And then most of those people that say that to me, you go look at them today and like, what happened to you? And then a lot of them are dead, be honest with you. Not saying that in a good way. I'm just saying that a lot of them just not here anymore. Some of them got into drugs, and it took them out of here too. Them same drugs that you were talking about I should try. I'm like, I'm cool. I have mine of my own. Don't let nobody tell you what you should try. I'm like, what do you get out of that? You know what I'm saying? It's going to grip your soul in a certain way, and now you're going to be hooked to it. You're going to want to hurt your own mama behind that mess. Alcohol too. Why do you want to get drunk? Why? Why do you want to get drunk? Why? You can end up hurting somebody, hurting yourself. There's plenty of people in prison right now for getting drunk and going crash the car or doing whatever the case may be. You do not need to be drunk. Even the Bible teaches you about that. Don't be filled with wine and being drunk. You know what I'm saying? But be filled with the Spirit. Because your enemy, the devil, is roaming around like a lion seeking whom he may devour. See, the devil sometimes can't get you when you're sober. But he sure can get you when you're drunk. He sure can get you when you're high. You got people plotting on you all the time. And when you high or drunk, you can't fight back, can you? And especially don't be drunk in public and high in public. You shouldn't even be taking certain pictures of yourself in public either. But anyway, y'all, just wanted to, my little advice rants here and there. I'd like to give y'all sometime. You say those vices are hard to beat? Sure, you're right. That's why you don't do them. Stay away from them. Because ain't nothing in them vices that you need. None of them drug is oxygen, so you don't need it. Nothing you drink in your mouth is water. Water, I ain't seen one person get drunk off of water. You need water. Oh, yes, you do. But you don't need alcohol. So stay away from that mess. Stay away. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for joining us, and we greatly appreciate it. Make sure to go over and check out LaSherica on AfroWire AI, and make sure you subscribe when you get there too. And also join us on the app.
Some of you may not have realized that I'm not part of the club. And a lot of you listening to me right here, right now, you're not part of the club either. And what I realized with the club is what makes them so mad is when you don't want to be a part of their fucking club.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding self. So I know if y'all was in my live yesterday, we talked about the Ice Cube and the Big Three. But check it out. Ice Cube is not saying he's going on a F the Gatekeepers tour.
Yo, what's cracking? You know what it is? It's your homeboy Ice Cube. And some of you may not have realized that I'm not part of the club. And a lot of you listening to me right here, right now, you're not part of the club either. And what I realized with the club is what makes them so mad is when you don't want to be a part of their fucking club. That pisses them off. What club am I talking about? I'm talking about the club of gatekeepers that we all got to deal with. You know who they are, and they definitely know who they are. A lot of people be like, what, who? Come on, man, stop playing. So ever since I put out the contract with Black America, you know they've been fucking with me. Here and there, this and that. But it's cool, you know. I expect that. You know, I've been working with, you know, on the Big Three for a long time, and you know how they've been fucking with me with that. I done made it, you know, plain, simple, and clear what they've been doing. You know, the NBA been fucking with us. Now, a lot of people might say, like, well, but Cube, you want to work with the NBA? Really, I don't give a fuck about working with the NBA. What I want them to do, when I say work with us, is to stop working against us. Stop doing that bullshit behind the scenes that we know you're doing. Mainstream media, you know, they ain't fucking with us. And that's cool. We can do it ourselves, you know what I'm saying? We still on the rise without these motherfuckers. So we don't need them, you don't need them. You know? So what am I gonna do to deal with these motherfucking gatekeepers? Well, what I'm gonna do is go on a Fuck the Gatekeepers podcast tour. And I'm gonna go talk to everybody, you know, and get a chance to get my message out to the people. Be able to let people hear from me, you know. And you know, you might agree, you might not, but the important thing is, you know, for me to go on these platforms, say what I feel about what I think. And, you know, some people may get pissed off because I'm going to talk to everybody. I'm not playing. And it's gonna be a crazy summer. It's gonna be fun. Appreciate y'all. Always support the Big Three. Hopefully I'm doing stuff that you guys dig. You know, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for people that's bored as fuck in the summer with summer sports and want something cool like the Big Three. So here we are. Appreciate you. Much love, much respect from your homeboy Ice Cube. Remember that.
And he's saying that, you know, we not a gatekeeper, he ain't. But as y'all know, lately we've been on our FBA. It has to be fully FBA businesses. And if y'all see this picture right here, y'all see that Cube is in a partnership with a Lil Hat. And what that mean is, just like how they did Jay-Z with the Brooklyn Nets, this could be the same thing that's happened to Cube. Y'all remember Cube needed permission to drop movies. Friday after next. He always had to, he couldn't just drop it how he want. So I think this is strategic. And now he's going on this F the Gatekeepers tour when, you know, it seems like he got a handler. Now, I used to rock with Cube heavy. Cube was my guy, you know. But that we in our delineation, we into, you know, making sure resources going back to us, we have to do research now. So a lot of people claiming that they all Black owned and we got to do research and check. And when I did my research, I dropped the video last year and I exposed that, you know, Cube is in a partnership with another, you know, with another race. Now, when he first came out, it didn't matter. We wasn't on this. But right now, we got to make sure all our resources and when we spend our money comes back to us. And we don't want nobody to get Mr. Tenderism. So we in a time right now where the grassroots movement got to co-sign you. They got to put you out. It's no more, you know, you hiding behind money of the higher ups. Because we know how they've been doing this for a long time. And it's the same play. They use our face, but they don't have us with no power of ownership. So that's where I'm at with Cube, man. I mean, Cube, I feel like this is performative. This is theatrical, you know, to probably give him more validation in the community that, you know, he's standing with us when them people really control what's going on. Now, this is just my opinion. I want to know what y'all think in the comment section, but he dropped this video like a day ago, a couple days ago, and I spoke about it on my live, but Cube is not in the right standings with the FBA community for us to really feel like this is us, this is ours, you know. Now, if it was just him owned it, and we know that he could have had a brother with him owning it. He didn't have to have it where it's just, you know, a handler or a higher up, because that's what it looks like. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna come over here. I come on the internet and say, look, man, I was dead wrong about Cube. This is fully Black owned, you know. But if you do a light Google research, you see I got the picture up right here. We see really what it is. So right now, we just pushing the grassroots movement to support our own agenda, support our own leagues. Okay, we don't want to have people tapped in. Nobody else have people tapped into their culture unless they on the bottom half. Okay, when it comes to funding and ownership, it has to be us. And we just can't keep doing this. All right, so we standing on the FBA business. So we still on the blackout. We still on making sure that trillions of dollars come back to the community. And with the big three, I mean, they could possibly do Cube like they did Jay-Z. Or like what happened to Diddy with the Ciroc. Okay, we tired of being pimped out of thinking that somebody is, you know, they're the owner when they're not. Okay, we seen what happened, what they tried to do with Mr. Tenderism. And the guy said Mr. Tenderism was the owner, a part owner, and that was far from the truth. So they always run this play. But I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section and what we're going to do. We got more content, more stuff dropping. And we got that We Funder link. We're putting that together to build our manufacturing plant. It's going to come from the grassroots. So y'all look out for that, man. Appreciate everybody who's been supporting the channel. Shabazz, Fresh Always, Blue Lotus TV. Okay, salute to you. Yaya Kids. And everybody who been holding me down, man. Call Dog, Ames Well, the guys, the whole water gang, y'all. So we're gonna be jumping on live on Thursday. Y'all tap in. We got our think tank tonight at 10:30. I'll see y'all there. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax spaces for your own people. You should at least control four basic things You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
New at noon, a former Democratic nominee for governor who lost to Governor Ron DeSantis in 2018 was arrested on drug charges in Alabama. 46-year-old Andrew Gillum was pulled over and is accused of possessing 3 grams of methamphetamine, marijuana, and drug equipment. Police found the drugs after stopping Gillum in a town just east of Mobile. You may remember it was back in 2020 when Miami Beach police say they found Gillum at a South Beach hotel room with 2 men and crystal meth. No charges were fired from that incident.
So I'm thugging it out. So y'all excuse my voice if my voice is going out, if I sound congested or whatever. But I'm here with the family, ready to rock out and thug it out. So if you guys can give me a retweet, that would be absolutely phenomenal. If you guys can give me a fly retweet. First thing we got to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Big Bussy Gillum. Oh my goodness. Andrew Gillum. Oh, we got to talk about Andrew Gillum. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Gillum got caught up again. This time his hand wasn't in the bussy jar. Last time he got caught up, you know, he got caught up in that hotel down in Florida, face down, ass up. Meth pipes all over the place, narcotics all over the place, bussy stains all on the sheets. I'm like, damn. He got caught all the way up, literally ass out. So now what happened, there was a traffic stop in Daphne, Alabama. They said the vehicle was being driven erratically. Maybe his bussy was itching. I don't know. He was trying to hurry up and go to a Buc-ee's stop to get something to wipe that bussy up. He was trying to get to a Buc-ee's. So he was driving erratically, according to the police. Poor Gillum. So he's driving erratically. That bussy is itching. So they pulled him over. They spotted a glass pipe in plain view on the console. Damn, my nigga. You couldn't put the pipe up. You couldn't stuff it in your bussy. You couldn't hide the pipe, Gillum. You just gonna let them catch you with the pipe out there? Just, okay. All right, so they saw a pipe. Then they say, oh, that's probable cause to search. So they searched the car. They found some meth, like about 3 grams of meth. They found a couple of jizz joints, some various drug paraphernalia, a bong, pipes, cut straws. So they booked him, and he's facing 3 charges. He's facing 1 felony, 2 misdemeanors. The misdemeanor possession of marijuana, misdemeanor. Possession of drug paraphernalia, misdemeanor. Possession of a controlled substance, dangerous drugs, that's a felony. Oh, man. Now, here's the thing. You know, Gillum, y'all remember they were parading him around as the first Black gubernatorial nominee in Florida. That was in 2018 when he won the Democratic primary. He became the first Black nominee for governor in the state's history. So he had the potential to be the first Black governor of Florida. So they were really running heavy on that. And he'd won the general election against Ron DeSantis. You know? And things just kind of went left. But I want y'all to understand something. When it comes to Black people being the first this and first that, when the dominant society elevates you, when they can build you up, understand they have the tools to break you back down. Like our good brother, Professor Black Truth says, when the white supremacists are done with their tools, they break their tools. So the thing is, man, listen, The dominant society, they're not going to really elevate an uncompromised, independent Black leadership type into mainstream institutional power. You have to get there from the grassroots for real, for real. If you are entirely self-sufficient, you're morally grounded, and you're financially independent, they're going to view you as a structural threat because you can't be controlled. You understand that? Why do you think they have so many Fed accounts attacking me daily? All over on social media. They got Fed accounts that attack me every single day, just dozens of them, just dedicated to attacking me. Because I'm uncompromised. I don't depend on the dominant society, and I have influence. And I can't really be controlled. I tell it like it is. They don't like that. You understand? And I'm a heterosexual. I love coochie cat. As Shannon Sharp says, cootie cat. I love cootie cat. So that's a threat. You know? So the thing is, man, they seek out individuals with deep hidden vulnerabilities. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's already low-key compromised. So we got to understand that the first Black title for something, that's a corporate public relations tool designed by the dominant society. See, that's weaponized to pacify the grassroots and create an illusion of systemic progress without really transferring any power to the community. So they'll elevate a first, but they'll put a specific phenotype in the window to secure votes and to get community capital, while they maintain absolute control, just like with Obama's punk ass. Obama was somebody who was brought to us from the top down. They kept running around first black president, and they made sure he wasn't going to do nothing for the Black community. He was a useless tether to us. And they knew he was going to be a useless tether to us. You see? So they elevate these people knowing they're going to be useless tethers and useless punks. So the gatekeepers, they already knew what Gillum's get down was. Y'all, listen, they vet these people. Make no mistake, the political gatekeepers and the donor class, they knew what Gillum was long before that 2018 gubernatorial race. They knew he had a hankering for Bussy. You think they didn't know? That's why they elevated him. The political establishment, they spend millions of dollars on opposition research and background checks. You don't get within an inch of running a state as massive as Florida without every skeleton being documented. They knew that dude had a hankering for Bucci cat. They knew about drug habits. They knew all that. They didn't elevate him despite that. They elevated him because of that. So they know they can flip on him. So those secrets, that was the establishment's insurance policy to keep him on a leash. You know? I give you another one with Marion Barry. I use Marion Barry as an example. I think they knew Marion Barry had, an issue with the pipe or whatever. But the thing about Marion Barry, he was a rider though. Marion Barry wasn't no punk, and he was FBA, and he did a lot of things for the community. And Gillum, when Gillum got caught out there with his bussy up with a pipe and all that, he got to explaining, well, I was going through things, I was depressed. I got a little lifestyle that I'm a little uncomfortable with. My wife was coming to terms with it. And y'all remember he did that interview? When he basically came out and admitted that he was bisexual, they put some little rouge on him, put some little Fenty lipstick on him. They punked him up a little bit. Well, I live a lifestyle that's a little different and alternative, He was explaining. Marion Barry kept that shit a bean. See, that's why he got reelected. Marion Barry kept that shit gangster. They bust in on him when he was on the pipe. Marion said, "This bitch set me up. God damn it. You mean the bitch set me up? The hell? How this bitch gonna set me up?" Marion kept that thing a bean from top to bottom. Yeah. We can respect that. We can respect it. Yeah, they caught me with it. Okay, you caught me with the pipe, but this is a raggedy bitch who set me up. Boy, you's a sorry bitch. Like, we gotta reelect this nigga. He's gangster as hell with it. Yeah. But the thing is, man, the dominant society, they use the same tools to build up a black figure. They'll use those same tools to break him down. That corporate media apparatus that put these people on magazine covers, write glowing articles about them, crown them as the future of the party and all that stuff. Those are the same people that'll leak them police reports, that'll parade them mugshots. You understand? Oh, you ain't never safe with these people if they're elevating you. You understand? So that's standard operating procedure. You know, J. Edgar Hoover, he had extensive files on every prominent black leader. I mean, they were spying on everybody. This was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So, you know, they're still doing it now. You think they stop with all of this social media that we have? I mean, if you look at some of the COINTELPRO papers, they were spying on everybody. They were spying on colleges, churches, if there were 6 or more black people in any kind of group or whatever, your ass was getting spied on back then. So you know they're doing the same thing now. They're doing the same thing now. And there's an expiration date of utility sometimes, man. A compromised asset is only protected for so long as they are useful to the power structure. In 2018, Gillum was a highly useful asset to drive voter turnout. But after 2020, he lost the re-election. His political capital faded. His protective shield was removed. So then that Miami incident happened, and all those white boys around him taking pictures of him while he's knocked out, by the way. So now he's running around Alabama, you know. He ain't got no institutional value. He's completely exposed. So the dominant society, they you know, hacking him on up out of here. And also, this is like psychological warfare against the grassroots. See, they do an orchestrated buildup and then a public destruction of a first black figure. That's like warfare against all of us. If we buy into the first black, now we ain't really buying into that no more, because we see when these people are elevated by the DNC and all of these political parties, they're already compromised. So the black grassroots ain't really falling for the okie doke no more. You understand? So these people who are being the first black this, first black that ain't really holding the weight like it used to, because now the community is getting more politically sophisticated. The community is saying, okay, he's the first black this and that. Okay, what is he going to do for the black community? Well, he ain't going to be the governor of Black America. He's going to be the governor of all America. So what the fuck you running around here calling him the first black this and black that? Why you keep mentioning that? Because when you have the first Latino such and such, they're going to go out of their way to do for the Latino community. You got first Jewish such and such, they're going to look out for the Jewish community. You have the first Middle Eastern this or that, they're going to look out for the Middle Eastern community. We are the only people whose politicians are elevated and required to not do anything for the black community specifically. Damn that. Damn that. Those days are over. It's a requirement that people are going to have to do something for the black community if you're going to run around here hollering about how black you are. Yeah, phenotype doesn't equal power. Yeah, we ain't cheering for aesthetic representation no more. Just because somebody shares our phenotype, that don't mean they represent our structural interests, especially if they're vetted and bankrolled by the dominant society. We're not doing that. But let me get deeper about something. Let me go to another level with this thing. Why y'all think they keep elevating punks? Can we go there for a minute? I'm going to be sensitive. I'm not trying to beat up on nobody. And if we got punks in here, respect to you. Why you think they love elevating a punk in our community? Come on now. See, the dominant society, they understand the psychological impact of family and communal estrangement. Phil, follow me, family. When there are black people who have certain lifestyles, many times they are somewhat alienated from their own family. Y'all following me? I'm being sensitive here. I'm not, I'm being sensitive. I'm just talking sociology here. There's a lot of people in the community who have certain lifestyles. A lot of times they're kind of ostracized or somewhat shunned by their own family. They might be alienated by their own family due to their lifestyle. So that trauma kind of creates a psychological vulnerability. And the white power structure, they'll step in to exploit that. They'll offer validation, resources, a platform. So for that individual, the dominant society becomes a surrogate family, while the Black community is viewed as an extension of their estranged relatives, making the punks more loyal to the institution that, quote, adopted them than the community they came from. Am I making sense? So a lot of these people who feel like their sexuality is a whole ethnic group, like they got more in common with white people who share the same sexuality or sexual preference as them, they're more on code with them than they are the Black community. You understand? See, to survive systematically, a community must operate on code, meaning there must be a shared commitment to the collective survival, protection, and advancement of that specific group above all else. The dominant society, they seek out and elevate people due to their personal relationship, feel no allegiance to the collective code of Black society. You understand? Who do they always elevate? Tethers and punks. Tethers don't have an allegiance because they come from a different society. Punks, you notice? It's always a punk talking crazy to the Black community about why we need to vote. Y'all need to vote for Kamala. Vote for Kamala, niggas. It's always that. They know who they getting. Because, yeah, there's some little policies that's going to benefit their sexuality instead of the Black community. So they have the punks talk down at the Black community. You see? And let's be very clear. Let's be very, very clear. We got to make a distinction between the historic, uncompromised people who are LGBT or whatever, who fought radically for the collective. James Baldwin, I give him all the props. He was so-called LGBT, but he was a rider, stood 10 toes down against white supremacy. He was never bought, never controlled. He was a rider. Yeah. But the dominant society, they don't elevate the Baldwins of the world. They didn't want him speaking at the March on Washington, by the way, because they knew Baldwin was a wild card. I think King and those guys wanted James Baldwin to speak, but they're like, oh, hell no. The white people are like, oh, no, he's too he's a little too radical. And James Baldwin was a rider. Yeah. So these days, they're not going to elevate a James Baldwin. They want people who are looking for a seat at master's table, not people who want to dismantle it. Also, they get a punk because, just like Dr. Welsing told us, man, the core of white systemic panic has always been anchored in white genetic survival and the protection of white lineage. So the dominant society has a historic obsession with policing Black male heterosexuality. And that stems from their fear of genetic dilution. Our great Queen Mother, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, broke this down beautifully in her books and all of her work. So when they elevate a Black man who's openly or covertly navigating through alternative sexual spectrums, the white power structure neutralizes that specific genetic anxiety. Basically meaning they ain't got no problem with bringing a punk around because they ain't trying to fuck the white women. That makes them comfortable. Like, oh, he's not, okay, he ain't gonna smash all these white women. Okay, bring him around. That's why when you go to corporate places and you see a Black person, he's gonna be switching around. When I go to Hollywood meetings, I go to these production companies, there's always some brother switching up and down the hallway. Yeah. They like that. They ain't got no problem with that. And not to denigrate those brothers. I'm not minimizing their work. There's some, good brothers out there who do good work, but yeah. They prefer that. You understand? So in the case of a political figure who's living a double life or hiding their sexuality from a conservative voting base, the dominant society, they gain a lot of psychological leverage. They understand that, fear of public exposure is a powerful tool of compliance. When a Black public figure knows that the power structure holds the keys to their public destruction, they fall in line. You know, they're not going to step too far out. They're not going to get too radical. So the lesson here is basically, we can't allow the dominant society to choose, fund, or vet who speaks for us. When they speak, when they choose the speakers or the spokespersons or the leaders, they pick the vulnerabilities that they can exploit later. So we have to develop our own independent standards, our own internal vetting mechanisms, and our own economic infrastructure to support our activists and people like that who are entirely uncompromised, people who are fiercely independent, people who are strictly on code with the survival and the advancement of the collective community. You know?
To the left, to the right, my baby. First slide, do it with me. Yeah. First slide. I woke up clean, put that root work on. Now I'm feeling fresh from dusk till dawn. Arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide. Root work slide. Ooh, yeah. Root work slide. To the left, to the right.
Oh, yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as the internet got shook up a little bit today as the video dropped. There was supposed to be the incident that led to Big Tigger being arrested recently on battery and cruelty to children charges. Now, when you look at this video, you can see the dog is really just trying to get his cell phone back, and they really putting a whole lot of extra stuff on it. And it's like, wow, this is what's really going down. And this is his wife doing this type of stuff right here. Well, if that wasn't crazy and wild to see in itself, and that was just coming right after Big Tigger had said that he was finna step away from radio, his wife ended up getting arrested on kidnapping charges.
Kidnapping suspect is under arrest in Hart County, Georgia, and 2 children are safe following a traffic stop. That is according to the sheriff's office. Deputies said last night they were notified about a vehicle traveling north on I-18. Deputies said the driver was wanted on kidnapping-related warrants out of Maryland. Investigators said the vehicle was stopped near the I-85 exit to Highway 77. The driver was identified as 37-year-old Alicia Brown. Deputies say 2 children were safely recovered from the vehicle. In addition to the warrant out of Maryland, deputies said Brown was also wanted by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
And this has been something that people have been saying. She had this going on where she was from in Maryland or out there in Maryland. I don't know if she's from there, but people was like, hey, man, she got some old stuff. People in her kids' family been speaking out, and she got a lot of stuff that went down in her past. Well, they caught up to her today after she came through with this stunt that was on that video, and it says Big Tigger's estranged wife, Alicia Brown, is now facing a whole new set of legal problems. TMZ has learned she's been arrested in Georgia on a warrant related to kidnapping. Hart County Sheriff's Office tells TMZ deputies tracked down Brown's SUV Monday night after receiving a bolo tied to an outstanding kidnapping-related warrants out of Maryland. Authorities say Brown was arrested without incident during a felony traffic stop on Interstate 85, and 2 young children inside the vehicle were safely recovered. We're told Trigger's kid that he shares with Brown was one of the children in the car. Investigators say the Maryland warrant stemmed from the 2019 disappearance of a 10-year-old child. Brown faces a felony interference with child custody charge in Georgia, and officials say she'll be extradited to Maryland. The arrest marks a stunning new development in what's already been an explosive stretch for Brown. As TMZ previously reported, Tigger was arrested last month on aggravated battery and cruelty to children charges. Ring camera footage then surfaced that appeared to show Tigger, legal name Darian Morgan, physically assaulted Brown during a confrontation. Now, when you see that video, you hear her really overreacting. He just said, man, give me my phone back. He ain't hitting her. He ain't punching her. She just a whole lot of nonsense going on, her misbehaving and acting like a child. Well, throughout this time when everything been happening and me covering it, people have been hitting me up in the DMs and tagging me and stuff saying, hey, bro, she got a shaky past. She done stuff like this before. The situation with her kids, she got some kidnapping stuff, a charge saying that she ran off with one of her children from the father, something that had custody.
Used to seeing terrible things, say this one is in a class by itself. 24-year-old Alicia Brown not only allegedly left her child alone in the car for 8.5 hours, police believe she also put sheets over the windows to make sure no one saw the 4-year-old. And it doesn't appear she ever even checked on the little girl the whole time.
Personally, I don't really care what the excuse is. I can care less if they had the whole car set up like a daycare center.
Fox 45 spoke with the
So I'm like, wow, what in the world do Tigger really got going on? Because you should know better than really diving in this water and settling down with something like this that's happening when they moving in this type of way. But even with that right there, on her sake, what type of program is you running and got going on when you trying to get your husband locked up? And we all saw the video. It was wild and crazy that we're really looking at something like that in 2026. But you'll really go use the music scene and use the culture to really go get your husband locked up, knowing that that ain't what that was. But then to go back and, hey, my kids and things of that nature, because I don't know what's all what. Supposedly the kid family on the daddy side has been looking for, trying to reach out, or looking for him, whatever, trying to reach out and trying to get in contact. But now they finally have because of these warrants that's here. And I'm going to tell you, there's going to be some wild stuff coming out with this. And messing around with her, bro, you might be able to do a little mini short film or documentary at this point, because the way that she moving is completely disgusting and completely out of line. I can't even believe this right here. This is something that's wild, and it's all on her, keeping it all the way 1,000, bro, because there's real victims out here going through real stuff, and she just weaponizing the system. Now, Big Tigger had been came out, and I'm going to keep playing it, where he denied this stuff, said that it wasn't true. Also, his co-worker, who she accused him of cheating with in this situation, came out and said that it wasn't true, and she was not going to be doing a lawsuit.
I want to say categorically, these allegations and accusations that have been circulating about me are false, untrue, not happening, didn't happen. Additionally, it's important to clarify that Francesca and I have never been anything more than friends and respected colleagues. I'd like to apologize to you, Francesca, for the impact of these last few days or this last week. I hope you accept my apology.
Despite these last few days, those values remain unchanged for me. I would like to reiterate that I have never, nor will I ever, have an affair with anyone in a relationship or marriage. My mother and father, who are listening right now in Ellenwood, have been married for 42 years, and I will always value such a bond. Mom and Dad, thank you for showing me that. As difficult as this experience has been on myself. And
so when I look at all this played out right now, bro, this stuff right here, all the way left field, she out of pocket and out of line, man. And I say this, for the most part, it's been like maybe 1 out of 1,000 comments who was like, supporting her in this situation like she ain't did nothing wrong. Everybody like, nah, she tripped out. She all the way out of line and she all the way out of pocket, man. You ain't supposed to be putting the laws in nobody's life, especially if you making up stories, especially if you're trying to railroad somebody's name and what they done built in the game. It just is what it is. And now the most important thing, the kids, what's happening with that right there, because you got a lot of stuff happening yourself. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Okay, so it's officially over. Haitian's TPS status is now up, and they're looking for somebody to blame, which is us, Black Americans, Foundation of Black Americans. And these people are out of their mind right now. You remember the girl calling us dirty Black Americans? Well, these dirty Black Americans is a one who actually rooted for you, helped you, and fought for you, and argued that you should be that proof. I'm going to show that proof. But we're going to go take a look at some videos because, you know, we're getting all the blame for what's going on with them. We're the ones who are control of their TPS status, and they're saying that we all want them to go home. Well, that part is not a lie. We actually do want you to go home. Go home and fix your country. It's being run by a sadist, crazy man named Barbecue who actually a few years ago, they showed him eating somebody. So hence the name Barbecue, right? And a lot of them don't want to go back there because, you know, it's a red, it's a no-go zone. It's in the red. There are Haitians who do still go back home. And I don't really know what to say to that. Like, they're going back home. Why can't you go back home? You know, I've heard Haitians. I got a homeboy who's Haitian. And I asked him, like, where are you going? He's like, I'm going to Haiti. I was like, in my head, I'm like, isn't Haiti a flight risk? Like, well, you know, travel risk, like to just go there? And he's like, no, I'm going there to support my, you know, my family, because of the hurricanes or the weather there. Oh, cool. I ain't got no problem with that. So if he can go there, you can go back, which means your TPS status is now up. And the one thing that they don't realize is that they're walking on eggshells. Every 4 years, a new president comes in. You never know if they're going to say, well, continue it. You know, let's keep giving them TPS. They can't go back, right? But when you look at it, you got Trump now. Trump don't like none of y'all, all right? He don't like any immigrants who are stealing from the United States. That's his biggest problem right there. He doesn't. When you start stealing or you come over here the wrong way, he don't want you over here no more. And rightfully so, a lot of people don't want you over here no more. Like we see, like, you guys talk bad about us, right? Like I said, you got the chick calling us dirty Black Americans, somebody calling us trifling. They don't care about what our ancestors or the people who come before us have done for them so that they can be over here. That's taking advantage of somebody. Again, no one's going to take kindly to that. No one's going to fight for you because of the way that you're acting, right? You're not showing thanks. You're showing like, whatever, you know, I'm here. And I find that among a lot of melanated communities, Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, whatever, they don't care what was done for them at all. So now they're in this bind because TPS status is over. ICE is running around locking them up. 3,000 ICE agents are coming to New York and wherever else to get them out. There's a lot of TPS status. H-1B visas is like being shut down, right? So the Indians, they're going. And who's taking the blame for this? Us, Black Americans. But anyway, I got some clips that I want to show you guys because it's not just me, but there are other Black Americans who got something to say, as well as there's some Haitians who want to tell you how they feel about Black Americans. So with that being said, please like, comment, subscribe. We're about to get into these videos. Some of them are just going to be like, damn, all right? But like I said, you guys are walking on eggshells, okay? You don't know who's going to be in office. In fact, right now, a lot of people, even white people, right? They're looking at other groups, Italians, Ukrainians, and whatever. Like, yo, where you come from? Poland. Everybody wants to know where you come from, because how did you become a part of me? Right? It's just like the Haitians. Haitians, whenever they do a crime, that gets put into the Black American crime base, right? Because of their melanated, right? And mind you, the disrespect from these people, it just goes beyond just calling us dirty Black Americans. I'm not even going to get into that. But yeah, but like I said, check out these videos, like, comment, subscribe. I'm going to catch you in the next one.
It was temporary. You had temporary protective status. Temporary, as in not permanent, meaning for a period of time. What are we, guys, I don't get what we're all up in arms about. You guys were never citizens. You had time to get your citizenship. You had time to get your paperwork. You had time to get everything in order. And you didn't believe what the government told you. And that's on you. See, you thought that there was going to be some other law, something else that was passed to help you stay here, continue to benefit off our system. No, this administration stands on business. So with that being said, stop ostracizing Black Americans, because key word in Black Americans, we are actual citizens. This is our country. This is our land. And now you expect for us to stand up for you guys when the government was very clear that you had temporary status, 15 plus years. Oh, but I had kids, and now what am I going to do? You had 15 years. And in that time, you can't tell me that your life is not better than it was? No, but remember also, you guys are so quick to make sure you differentiate yourself between I'm Haitian and I'm not Black American. No, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black. I'm Haitian. Well, good. Go back home and live in Haiti. And again, I just want to be clear. I have nothing against Haitian people. Nothing like that. But my problem is when you come to Black Americans and say that we need to fight hard for you, you guys are just leaving us out here and these white people are doing this to us and all that. No. Don't put us in that. We have nothing to do with that. We have nothing to do with you not reading your documentation and doing what you need to do to be a member of this society. That's on you. So maybe next time, read your paperwork. What a concept.
Why do immigrants always have so much smoke for Black Americans? Haitians, what's up? What is y'all mad at us for? We don't make the rules here. Why do y'all love to say, all immigrants love to say, y'all next, y'all gonna get deported? Bitch, no, we're not. We ain't never, ever gonna get motherfucking deported. If they was gonna do that, why they ain't do it after slavery? They can't. We ain't got nowhere to get deported to. Y'all just jealous because y'all not from America. Y'all want to be here so bad and then say, oh, I don't like America. I don't like it. I'm back at my home. Okay, go the fuck home then. What you saying for that you need to go home? Go home. Quit saying the opportunity. Go make an opportunity. Y'all can't never make the opportunity where you at. Go make an opportunity. Stop riding our coattails. I love saying this. Y'all think we white supremacists and y'all fought. We literally fought them. We sat in the paint. We was in the paint with them and we fought them. Something that Haitians, I guess y'all did, but then your old French reparations, and now look at you, could never build nothing for yourself. We stood in the paint with them and we got. And what y'all fail to realize, they not gonna deport us. They gonna kill us. They just telling you to go home. They gonna kill us, they gonna redline us, they gonna throw us in jail. They do all that to us. So we ain't never next. We was always first. What's wrong with y'all? Why do y'all come over here and be mad at us? We don't make the rules. We made our own rules and y'all mad. Y'all Caribbeans make the least sense though. If we all got dropped off and we was all on the same boat, but you was in Haiti, you was in Jamaica, now I'm in America, and you saying that's your homeland, how is this not my homeland? You have a homeland because you had to flee somewhere. So if I fled to Mexico, my homeland would be America. They would send me back to America. Don't hate the player, baby, hate the game. Y'all mad because y'all wasn't slaves in America. And it was fucked up for us, but we did what we had to do. Y'all said we dirty Black Americans. Y'all hate us so bad. We have no culture. Y'all don't have a culture. Go home. Sayonara, sucker.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Mamdani Shakur. So the Haitians are upset with FBA, also known as Black Americans, because they're losing their temporary protected status. But we don't have anything to do with it. So let's get into it. I'm just curious as to why they're blaming us and saying that them being deported is our fault. We have nothing to do with it. We don't have any control over who gets deported and who gets allowed to stay. And then for some of them coming on here talking greasy, saying that we're all on welfare, that we're lazy, we live in the projects, and all of these disparaging things. Okay, I find that all very interesting, because if it wasn't for us and our ancestors who fought for civil rights and all of the liberties and freedoms that we have fought for, you all wouldn't even have been able to come here in the first place. Okay, please pay attention. We just coming out here talking real greasy, okay? Saying that we're afraid of them because of the voodoo and that they have gangs and all these things. First of all, having gangs is nothing to brag on, but we have gangs too. But also voodoo, why would we be concerned about that? It's not like we don't know voodoo as well. Okay, some of us call it roots. Okay, please pay attention. It's basically the same thing. I mean, they have all of this smoke for FBA, but they're not saying anything about Trump, Tom Homan, and the border czar, or Stephen Miller. This was all they're doing. This is their idea. And they haven't even said one word about Megyn Kelly and that racist rant that she went on, just dragging them for filth just a few days ago. Okay, the only one I heard address that was Roland Martin. Okay, he stood up for his people, but I haven't heard them say anything. They're just choosing to go in on us, and I quite frankly think it's just displaced anger. Like I said, please pay attention. I mean, and then one of them said that all throughout the world, people think that we're the most ignorant and the idiots and all of that. Well, I'll have you know that the women who look like me in this country are one of the most educated groups. So there's that. And we're not all lazy. There's lazy people amongst every group. So for them to be sitting here saying that we love massa, but yet they're the ones using and spewing massa's talking points and foolish racial stereotypes about people of my own lineage, I find that very interesting. Okay, it's like totally crazy to me, but still you want to drag us but are not saying anything about the people who are the real problem. Okay, please pay attention. I mean, it was Trump himself who said that Haiti was a shithole country, and then it was JD Vance who lied and said that you all eat cats and dogs. But y'all are mad at us, and I just don't get it, because it seems like a whole lot of projection. Maybe you're afraid to say something about what they've done or said, but so you just want to use us, as the scapegoat. But it's absolutely so ridiculous and sad. Please pay attention. And they didn't say anything about the fact that Bill and Hillary Clinton collected all of those funds, okay, and then only built about 6 houses over there in Haiti, not to mention the Caucasian woman who tried to escape Haiti with 33 Haitian children, and then she was caught and arrested, and Bill and Hillary came over there to speak for her, to vouch for her. Didn't say anything about that, but we're the problem. Make it all make sense. All I'm saying is just put the blame where it lies. Don't sit here and blame FBA, because we're not the ones that are the issue for you. Your problem is a system known as white supremacy, okay? And we didn't build it, and we are not the ones who can tear it down. Only the people who put that together can tear it down, and it doesn't look like they're going to be doing so anytime soon. And so it is that system that wants you deported from this country, because they want the majority of people here to look like them. And I'm sorry, but don't you all mostly look like us? And so please pay attention. So when you're out in the streets and the police are looking at you, if you get pulled over, whatever, at a traffic stop, they're going to just basically liken you to one of us. Okay, they're not going to be worried about whether you're Haitian, African, Jamaican, or whatever, but they're just going to lump us all in the same category. So let's stop trying to make it our fault that these people want you all out of the country. Okay, so they can bring in more people who look like them. We have absolutely nothing to do with that, and we're never the problem. Okay, please pay attention. Then for some of you to do videos asking Donald Trump to deport us, that's hilarious, because he could never. He can't send us anywhere. We're indigenous to this country. You see, all of us didn't come from Africa. This land, formerly known as Turtle Island, some of us are absolutely indigenous to it. Okay, so please pay attention.
I got 26 years in this country.
26 years?
Yes.
And you're here on TPS?
Yes.
Wow. And you're a nurse?
Yes.
Tamara Lyris got off her nursing shift at 7 a.m. A few hours later, she was in North Miami at the Father Jean-Just Community Center getting her driver's license back.
Everywhere you go, you have trouble, The way the people act, it make everybody scared.
Florida licenses are tied to immigration end dates. So with the government scheduling the end of Haitians' temporary protective status, or TPS, thousands of driver's licenses also expired. Last week, a DC judge ordered the licenses for Haitians to be renewed.
I got 1 month, I make my car. I don't drive, I take Uber. Sometimes I pay $48, sometimes I pay $65. It depends the time and the traffic. I pay Uber to go to work. I pay Uber to come back home.
The site was put together in mere hours by the Miami-Dade County tax collector and Commissioner Marlene Bastien, who had to fly to Tallahassee to get permission to do it.
My office in District 2 has received tons of calls from doctors, from nurses, organizers, people who cannot drive, cannot take their children to school, cannot go to work. It's created a very, very difficult, situation.
You feel illegal if you don't have anything, but now you have something. But it is not too long time, but you have it.
Man, so TPS is over with for you fucking Haitians, and you on this damn app acting like the damn raging Cajun at us, cause we don't give a fuck about y'all going home. Fuck you and them loud ass motherfucking barking dogs. Cause we gonna continue to stand on business and make sure that you get the fuck up out of here. Y'all got to go home. You can feel how the fuck you want to feel. What I find funny is y'all getting kicked out of everywhere you flip-flopped your way to. You getting kicked out of Dominican Republic? They kicking your ass out of the Bahamas. They kicking your ass out of Jamaica. Where else they kicking y'all? Turk and Caicos, they kicking y'all ass out. They kicking y'all ass out in Brazil. And I'm gonna tell you why they kicking y'all ass out. Because you're too motherfucking arrogant. You got too much fucking dip on your chip. You fucking entitled. You got big smoke for everybody but your fucking self. What the fuck you need to do is look in the mirror and go home and fix your fucking homeland. Fix your fucking self first, because if your self ain't fixed, you can't fix home. Ain't no need of you lying talking about Haitians and all of this 1804 shit and what the fuck y'all did for Black Americans. In the words of Finesse 2 times, bitch, you did nothing. Bitch. Because y'all love telling us they kick us out, we have a home to go to. If they kick you out, where are you going? Tardy fingernails, my ass is at home. That's the fuck you dummies don't understand. We home. We home. Our ancestors come from the fucking soil. I'm an indigenous American Indian, bitch. You know, the copper-colored people. Them. That's who the fuck we are. We home. If they was gonna kick us out, they'd have been kicked us out. That's what you damn Twinkie head fools don't understand. We would have been gone if they could deport us, but we're non-deportable. Unlike you. So go ahead and put your damn shit in your bandana on the stick and H-Town stump your ass the fuck out. We don't care. Fuck you and all that damn dirt cookie goddamn babbling that you doing. Y'all talk about putting some respect on Haitians' name. No, you put some respect on our shit because we didn't disrespect y'all. When they was running your ass up here like a damn episode of Django, what the hell was you doing? Crying, and who was helping y'all? Us. We made our damn voices heard. They help protect you. Then you gonna come over here and tell us what the fuck we run. What the fuck you run? Other than your goddamn patent turners, aka your funky flat ass dusty feet. Man, go the fuck home and shut the fuck up.
So I would like to add to this conversation we're having about that Haitian ass bitch that went on that podcast to speak about Black Americans, unprovoked, mind you, unprovoked. I swear to God, we have condos, mega mansions in y'all's heads. The way that y'all are obsessed with us needs to be studied. It needs to be studied. It's a sickness. You're not okay. You're unwell. Okay? Here's my thing. I see like many people speaking about it because they're upset, rightfully so. And then you got the Haitians, the Africans, and the fucking Caribbean people in the comments talking about, oh, well, not too much. You always generalize all of us. Like, we don't all feel the same. I can't fucking tell, bitch. I can't fucking tell. And instead of trying to police us, and instead of trying to tell us how we should feel and what we should say, why don't you get y'all people who keep doing this shit, who keep fucking embarrassing y'all, who keep speaking for all of you, why don't you get them and pack them fuck out and worried about them and not worry about us and how we feel? Like, stop trying to police us. Because it gets to a point. We literally are sitting, chilling, cool, and maxing, and we catch a stray every single fucking time. The obsession is fucking real. Okay? I'm going to keep generalizing until y'all stop speaking on us. I don't give a fuck. Because that's all y'all do is speak on us. Speak on us, speak on us, speak on us. You know what? And the thing is, you know what's crazy to me? All of you appropriate Black American culture. All of you. You all do. Yet you want to sit here and disrespect our culture, shit on our culture, but you'll appropriate it real quick, especially when you come here. Don't act like you don't. You do it in so many different ways. Our culture is through everything here. Everything. So stop playing with us. Get out and stop playing with us. Stop trying to police us and how we feel and what we say. Police y'all people first.
In honor of the Haitians.
Dirty Black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you say?
American? Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty Black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you said that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty Black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty Black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all are.
The Supreme Court, it's a wrong decision they make. Some of them, they like to live a terrible life when they go back in the country. They go back to the country, terrible life. And they have to start over again, like zero.
Aww. Poor little Haitian. It's time to go back home. Bye-bye.
Black people in the United States, if they raise the voice of concern and support for the Haitian refugees, it should have some tremendous impact. As long as those 30 million Black people are uninformed on the Haitian refugees plight, though, they cannot raise a voice and thus have the kind of impact that they could have.
We're gonna die anyway. Everybody leaves the same way. We need enough people. We need enough soldiers. We need enough people to say, you know what? Right, wrong, indifferent. This ends today because my life is on the line. My kids' life is on the line. You keep talking about I'm not your ancestors. You better become them ancestors because they had to do what they had to do, and they don't even get to reap the benefits of what they had to do. Because Asian guy, if you're so bold, if you don't need the black dollar, here's the thing. Do what the white people did back in history when they hated us so much that they didn't even want our money. So how about you go create those businesses in the white neighborhood?
Another cosplayer. This is not even a Black American woman. This is a Haitian. Remember, dirty Black Americans and grifting off Black Americans. You want to talk about somebody's ancestors? Y'all are not y'all ancestors. The 1804 Haitians, y'all are not them, because the only thing y'all revolutionizing today is boat crossing and fleeing. Yeah, if Toussaint and John Jack, them, if they seen the Haitians of today, what do you mean you're revolutionizing boat crossing? We never left the island. We stayed to fight. They will be churning in their grave. What you mean you celebrating Haitian Flag Day in somebody else's country? Don't even celebrate it, because the pride comes from being in Haiti. So if you want to tap in or talk about who's not their ancestors, y'all are not your ancestors. That message should have been for Haitians, not Black Americans. But it's a grift. It's a grift because nobody's tuning in for what Haitians have to say about Haitians, but other Haitians. Or when y'all being deported from Jamaica or being deported from the Bahamas, that's the only time, or losing your TPS status. But when you're talking about Haitian stuff, nobody's checking for it but other Haitians. Stop grifting off Black Americans. All y'all. That's not Black American, right? That's all they do is grift, eat off Black Americans. Never talk about their own issues or address their people, because people are not really checking for that. But anyway, yeah, y'all are the ones that's not your ancestors. And shout out to OBM Lotus for putting me up on game that she's Haitian. Why y'all never give credit to the Polish? Even your man, John said the Polish was the white Negroes of Europe because they deserted Napoleon to help the Haitians. And y'all never give the Polish any credit.
I feel like with this whole TPS thing, there's some confusion that is going back and forth between Haitians and Black Americans. I saw this one lady who made a video saying that Black Americans think that all Haitians are being deported and that all Haitians were on TPS. And, she saw some comments from Black Americans saying good riddance, goodbye, see you later, stuff like that. All Black Americans are not, Black Americans, generally speaking, okay, I can pretty much guarantee you are not under the impression that all Haitians in America are being deported. That would be a very, very far-fetched thought, okay? I'm pretty sure most people are not. Now, there might be some stupid folks that think that they are all getting deported, but that most people, I'm sure, are not under the impression. And also, most people are not happy because because certain people are being deported. They're not happy about it. Most people, honestly, not to sound apathetic, but most people really just don't care. Most people would not have cared either way. So if they kept TPS, nobody would have said anything. Nobody would have been thinking about it. And if they ended TPS, then a lot of people are like, okay, well, whatever. Because it doesn't really affect them, so they're not. But I mean, to say that Black Americans are just collectively celebrating and happy that all Haitians are being deported is very, first of all, you're spreading division, further division that is just not true. That's like a form of propaganda that's not true. All Black people are just not out here celebrating Haitians being deported. Like, it's just like, the beef ain't never really been that serious. Whatever beef we ever did have going back and forth, it was never that serious. Like, obviously, like, I've even made videos about, Haitians and other immigrants that make ignorant comments about Black Americans, talking about how, we're lazy and they work harder than us and how we're all on welfare and, bullshit like that. Because as Black Americans, we do see that type of rhetoric all the time. I mean, with Haitians and with other Black diaspora folks, I mean, they all do it. They all say it. They all are disrespectful towards us. But I wouldn't say that the beef has ever been to the point where we all just out here in the streets celebrating somebody else's demise. And even though I'm pretty sure if something were to happen to us, that people probably would be celebrating. But anyways, that's another day for another story, or another story for another day, whatever. You know what I mean?
So y'all remember the podcast where the Haitian woman was calling Black people, what she called them, dirty Black Americans? So I have a Haitian friend, and I'm going to get his take on that topic. 1 second.
Okay, so this is my Haitian friend, Carl. He's from Haiti. So what do you think about the girl calling people dirty Black Americans? You're Haitian. What do you think?
Why was she calling them dirty Black Americans?
She said because that's what we are.
Just to say it?
I guess she wanted clout. I don't know, but you're Haitian. Can you explain that? Do they really call us that?
No, she called y'all that. Just her. I've never called anyone a dirty Black American. I don't know why she called Black Americans dirty. She probably had a bad experience with y'all. As do most Caribbeans do, have bad experiences with Black Americans.
Have you ever had a bad experience with a Black American?
All the
But you don't consider them as dirty Black Americans, though, do you?
They just I feel like Black Americans lack unity. I feel like I can meet a Haitian of any age, from any background, and automatically when they find out I'm Haitian, they're protecting me in the room. Some way, somehow. They're looking out, they're making sure.
Are Black people?
Huh?
Are Black people or you're the Haitians?
Haitians, Caribbeans,
okay.
Jamaicans, Trent, like they see another Caribbean in the room, they looking out for them. Just like white people could see they friend applying for the job, they gonna make sure the white friend good. Just like the Spanish people stick together and they family members want to live in the same house and always be together. Vivi hang out with all her sisters all the time. Foreigners stick together.
So you saying Black
Americans
don't stick together? They be against one another.
Oh yes, it be for the may the best win. It be a doggy dog world. They're not. They're not about unity. They're not about unity. And for that, as a Black American, as a Caribbean, experiencing that from a Black American, and you're always used to Black people always like wanting to be one, and then you see like the Americans are not like that. It's like, wait, I thought we was on the same team. You know?
But that still didn't give her a reason to call us dirty Black Americans. And then when they asked her, what did she say? She said it loud clear. I mean, call like Black Americans.
Yeah, she probably did it for clout. I don't know why, but she probably had a bad experience. But most Caribbeans have like really bad experiences with Americans, just because of like the difference of upbringing. It's not right. But she definitely had a bad experience. But I've had bad experiences too. But I don't call y'all dirty.
Right.
I call y'all trifling. Boom.
You know what? Okay, guys.
Breaks my heart. You know, it's very it's disturbing to my spirit. I have lots of my close family members that are TPS holders, and they're depending on this because they have kids to feed, and they've been in the U.S. for a long time. So this is literally their home.
The civil code, it's a wrong decision they make. Some of them, they like to live a terrible life when they go back in the country. They go back to the country, terrible life. And they have to start over again, like zero.
They in strange lands, they just feel like they on borrowed time. And that's how all of our, and that's what my point was when it came to my Indian homie, my Mexican homie. We all sat down and we was just like, but
how is this strange land? But you don't even want to take the time to know the history.
We just here.
You letting this nigga say that he a Comanche Indian.
So y'all business is y'all business.
But you a Haitian American that's over here that's now inside our business.
I'm actually Haitian.
Like it doesn't matter Haitian and Creole, but you still consider Black. Once you come over here, then you a nigga like me. Like what you mean? You can't just be like, oh, fuck your history. I just care about mine while you sit over here benefiting from what the fuck my people did. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't know nothing about.
I gotta work 3 times as hard because of who my people are.
What do you mean you gotta work 3 times as hard?
We come from a poor nation.
How are you working 3 times as hard in a fucking other country that fought for you to come here? Well, how are you working 3 times as hard whenever we literally died for you to be able to come over here and say some shit like that? That's crazy. Why aren't you over there in Haiti then working 3 times as hard? Why would you come here to work 3 times as hard and complain? Like, what?
There you gotta work 10 times.
Why you ain't over there fighting the French people then? 3 times as hard or 10 times as hard? Why ain't you fighting the white people that colonized?
It's colonized.
So then why come over here and say you don't care about our history though?
I just said that's y'all's business.
How is that? So that's not your business.
It's not.
So
everything that happened.
So you know that you wouldn't be able to come here just 60 years ago. You wouldn't be able to come over here without us and our business, without us fighting for that.
Yeah. I live off different principles. I live off mine and
you can't say forget racism. And a white man sit right here and like, race matters in this country. Race matters in this country. Talk about, oh Lord, see that right there is just that's weakness. I'm not finna sit back and allow these people to do the same thing over again. History repeats itself, and people that fail to know history are destined to repeat it.
Whose history?
Our history, right here. There's a white man right here and a Black woman telling you, a Haitian American, that you should know the history of this country as you sit here benefiting from all of the shit, all the animosity that me and him and his people go through.
I know. I just don't care.
You should care, bro. You should care for like, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even know you felt like that. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Like, you should appreciate what my people did for you to sit over here, fam. Like, that's crazy. Without my people motherfucking fighting, having dogs sick on them, being hung from fucking trees and shit, nigga, you wouldn't be able to stand over here and speak like that. For real. Our people are getting hung just 3 days ago, nigga. I'm making videos every other day about Black Americans being hung. Bro, I'm about to cry. Like, the fact that you saying you don't care whenever my people are literally being lynched, nigga. My people, your people ain't being lynched. There's no Haitians being lynched. Nigga, there's no immigrants being lynched.
They can't even survive right now. Look up Haiti right now.
What does that have to do with America? You're over here talking about Haiti for what?
So you talking about a dot in the middle of 1,000 dots while we only got 1,000 dots.
What dot? What dot? What are you talking about? What the fuck you talking about? One dot? Like, are you saying that the lynching that happened is just like it's nothing? Like,
no, but I'm just saying it's every day down there. Us dying, getting killed.
Then why aren't you over there in Haiti saying that? We're over here. We're not gonna sit back and just act like it's a regular thing, bro. That's not.
My company's investing. I do all that.
But I mean, but your people shouldn't have came and fled over here then. Like, you don't care about your history and you don't care about our history. You don't care about either one. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem that Black people be talking about. Immigrants come over here and they make shit so much more difficult. You know what I'm saying? Like people that speak like that and they speak like that, and other Black people, young people are hearing y'all speak like that, they learn to not give a fuck. And that's how we stay in last place. That's how white people keep us in that spell. We mind our business. Yeah, you mean immigrants mind your business because y'all get to live comfortably over here because of us. I would mind my business too if I got to go to another country and I don't have to experience the racism that they experience. I don't have to experience their oppression. I don't have to experience. What you were born here and you don't care? That's even more crazy. What did your parents tell you? Like, whenever, like what? What? Your grandma lived through a genocide that's still going on?
Yes.
So how can you say you don't care then? So how can you say that you don't care? Like, that's crazy. You saying your grandma lived through this and that, but you don't care about the genocide Black Americans are going through while you over here in America. You said you didn't care, Jason. Our history is still ongoing. Our history is evolving and changing every day, every minute, every second. We know what we experienced. We're not talking about no motherfucking European or all of that. No, we're not. We're talking about real fucking history that we experienced. All of that slave shit, like, I'm not talking about that. That's bullshit. Most of that is a fucking lie. Nigga, like, that's what I'm saying. You don't know the real history. You don't know about indigenous Black American people. You don't know about foundational Black American people. You don't know what they put down the foundation for your people to come over here and live off of what we did. And you saying you don't care and you mind your business. Like, nigga, you should care. Because if I was living in Haiti, nigga, I would be out there protesting for your people too. Like, what? Like, that's the difference between you and I. Like, what? I give a fuck. I give a fuck, nigga. Like, if I was in your country, nigga, that would be disrespectful as fuck if I sat there in Haiti and said the shit you saying, nigga. Like, what? You wouldn't even fuck with me if I was sitting over there in Haiti talking like you, bro. You know damn well you wouldn't fuck with me, bro. Period. You wouldn't.
I said we mind our business. And y'all mind, no.
Nah, stop trying to downplay what you said, bro. You said you don't care. You literally said you didn't care, and that's not your business. And you said that's not your history. You said you care about your history.
Yes.
So why are you sitting over here?
That's my heritage, my history. How you gonna tell me how to feel about my history, my heritage? You trying to sit and tell me like what to value, and like I value my history, my heritage. The stories I was told and brought up on. So, like, just because we here, that don't mean we're supposed to abandon or forget what we know.
Who said that?
So
We just said respect the motherfucking history of the people that you living in.
We said we don't respect it. We respect it, thank you, but still, we still have where we come from. We still don't have many people. We still don't have much resources for any of our people. We still have a water.
So we got resources? Like, like what?
Watered down lineage also too, because we only started with damn near 1,100 people.
But that's in Haiti. You're in America. Why are you over here worried about that shit? Over here, you should be over there then.
Why would I not be worried about it? That's my heritage and my lineage.
But y'all ran and fled from that heritage and came over here. Do you understand what you're saying? That you don't give a fuck about the people that let you flee over here? Like what? I just said that I give a fuck about your people, and you literally telling me in my face that you don't give a fuck and you minding your business. I'm like, damn, if I was in Haiti, I wouldn't be saying that shit. But you said, well, fuck what you said. I'll be in America and I don't really give a fuck about your shit. Like, literally, that's what you said. I'm just like, that's fucked up.
U.S. history. That means.
Did I not just say that? That's the same thing, wrapped up in one fucking sentence.
I didn't even say I don't care about U.S. heritage, or I said I don't care about U.S. history.
I'm talking about black fucking people, American people, nigga. You would not be sitting here with me right now if it wasn't for black American people fighting for your fucking right to be here, bro. That's all I'm saying. And you said that is none of your business. Please tell me you were coming over here before 1965. Oh my God.
FIFA got some issues. And now the organization claims that they're investigating Argentina football fans for racial abuse of Aisha Speed. Listen.
Watch this. He's a racist. That's what's wrong with him. That was popular Twitch streamer iShowSpeed for the second time while Argentina is playing, and he is streaming while Argentina is playing at the World Cup. He was racially abused. Here's the second incident. So here's the thing. FIFA, who has partnered with Speed for the World Cup, is launching an investigation, which is good. They would put out their statement here basically saying they strongly condemn racism, hate, and discrimination in all forms, which is exactly why they are coddling Donald Trump's you-know-what and allowing him to present the winning team with the World Cup trophy. But, you know, they condemn racism, hate, and discrimination in all forms.
Thank you, Rick, for just show and tell. Okay? Let's just keep it real. What's going on here? And it's not the first time. FIFA has launched an investigation after an alleged incident of racist abuse. I don't think it's alleged. I don't. Involving American YouTuber and streamer iShowSpeed and a supporter during the World Cup match between Argentina and Cape Verde. Footage from a stream on iShowSpeed's YouTube channel appears to show the 21-year-old wearing a Cape Verde kit. Confrontation there with an Argentina fan in the crowd. Why can't it just be about sports? Why can't it just be my team's better than your team? A little old-fashioned trash talk. Nope, not going to do it. Argentina's national football club and its fans are not new to this type of controversy, as we said.
When Argentina took on Cape Verde, the fan allegedly told Speed, an American to, quote, go home. One report stated the fan was heard telling Speed to go cry at the zoo. Young child calls a monkey walking across an electrical wire star Brazilian winger Vinicius Jr. Many would even remember Argentina's Enzo Fernandez posting himself and some members of the team celebrating like this after winning the Copa. The lyrics to that song that they sang on that bus, listen, spread the word. They play in France, but they are all from Angola. They're going to run well. They like to sleep with trans people. Their mom is Nigerian. Their dad is Cameroonian, but on the passport, it says French. Commenters online also spotted a racist song being sung by Argentina fans in Los Angeles, California. One user transcribed it as follows: let the Frenchmen come with the document. Let them play for Angola if they've got the balls. The new banger from the Argentina crowd, messing with the Africans who play for France.
Can we just concentrate on football? Or is racism your game? Is what it seems like. What it seems like. And we can say that racism appears to be the game because you need to look no further than a little history lesson. We can give you that.
So this is when you start asking yourself, why does it seem like every other Latin American country has beef with Argentina? Why does it always seem like Argentina is at the center of a racist scandal? If you look at Argentina today, you'd be like, there's not a lot of Black people there, especially in comparison to other Latin American countries where there are a lot of Afro-Latinos, right? Well, in the 1800s, Buenos Aires was about a third Black. So you can't say that there were never any Black people. So what happened to us? Us as in Black people, but in Argentina. I'm not from Argentina. Y'all get what I'm saying? So what happened to Black people in Argentina? I'm gonna give it to you straight because this is a history class. They sent Black men to fight in wars so that they would die. They sent Black men to die in war, literally, the government. Again, look that up. I'm not making this up. And then a disease outbreak obviously disproportionately affected poor Black neighborhoods, literally wiped out poor Black neighborhoods. And on top of that, the cherry on top, they invited a bunch of European immigrants to Argentina to literally whiten up the population and stopped counting Black people in their censuses. They just ignored the Black population altogether.
After all, there were only 3 countries to vote against the adoption of a resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade the greatest crime against humanity. Those countries to vote against it were the United States, Argentina, and Israel.
A hell of a trio. Hell of a trio. Okay? And look, that was a pretty in-your-face history lesson. I don't mind learning things. Needed to hear it. Already knew some of this. If you watch the program, we brought you portions of this before because there have been other incidents. But maybe you're saying, well, Sharon, I'm sure not everybody's like that there. And it was just Argentina versus Cape Verde. So I'm sure we're not going to say that this is how, the team's fans, Argentinians, behave. Are we? Well, you decide. Here's what happened during Argentina's next game when they faced off against Egypt.
You guys only pat down Egypt? Yeah. Why? That's messed up.
Why was the Egyptian coach constantly doing this X sign with his hands at the referee during their knockout game against Argentina? Well, this X symbol is FIFA's new and universal gesture for reporting racist abuse, and this would have been the first time in the history of the World Cup that it was used. And according to FIFA's rules, whenever a player, coach, or a team official makes the signal that the Egyptian coach made, then they're informing the referee that there's racist abuse against them.
So you're telling me the manager of Egypt put this sign out, which means the match between Argentina and Egypt should have been stopped because of racism. But the referee gave the Egyptian manager that put this sign out a yellow card. I kid you not, a yellow card was given to the manager of Egypt for doing that sign. And you can read the rules for yourself. No matter who does the sign, this sign means one thing: stop the match immediately. And the referee did not stop the match right after this sign was clearly shown from the manager. The same manager that couldn't control himself at full time even said, "I will say what's on my mind regardless of the consequences." This was clearly a rigged match and the world saw it. And I want to say one more thing. If they want Argentina to win so bad, why call everyone to come and participate?
It's a good question. And so about that symbol that's supposed to stop the match instantly, FIFA's little rule for racism. Got to stop this thing. Let's investigate what's going on here. Apparently it's just, optional. It just depends. I know. Let's put a new rule in the books and we'll pretend that we're tackling this nasty, ugly racism thing that's a fabric of, what we're doing. Back to that history lesson on race relations about Argentina. Is it really a history lesson, or is it a lesson on what the country is and what it was built on? These are just facts. If you would wish to hear them, we have them for you. If you don't, you'll ignore that thing, right? And they did. So this whole thing about FIFA investigating, you heard Rick's reporting. This is not happening. So fans, little faith that FIFA will take this matter seriously. Look at, they're giving out fake awards to the guy who peddles in racism. And you think FIFA gives it about what Argentina's fans are doing? This poor guy actually thinks he got a real award. It's not a real award. It's like they gave him, I said in the break to one of our super team members, producers, it's like they just give him a pacifier. Okay? Just like you couldn't give away the peace prize. But she gave it to him because, let's pretend. It's not transferable, fool. Okay? But as long as he's buying it, keep him occupied. Keeps him out of our business.
And again, this is a small minority of African Americans, but some of you really have to look into this deep-rooted, deep-seated inferiority complex that you have about being African, because every single Black or person of color who are currently residing in Scotland are either immigrants themselves, first-generation immigrants, second-generation immigrants at a push, third-generation immigrants, an absolute rarity, and that mainly happens within the South Asian community, who still to this day have a larger presence in Scotland than Black people do. Because you're going to have people who are actually Scottish, ethnically Scottish, come back and say, hold the fuck on, why the hell are they claiming that this is their land when this is
Lord.
our land? And rightfully so. It's the same way when you see white South Africans claiming that South Africa is their land, when it is not their lands to begin with.
And that's the sad thing. You're pointing out white South Africans. White South Africans, they'll stand on a lie that they're the indigenous people of the land, despite the fact that they're only 10% of the land and surrounded by the indigenous 90%. They'll control and dominate all the resources while y'all sit over there in Scotland, you dig, you Black immigrants who immigrated there, and you won't even stand on the truth about the Black people in Scotland who are part of the ancient foundations of Scotland and the British Isles in general. Y'all won't even stand on that truth or even research that truth. Y'all don't even want to research it. Y'all don't even want to hear it. You dig? That's the sad part. And that's the difference between us and the Black immigrant population, the tether class. We stand on truth. We stand on truth. You dig? And we don't care if we're in the belly of the beast. We don't care if we're 13% of the population. We don't care how white folks feel about it. If it's the truth, we're going to stand on it and we're going to push it.
Presence of Black people only became like more and more visible in Scotland after the mid 2000s.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's very, very recent. I started primary school in 2007. I was the first ever Black person in my primary school in Glasgow, in Easterhouse. And you're going to sit here and tell me that your ancestors were surviving the Scottish climate 400 years ago? Shut the fuck up.
So let me get this straight, sister. Since you were the only Black person at your primary school, since during that time your white Scottish teachers never told you about the Black history of Scotland, you assume that Black Scottish people or Black Scots have only been in existence in Scotland 1 or 2 generations. This is incredible, family. This logic is incredible. In 2025, if white people don't tell these Negroes in the diaspora about the Black history of their land, they just assume Black history started with them. No research at all. No research, no deep diving. If white people don't tell these folks, and that's why I just brought up white receipts today, because I know me just saying it, I didn't even quote the Dr. Marie Charles. I didn't even quote the Robin Walkers. You dig? I didn't even quote them. No need to quote them. I didn't quote the Dr. Benz. I didn't quote the J.A. Rogers of the world, because Black people telling them this, that's blasphemy. They wait on the white people to tell them. So that's why I just gave you white receipts today. But that's the mindset in the diaspora. That's the mindset. The land that they're on, it started with them. That new Black Scottish identity, it started with them. See, the reality is maybe if you didn't spend so much time reading New York Post articles, trying to fish for something to hate on Black Americans about, maybe you would know some of this history. Maybe you would know some of it. Let's continue.
Because seeing comments like, oh, we found another one, oh, like I'm collecting them, it's gone from just this like innocent fascination and has morphed itself into exoticism and fetishization. Stop bullshitting about history that you have got no idea about. And if you're actually interested in Scottish history, because in my opinion, I think that Scotland has got the richest culture and history out of every single country in the UK, pick up a fucking book, watch a documentary. I can recommend so many really good ones and learn about it. Stop making it up as you go and creating issues for people who actually live there whilst you're sitting there thousands of miles away on another side of the country, creating issues for people that you will never meet in your entire life.
Oh, Lord. Oh, let's slow cook. Boy, the irony. Family, you're sitting up here making a video about an article you read in the New York Post. Okay, an establishment that is located thousands of miles away from you. You dig? You're sitting up here blaming us for something Africans said. Continental Africans. Never forget that, family. The dude who made that statement that they're coming back to reclaim their indigenous heritage or Scottish land, he's Ghanaian. His wife was from Zimbabwe. But we're getting the blame for that. You're talking about making it hard or you're creating division or beef or making it hard for people over there. Ma'am, you're the one creating the controversy. 99.9% of the content geared towards Black Scottish people, and I'm using that term loosely, you dig? Geared towards Black people living in Scotland has been positive. You're coming out with the negativity. You're fishing for something negative. You're fishing for diaspora wars. And the most likely, let's be clear, because they're over there living, she's living in London now, and we know something about those Black Englishmen. They sit up there, they're hypnotized with hatred for Black Americans. So she's over there with them. You dig? And she's taking on that identity. They sit over there and they just look for any little thing to beef with us about. Talking about we need to educate ourselves. We need to read a book or a documentary. Ma'am, do you know who you're talking to? We're foundational Black Americans. We come from a culture that takes pride in being informed and educating ourselves. We don't shy away from education and history. We look forward to it. We gear towards it. We seek it out. That's how we know this history of Scotland. That's how I know that. We didn't just sit over here. I didn't just sit over here and say, hey, man, I just want to learn about Black American history. I chose to learn about all history. I was reading books, family. I got books on my shelf that are out of print, family. I got books on my shelf like fulcrums have changed. You can't even find this book no more. This book is out of print. And if you do find it, it's going to cost you about $200-300. And I'm not the only one. We pride ourselves as foundational Black Americans on education, on deep diving, on reading. Ma'am, you're talking about a people who come from the lineages of a Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who wrote the ISIS papers. Amos Wilson from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, who wrote the blueprint from Black Power. That's the lineage we come from. We come from the Dr. Claude Andersons, who wrote Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth. A Black history reader, 101 Facts You Need to Know. We come from the Anthony Browders. We come from a lineage that has individuals like Tariq Nasheed. You talk about documentaries like Hidden Colors, which modernized modern day Black history. One of the greatest Black history documentaries of all time. I know y'all like to sit over there and hate on that, brother. But remember, y'all were lined up around the UK to see that film. You dig? Where you at? That film was so impactful. That film was so legendary, got him banned from the UK. That comes from our lineage. Talking about pick up a book, watch a documentary. Fam, we don't just pick up books. We don't just watch documentaries. We create them. We create the books. We create the curriculum. We put out the revolutionary documentaries, ma'am, while you're sitting over there depending on your white Scottish school teachers to teach you hidden Black history. You dig? But let's continue.
And if you do want to learn about your own ethnic background
Okay.
and your history, I suggest doing all that research and soul searching off the internet. Do not come on the internet and project your own ignorance onto random people, because you're going to create an issue for people who are actually living in the country whilst you're sitting thousands of miles away on the other side of the world. Please stop spreading misinformation and creating an issue that was never, ever there.
Oh, Lord. And that's the end of the video. Lord. So now we've created this issue from them. So let's recap, family. According to Black people in those British Isles, the Black immigrants over there, the tether class living over there. Let's recap. If foundational Black Americans, if we don't talk about them, if we don't say anything about them, then we have main character syndrome. You don't know that Black people exist everywhere. Oh, you'll have main character syndrome. We say, okay, cool. We'll show love to Black Scottish people. We'll show love to some Black Scots. Oh, you're making it hard for us. White people are mad at us now. You're making it hard for us. Damn if we do, damn if we don't, family. And this is why I say, family, I'm focusing on foundational Black Americans at this point. This whole thing where I was, back in my Pan-African name, you're trying to look out for the diaspora. These folks don't even prioritize education. You can't even inform. You can't even tell them no history. They won't even do no research. They act like you're dumb for saying something they don't know. You dig? They look down upon that information. We ain't the same, family. These videos show you that. We ain't the same. Okay? And this is why I always tell y'all in the family, man, stop trying to educate these folks. Again, I'm not trying to educate her. I'm trying to educate y'all. This is what this whole video is about. So when you hear these talking points, these folks don't even know their own history on the land they fled to. They were born and raised over there. Still don't know this information that I just brought up in this video. And then frown upon it when you bring it up. You give me, Chase McGee, you give me some information on foundational Black Americans. I don't care if it came from somebody in the UK. For example, we don't frown upon knowledge. I've learned from the Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannons. I've learned from the Ivan Van Sertimas of the world, the J.A. Rogers of the world. One of my inspirations behind my book came from J.A. Rogers, who was Jamaican. I put respect on his name, put respect on his lineage and his heritage. You dig? He wrote the 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro. He gave great game in that book. I took that book and created the 500 Amazing Facts About the Negro, building on the information he left behind. We embrace knowledge. If somebody's coming with some good game, especially about foundational Black Americans, that is true, and I can check out and I can source, I'm going for that. This is one of the best books that I'm reading now, Blacks in Science, Volume 3. This was written by the great Robin Walker. Robin Walker, who is from the UK, who will tell you that Black people have been in the UK since ancient times, who will tell you that Black people were the first people of the British Isles. He'll tell you that. Scholar and historian from the UK, where Scotland is again. You dig? But Blacks in Science. And this is Volume 3, African Americans' Contribution to Science and Technology. Great information about FBAs in this book. I didn't hate on this book. Why somebody from the UK talking about it? No, let me check it out. Let me see what the information he's presenting in the book, and let me go from there. You dig? So we not a hater at all. We come from a culture that embraces knowledge, wisdom, and information. Come from a culture that prioritizes documentaries and education. We're the foundation of the public school system here. You dig? So let's be clear, family. We ain't the same. And we got to stop bigging up these people, because every time we give these folks a platform, we start recognizing them. They use it to turn around and start tearing us down, family. They use it to turn around and tear us down. And that's why I say, let me show you this, because a lot of people will say, oh, well, why you just point out one person? Because this is a rampant mentality, and these are the platforms and the people that they boost. Oh, okay, this is the TikTok video, family, that I just reacted to, where she's saying all that BS, family. This has 81,000 likes. All right? See, these talking points run rampant. Whenever it's time to tear down foundational Black Americans and call us dumb and stupid, even if you're on a fishing expedition, again, all this controversy and hate came from Africans actually saying this, Africans actually going over there, making it tough for them, but she has no smoke for them. You dig? But you blame that on Black Americans. That got 81,000 likes, family. Let's look at some of the comments. Now, these are some of the comments on the video. This video is not going to reach them because they see criticism as hate. And this is a common tether talking point. Whenever they want to tear us down, they try to pass it off as criticism. Okay? They always try to pass it off as criticisms. Here's another comment. Like, why do they hate being called African? It's always we hating something. Now, again, the people in the video who made that statement are actually African. They're from Ghana and Zimbabwe, but that goes completely over their head. You dig? Here's somebody else. Here's Hazel. I question the American education system every day. Hazel, Miss Piggy, Miss Piggy, I question the food system where you're from. Okay, I question what you eating. Whatever you eating, obviously your education ain't stopped you from eating that shit. It's coming through your pores. Lay off the cold cuts, baby. Lay off the cold cuts. Okay? But like I say, family, they're in the comment section just hating. They sound like the modern day Christopher Columbus. And boy, we brought up Christopher Columbus in this video, the irony. We have access to too much information for this level of misinformation to be running rampant. I agree. We got too much information on the Black people who once roamed the British Isles, which Scotland is a part of, for you to still be thinking that the first Black people in the British Isles came 50 years ago. Lord, family. Okay, and they're just going on and on hating on Black Americans, but this is why we make videos like this, to educate the family on the true knowledge, wisdom, and information. Stop giving these folks clout. Stop recognizing these folks in the diaspora. Damn if we do, damn if we don't. We say something about them, it's a problem. We don't say something about them, it's a problem. I use my platform to highlight and dedicate it to foundational Black Americans and the people I want to salute The people I want to challenge us to make trend are the foundational Black American family today from Mississippi. Shout out to the FBA family in Mississippi. A lot of people don't know some of the beautiful FBA history that happened in Mississippi. Mississippi is the birthplace of Black Power. That terminology came from a brother in the 1950s by the name of Richard Wright, okay, who wrote a book called Black Power, who it is believed that it got into the hands of Kwame Ture and others who came from the Caribbean, and they used it to popularize the term. You dig? Out of Mississippi, we get brothers like Lester Young, who gave us some of that beautiful Black American vernacular. This is the man who gave us the word cool. Out of Mississippi, that Mississippi Delta, we got people like Charlie Patton, you dig, who came up with that Delta blues and laid the foundation for the hip hop, the jazz, the R&B, the country, the funk, the soul that would come after it. You dig? Salute to the FBA family of the SIP, okay? Those are the people we need to make trend, our own lineage. Salute to Mississippi. We love Mississippi. You dig? We love all our FBA family all over.
That's right, Brother Chase. The hell with them damn tellers. All right, now we're going to New York, I think.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil.
This is going to give us an update. Hundreds of people evacuated from.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
The people that bought the building is turning it to condos and 17 additional floors. So this thing has 37 floors. It went from 20 floors to 37 floors. Well, during the construction, there were cracks. It's making pop. The floors are, there's cracks in the columns. This thing collapsed. So today they evacuated 9 buildings around a particular building. And it looks like they built this whole thing wrong. And that's why they're. Now, they also put a drone up by the top of the building and is clearly leaning. So this thing could give at any moment. So they're trying to figure out if it can be fixed. You unship 17 floors. How do you do that? You know, I think once it ships, which it clearly did, I don't know how to do that. I don't see how they can fix this unless they just take the whole, you know, and you got to be careful about taking it down, because if you look at those buildings in Manhattan, those skyscrapers are pretty close together. Some of them, it's just a few feet apart. So you really have to be careful. I don't know how they would do it, you know? And I don't know if this thing fall, it's going to definitely, it may even collapse other buildings, but definitely it would cause all kinds of destructions to the buildings around them. So I don't know how they're going to fix this thing, but the mayor also advised people to get out of that area, to stay out of that area. But you know, this, we're talking about Manhattan. It's like crowded streets every day. So yeah, old clip 70, you are absolutely right. It needs to be torn down. I'm surprised they got as far as they did. When I was looking at some of the clips, the workers are all foreigners, y'all. So it looks like whoever was looking to do this thing in the way possible. But I don't see how you can throw 17 stories on top of a building that was only 20 stories, which means when it was built, the building is 60 years old. And when it was built for 20 stories. Okay. So adding the stories is going to weigh down the entire building. But let's get to it, y'all. I just don't know. These people do a lot of things out of greed. And that's what this looks like. It looks like greed and not caring about the safety. Okay, let me try again. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to add additional floors, you would have to reinforce the floors below, like starting from the ground on up and adding in more steel and everything you're going to need, because the top of the building is going to be so heavy. Thank you for the 1s.
That emergency situation here in Midtown Manhattan, crews racing to stabilize a 37-story high-rise that's undergoing construction, deemed structurally unstable and at risk of collapse. The surrounding area evacuated as a precaution after officials found buckling support columns and sagging floors. NBC's Emily Akeda joins us with the very latest. Emily, good morning.
Chanel, good morning to you. As you can see, we've been able to get a bit closer to the building because crews have made significant headway overnight, including adding more steel, noting that there hasn't been any further movement to the building. Still, it's anticipated to remain a tense situation in this congested area for the next several days as crews work any kind of disaster. Fully stabilize a high rise with sunken video from construction up showing steel bending inside the building.
Columns are not supposed to bend like that.
Repairs after drones had captured what appears to be a slight lean building located around the corner from Grand Central in the heart of Midtown.
We are feeling confident the emergency shoring measures been put in place is stable. The situation.
Engineers and first responders first swarming the scene Tuesday when construction crews raised concerns the building was unstable.
No coming in, only out.
Prompting the urgent evacuation of 9 buildings in the area, including schools, restaurants, hotels, even a local news station.
Do I have to grab my stuff? Do I have to go to a hotel? You know, we're here.
And, you know, of course, they hired them because, you know, you can pay them little to nothing and they'll do all kinds of back-breaking work. You see, these folks come over here and try, like, they are better than us. They work hard. better than us. And look at what's happening in this case. They hired all foreigners to build this place. I'm just saying.
Until Sunday, and this is going to impact really go do the things we wanted to do, and it just made me nervous.
A limited number of residents in the area have been allowed to return.
The building is stable. It has not moved. We started monitoring it since earlier today.
Story building is part of a cutting-edge project, converting Pfizer's former global headquarters into a 1,600-unit luxury. Telling NBC News safety is our #1 priority, adding the affected area. But the shaky structure is driving further over the integrity of buildings in New York. Public housing building partially collapsed last, and on the heels of this deadly shambles in 2023. Stabilizing this latest building.
Literally have to shore up every single floor all the way up to make sure load is carried down to the foundation properly.
Unfortunately, there have been no reports of the cause. That is investigated, but we know that part of construction involved adding an 11 floors. City records show that the project fines and for violations, including falling higher records related to structural issues. Chanel.
All right, Emily, thank you.
Construction throughout the night to try to stabilize a high-rise in Manhattan of collapse.
We are not only emergency struts or jacks.
Support columns and sagging floors.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the whole video over again, because I don't know if you didn't see it or did see it, but I'm going to start it all over.
Going construction deemed structurally unstable and at risk of collapse. The surrounding area evacuated as a precaution after officials found buckling support columns and sagging floors. NBC's Emily Akeda joins us with the very latest. Emily, good morning.
Chanel, good morning to you. As you can see, we've been able to get a bit closer to the building because crews have made significant headway overnight, including adding more steel, noting that there hasn't been any further movement to the building. Still, it's anticipated to remain a tense situation in this congested area for the next several days as crews work to avert any kind of disaster. This morning, the rush to fully stabilize a high-rise with sunken floors and buckled support beams. Video from construction workers 21 floors up showing steel bending inside the building.
Columns are not supposed to bend like that.
Overnight, workers starting emergency repairs after drones had captured what appears to be a slight lean to the building located around the corner from Grand Central Terminal in the heart of Midtown.
We are feeling confident that many of the emergency shoring measures that have been put in place is stabilizing the situation.
Engineers and first responders first swarming the scene Tuesday when construction crews raised concerns the building was unstable.
No coming in, only out.
The emergency prompting the urgent evacuation of 9 buildings in the area, including schools, restaurants, hotels, even a local news station forced to broadcast outside.
Do I have to grab my stuff? Do I have to go to another hotel? You know, we're here until Sunday, and this is going to impact our ability to go do the things we wanted to do, and it just made me nervous.
A limited number of residents in the area have been allowed to return.
I can say right now that the building is stable. It has not moved since we started monitoring it since earlier today.
The 30.
You know what, y'all? Manhattan, you know, even back in the day when I would go every now and then, because I would have to go into New York for meetings. And one thing I always notice, number one, New York got way way too many skyscrapers. Even back in the day when I would go, they had too many. It's too damn many. And on top of that, they're too close together. Look how close together these tall buildings are. You know, I see it as a fire hazard. I see it as a safety hazard. If something happens to one building because they're so close to other buildings, you know, other buildings can suffer damages and everything. It's too many. And do you know, to this very day, y'all, they're still constructing skyscrapers in New York to this very day? They're still doing it. They haven't stopped. And it's just, at this point, it's nothing but greed. It's already sinking every single year, and it's because of the weight of all these skyscrapers, and they just can't stop putting them up. They just keep constructing more and more and more. It is absolutely outrageous. I don't think you need buildings this damn high. What do you need a building with 90 floors for? What do you need that for? That is just crazy. That's why all those people lost their lives during 9/11. The ones that were stuck on the upper floors, a lot of those people never made it out. You know, because after the plane hit, it didn't have no power anymore. So if you were on those upper floors, you either had to take the steps down, and they said some parts of the building, you couldn't even go down the steps. So I just see it as a hazard. But y'all need to stop building all these skyscrapers. For real. It is too many. Let's go on.
I can say right now that the building is stable. It has not moved since we started monitoring it since earlier today.
The 37-story building is part of a cutting-edge project, converting Pfizer's former global headquarters into a 1,600-unit luxury apartment building. The developer telling NBC News safety is our #1 priority, adding the affected area is a small section. But the shaky structure is driving further scrutiny over the integrity of buildings in New York City after a public housing building partially collapsed last year in the Bronx, and on the heels of this deadly scene of a parking garage in shambles in 2023. Civil engineers say stabilizing this latest building will be complicated.
You literally have to shore up every single floor all the way up to make sure that the load is carried down to the foundation properly.
Unfortunately, there have been no reports of injuries. As for the cause, that is being investigated. But we know that part of construction involved adding in 11 additional floors. City records show that the project has faced several fines and for violations, including falling debris, but there are no prior records related to structural issues, Chanel.
All right, Emily, thank you.
Construction crews worked quickly throughout the night to try to stabilize a high-rise in Manhattan on the brink of collapse.
We are not only at a point where emergency struts or jacks are in place to hold up and stabilize where the weak points are, but they are also installing new steel as another emergency intervention.
It all started with a report of bricks early Tuesday morning falling from a 37-story high-rise under construction. But it was the situation inside the building on the 21st floor that prompted a widespread evacuation in the heart of Midtown Manhattan. The building was once the headquarters of pharmaceutical giant Pfizer. It's now being converted to more than 1,600 apartments. Union construction workers are blaming the building's contractors for using non-union labor.
I've been in construction 21 years, and I've never seen a beam bent in half. So this is super dangerous.
The building's developer, Metroloft, said additional floors being added to the skyscraper caused the beams to bend, telling the Wall Street Journal, quote, "This additional load that we put on those floors caused those particular columns to collapse."
It's a steel frame building. It was built 60 or so years ago.
Alan Kilsheimer is a structural engineer who's assisted in the aftermath of multiple collapsed building disasters.
myself here. And ladies and gentlemen, do you know the original buildings that were here when the Pilgrims showed up are still sitting in Manhattan? It's just that there's so many skyscrapers, you can no longer see them. But the old buildings that our people constructed are still in Manhattan. They're still there. You know, these folks want you to believe the cities did not exist until after they showed up. That's not true. This place already had cities. There are buildings in many of these cities that predate them coming over. And those buildings are literally still up. They are still there. You just, when you look at New York, you just can't see them because they got it so crowded with skyscrapers. But you go down Manhattan, you can see the original old buildings there. So let's go on.
Including the Surfside condominium in Florida and the Pentagon after 9/11.
If it becomes a catastrophic failure, it most probably is not going to come straight down. And even if it comes straight down, it doesn't pile in a nice, neat pile.
Some of the folks who live in the area have finally been allowed to return home. Now, documents also show that the building has received 28 complaints and at least 7 violations, leading to tens of thousands of dollars in fines. And some of those complaints include unsafe conditions and falling debris.
What happened was not shore up the job correctly. The beams started crumbling, the floor started crumbling, and we had to evacuate, and they might potentially evacuate the other side. So, you know, just putting members in jeopardy and putting workers in jeopardy, you got to do the right job, and you got to do that every time. So,
Cliff, can you walk us through the project here for people at home not familiar with this building? What was going on?
This was a total renovation. So they came in, they gutted the building. I believe it was 20-something stories, and then they wanted to add another 16 to it. So you have to rebuild the foundation of it and then go up from there. And they obviously did it incorrectly.
The city is watching what it calls an extremely serious situation, the threat of a high-rise collapse in Midtown Manhattan that led crews to evacuate multiple buildings nearby. For anyone who's been to New York, this is all happening not far from Grand Central Terminal. Moments ago, Mayor Aurora Mamdani just said it is an incredibly complex situation.
First responders from FDNY, NYSM, and the Department of Buildings responded to the call immediately and found structural issues on the 21st floor. 2 structural columns have buckled, in addition to multiple cracks and sagging floors. The building remains unstable. Since arriving on scene, we have witnessed additional movement in one of the compromised columns.
Thankfully, as of right now, there are no injuries. Everyone working on this construction site is accounted for.
After 2 structural columns buckled at a Midtown Manhattan high-rise undergoing construction and renovation, officials warned of a possible partial collapse and evacuated nearby areas. Temporary shoring aimed at stabilizing the building was later installed.
We are feeling confident that many of the emergency shoring measures that have been put in place as a result of extensive discussions with the building owner, the contractor, their licensed professional, is stabilizing the situation.
The building's commissioner said new steel is being installed as another emergency intervention. He added that there's been no sign of movement in hours and the investigation is ongoing. Residents of some buildings have been allowed back home, but 4 remain under evacuation orders and a 5th is partially evacuated. The high-rise is the former Pfizer headquarters, now being converted into apartments by Metroloft. Metroloft's founder told the Wall Street Journal that extra load added to the floors likely caused the 2 columns to fail. Metroloft did not immediately respond to CNN's request for comment.
I told you guys that New York City, we don't need no more buildings. They took all the lots that had grass and replaced it with concrete and steel while telling us the shit is sinking from weight While I'm watching them build a building right now. Why are we building all these goddamn skyscrapers? It seems like they're building the new projects. Well, this morning, the Pfizer, remember that from COVID building, was collapsed. Someone called, I want to say bricks are spoiling. While they went inside and the worker said in Spanish, he said this is falling down. You know what's ironic? When I pass construction sites, most of the people working on them are Mexican. The white guys standing there, the Mexican guys doing the work. And if it was me, I would fuck up all these buildings because I'm building where you are and you telling me I have to leave. We're not the smartest in America. Now, I'm not blaming them for this, but I'm saying that's what I would do. But this shit been old. New York City is not ready for it. You need parks and shit, not more people. Not more.
Former headquarters of Pfizer in Midtown Manhattan had to be evacuated today after multiple columns on upper floors started to buckle and several floors started to partially collapse on one another. This building is currently being transformed into 1,500 apartments, and they're also adding additional floors. Union representatives are blasting the ownership group of this property, saying that they chose profit over safety and people. A representative from Steamfitters 638 said they chose non-union labor, and these laborers failed to shore up the building. Those allegations are not yet verified, as the investigation is still ongoing. A member from Iron Workers Local 40 said they receive over 3 years of training when they're part of the union. However, the people awarded this contract had no training. The contractor for this project has received 7 violations in the past year, totaling $32,000, and more than 22 since 2020. A local school had to be evacuated, and thankfully, no one was injured or hurt.
All right, y'all. I'm going to put on some of the old buildings in New York that's still standing. Many of these buildings are 1800 or even well before that. Hold on. I'm going to put some of them up so you can see them. Because it's the same way in the city of Philadelphia. There's a lot of buildings that predate these pilgrims being here. You just got to look. Okay, share. Let's see. There we go. All right, so here is one, and these are all in New York that I'm about to show you. So this is one, and this building is really old. In fact, it's labeled as one of the oldest buildings in New York City. And like I said, because of the skyscraper, these buildings are there, but they're completely covered up by the skyscrapers. So this is one. Let me show you some more. I mean, you can clearly look at them and tell these buildings are pretty dated, and they are. See if I can get another one up here. This is another one. And these buildings, I believe, been there since the 1800s. These have been there since the 1800s. Let's see. Here's another one. This is also listed as one of the oldest buildings in Manhattan, right here. So, I mean, like I said, you could just look at the style of the home and tell it's been there for a long time. And yes, they're still standing. They are still there. And they're still in the city. It's just that they're buried. You know, back then, nobody needed a building 30 floors high. You know, most people did not need that. And technically, you really still don't need it now. All right, let me see if there's a few more. This is an old one. I think this is another 1800s house right here. Building at least. Let's see. This one, I believe it's on, because I've seen this building. I believe this one's on Broadway in New York. But this one is listed as the one, you know, top 10 oldest in Manhattan. It's a merchant's house. That's what it says. It's a merchant's house. It's the same thing. Yeah, this is another old, listed as the oldest in Manhattan. So, I mean, they are there. They're definitely there. Yeah, you know, yeah, doing everything cheaply can put thousands of people in jeopardy because it's skyscrapers all up and down the darn street. So I don't know who is owning it, but of course, you know, when I was looking at some more articles, they're finger pointing, everybody's blaming everybody else. You know, it's not this person's fault, it's that person's fault. That's what they're doing now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Empire State Building. Yeah, that one's pretty old too. You know, our people built a lot of these older structures that you see in the city because a lot of them were built during the time when slavery was going on. Our forefathers built Wall Street. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, they said New York is sinking, right? And like I said, they're not slowing up. If you go to New York right now, you would find construction on skyscrapers going on right now. It's still happening. They have not stopped. You would think the news of saying, you know, the city is sinking, they would stop. You know, they're not even trying to stop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, back in the day, I used to know a lot of people that worked in New York. I had a lot of people I used to work with that took jobs in New York, and because they paid so much more. If you have a job, let's say making 50 grand a year in, let's say, New Jersey, if you go into New York City, you probably can double that salary. The cost of living is higher in New York, and so are the salaries. That's why there's a lot of people that live in New Jersey, but they work in New York for that reason. Or if they're doing like an engineering job, they may get 100,000 in New Jersey, but if they go to New York, they could easily make 2 to 250,000 doing the same exact job. But, you know, living in New York is expensive as hell. It is very expensive to live there. Mm-hmm. So, y'all, I am going to put a live together. The war is back on. The U.S. bombed Iran last night. And today, Iran is striking more military bases over there. So the war is back in full swing. The peace deal is dead, which we knew that wasn't going anywhere. I told y'all that mess wasn't going anywhere, but they're back in a full-scale war. The war is 100% back. So y'all, I will put this together and just be on the lookout. I haven't decided what time I'm going to show it, but we'll get into the more recent up-to-date on the war. And the Ayatollah, they're going to be mourning him for the next 7 days. So his funeral was on the 4th. So from the 4th on, 7 full days, that's how long he will be mourned in Iran. So Donald Trump is bombing them during the time they're mourning, but we never had any doubts that Donald Trump don't care about anybody but himself. So I will see you then, ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
We're told this all happened on a southbound Q train. Police say that 41-year-old man who was robbed that morning didn't even know the two men who walked up to him.
So, underneath the surface of New York City's communist revolution, there's a big problem, which would be out-of-control crime taking place on the largest, worst-run public transit system in the Western Hemisphere, which the communists constantly tell us need more of everyone's taxes so that it can be free. Meanwhile, criminals are allowed to plunder this place 24/7 with zero police in sight.
An MTA worker attacked on the job in Queens
by a man who then took off on a subway car.
Seems to me like we're prey for these monsters. It should be more security. You have to be very, very careful.
Waste of money.
New York City is trying again to stop fare evaders. They just added these pointy panels onto the gate, but I think they forgot to address that you can still slip through the middle or just crawl under.
Policing is something that does not create safety. And what we need to do is reinvest into things that are proven indicators and creators of safety.
There are no cops down here. Maybe having a couple more cops down here.
They want to hike fares up and they want to do certain things, but they can't even keep the people of New York City protected.
I think we absolutely, without question, right now, have the most dangerous job in New York City. We don't feel that we're adequately protected. We don't feel that there's enough police. They're doing the best. There's enough police on platforms. We don't feel that the folks who attack us and assault us are given adequate prison sentence. Hopefully that stops today.
So the socialists taking over New York City and America have made it no secret that having police isn't part of their plan. And nobody running this madhouse that is New York wants to admit that if you want to be a sanctuary city and you want to fund everything except police, lawlessness can only go in one direction. And that's what we're seeing in our subway system, which is supposed to be the hallmark of communism because this is public transit. It eliminates private transportation like cars. It's great for the masses. It represents collectivism, but it also represents a security nightmare, which is why the NYPD and city officials do everything they can to downplay incidents that take place down here as they're forced to combat crime with one arm tied behind their back. And you know something, the best way for the city and its leaders who don't really like the police and want to protect criminals to say that this is the safest place ever is to just have less police, because then the police won't be around to record all the crime that happens and hey, problem solved, the stats drop. Unless, of course, you're one of the defenseless individuals trusting in socialism to care for you as you take the train and go to a job that may not exist after a few months, without realizing your career might get sidelined before you even show up as the career criminals on the train single you out and do their thing, which has been the name of the game in New York for years with decriminalization and a revolving door justice justice system that sees every bad guy as a victim and wants to release them as quickly as possible. But that brings us to the real reason the public safety situation in New York is headed off a cliff. Right now, the city's got the lowest number of police it's had in decades. And even though the mayor just passed a record budget, there was no new money in it for New York's finest, which is a problem because now that stealing and assault are considered misdemeanor offenses that don't result in jail time, the only hope the law-abiding have is for the bad guys to be temporarily detained, which ends their crime spree for just a few hours before they're back out on the streets and at it again. But if you listen to the communists, they'll say, we've already got too many police. They'll tell us the force is bloated, it's already so big. But if public safety is not a problem in New York, why are videos like the one you're about to see an everyday occurrence during people's commutes?
Stop it. Stop it.
Wow. Thank God there weren't any police around, because if there were police around, an officer could have escalated this dangerous situation and a crime may have been committed. You see, not having police around means nothing wrong happened here, and technically nothing happened. This guy was obviously trying to intimidate people on the train, but he didn't touch anyone. See, we don't need police at all. They don't make things safer. And that's according to the mayor's own words. And tell me if you see a problem with this.
It comes out of an understanding that policing is something that does not create safety. And what we need to do is reinvest into things that are proven indicators and creators of safety.
Like what?
And the city council budget did not do that. And it's just mind-blowing. They cut 1 out of 4 cadet classes next year. The headcount of the police department will go up next year.
So that was the mayor back in 2020, very upset that the police force had rising numbers, as if a growing population doesn't necessitate a police force that keeps pace with it, especially during a crime wave. And I know what some people are saying, wow, that video's from 2020, the mayor, he's different somehow now. He still, he's changed. He's a law and order guy. He's older and wiser. Really?
I noticed that the budget doesn't appear to include any increased numbers for NYPD headcount. Can you explain the rationale for that?
Yes. So I've been talking to all agency heads about ways to find savings. And Commissioner Tisch and I were able to identify ways to keep the NYPD headcount at the originally authorized 35,000.
Which isn't enough police. It's the lowest it's been in decades. And you know what? I don't even blame the chief of police for being called into the mayor's office and being told, hey, figure out a way to not hire more cops. I mean, what's she supposed to do? If you're the chief of police of a sanctuary city, your job, even though the rest of America wants it to be your job, isn't actually to stop crime and obey the law and turn the administration around. Even though we all want to see that, your job is actually to do what the mayor says, or you're going to get fired. And the chief of police here knows that. And here the mayor is with his record-setting budget, more money than New York City has ever spent on anything ever, and $0 extra for cops. But the real problem here is while the police get nothing, the criminals in this city are able to get pretty much everything. Watch.
Money. New York City is trying again to stop fare evaders. They just added these pointy panels onto the gate. And the idea is that it's supposed to hurt the people that try to jump over. But I think they forgot to address that you can still slip through the middle or just crawl under.
If you go you just go like that and you can go under.
Yeah.
That's crazy. She'll be installing even.
So we decided that instead of hiring police, we're going to do useless things to try and make the subway safe. We're going to put some raised edges on something that people can just crawl under. People do this all the time, by the way. It's not like crawling under is something that criminals in New York City are against. And the worst part is this behavior is justified as being perfectly acceptable. Why? Well, because New York City's expensive. And if you're doing something in a world that is too expensive for you, whatever it is, you're innocent. Watch.
It's humiliating. It's either you make the decision to hop the train or eat breakfast sometimes. You have to deal with people making comments if they decide to help you. Everything from get a job, you loser,
He's probably a crackhead. You get all these stigmas because you can't afford to pay your transportation and you're asking for a little help.
Okay.
When you deny New York City residents access to public transportation, you limit their opportunities.
I agree with only the last thing that he said. If you're going to deny people access to public transportation, you do limit their opportunities. And you know what denies people access to public transportation? Nonstop crime that makes that public transportation so dangerous, nobody can use it. But let's look at a play-by-play analysis of who this person actually is that just told us stealing from the train is acceptable.
Who says he can't afford the subway fare, and yet he's got a smartphone, new kicks, he looks able-bodied, and that's who you cast? One of the most unsympathetic characters you can. Like, you couldn't go out and just find, I don't know, like an elderly woman in a wheelchair, anything. There's literally millions of New Yorkers who are more sympathetic than this bum that you went with, who is basically warning you. He's like, if I can't take the subway, I'm going back to jail.
The Daily Mail says that this individual is a New York City career criminal who has been rebranded as a justice-affected individual, and who says that crackdowns on fare evaders like him are a big problem and are totally against what the mayor promised. Now, have there been some increased crackdowns on fare evasion? Yeah, there have. But here's the problem with that. All these crackdowns on fare evasion, they're a Band-Aid solution, because the real crackdown on fare evasion would happen if people got arrested and lost their freedom. Because the way fare evasion works now is if you go to a heavily guarded subway entrance and you see police all over the place, if you just cross the street and go around the corner, you may see another entrance to the exact same terminal that's got the exact same trains you want to take, and the whole thing is totally unguarded. Happens all the time, every single day when they do these highly publicized crackdowns at the Penn Station terminal underneath Madison Square Garden. They'll have bag checks at one terminal, and then upstairs, there's zero security. And the criminals are totally aware that this is how things work, unfortunately. And watch what this is doing to our police. Watching TikToks. Watching TikToks in the patrol car. Look at that. Oh, got spotted.
Bad, bad, bad. You shouldn't be on Facebook. Bad, bad, bad. You should do your job instead of being on Facebook. What? I said you should do your job instead of being on Facebook. Did I ask you for help? Man, you're a funny guy. Oh, this retaliation? Oh, thank you for my safety. Oh, very good, very good. I'm sure you don't.
You know something? I feel so bad for our police. Were they on their phones? Yeah. Is that a good look? Absolutely not. But when they're surrounded by a sea of criminals who get arrested and released over and over again, what are they supposed to do about that? Are they supposed to arrest the same guy for the 101st time just to see him get released? At some point, they're going to give up. And although this is their fault, it's also the fault of the city that employs them and puts them in this situation. We have a public safety nightmare on our hands in New York City, and nobody wants to admit it. This is what's going on everywhere. It's not like those are the only police that have ever been spotted on their phones when there is something else going on. But here's the problem. If these cops get out of their patrol vehicle and stop any crime, they've got to do some math in their head. They've got to say, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the crime going on around me right now? If it's a 3 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10 crime, and I go after that, and then because we're short-staffed, if a radio call comes in and says, hey, there's an 8 out of 10 crime or a 10 out of 10 crime, we need somebody to respond to that. And I'm busy arresting somebody who's just going to get released in a few hours for something like shoplifting. I'll wish that I had released that person so I could go to the worst crime that's happening. And that's what happens when you short staff your police. That's what happens when you refuse to fund them.
Police released. You can see the two they're looking for walking on the platform. One is wearing a black top, the other in a white t-shirt.
No masks.
Investigators say this happened around 4 in the morning. That was on June 14th. They say a 41-year-old man was standing on a southbound platform here just waiting for a train when the two men approached him and his backpack taken. The two then took off. Now out here I've been speaking with neighbors that say they are not entirely surprised.
Why are they not entirely surprised to hear about stuff like this happening in the subway. Could it be that stuff like this happening in the subway is completely normal in New York? So normal, in fact, that the criminals don't even bother to cover their faces anymore. They are not even masked assailants. They're just out there doing their thing. They don't even care if they get spotted. Why? Because they know that if someone spots them, they know that if they get recorded, nothing's going to happen to them. They're not afraid of the consequences for getting caught committing a crime, even though there's cameras everywhere. We got so many cameras in the subway. That should stop all the crime. That's what the progressives love to tell us. They love to tell us that the raised edges on the fair evasion proof gates that are not fair evasion proof are going to get rid of all the criminals, and that if there is a criminal who gets around that somehow, we're just going to have a camera that catches them. But look at this video right here. These gang members running out of the subway after committing a crime. Do you notice anything happening here? Look at the guys that are over by the door. What are they doing? They're breaking into the subway using the gate to get into the subway. So we got people breaking in while we got people breaking out. It's just a disaster. No police.
An MTA worker attacked on the job in Queens.
By a man who then took off on a subway car.
It's bad. It's bad. There should be more security. I think there's a better police presence than there used to be, but it's still, you have to be very, very careful.
So the attacker who went after an MTA employee, like the gentleman you see right here, committed a crime and then escaped on the subway. So the subway was his getaway vehicle. That's wild. That shows you that inside the train, you might see police sometimes, but not all the time. This is a security disaster because these criminals have just been emboldened by a system that tells them they can do something and get away with it. And even if they get caught, they're not going to lose their freedom. Nothing's going to happen to them. They're going to get set free. They're going to be put on some path towards diversion. Perhaps this is the non-policing success programs that the mayor is talking about that we should fund, which doesn't have any examples of, instead of jails and jumpsuits. I think if we were to fund jails and jumpsuits, we'd have a lot less criminals roaming the streets.
All we're trying to do is get you home safely.
There have been at least 7 reported attacks on transit workers on buses and in subway stations across the city since the start of the year. Union leaders say while the NYPD beefed up patrol in the subways last year, the attacks persist and more needs to be done.
They persist.
We don't feel that we're adequately protected. We don't feel that there's enough police. They're doing the best. There's enough police on platforms. We don't feel that the folks who attack us and assault us are given adequate prison sentences. Hopefully that stops today.
He's 100% right. There are not enough police on these platforms because criminals are wandering around on the platforms doing whatever they want. There are not enough police in the actual trains because we learn that the criminals are using the trains to escape. That is their getaway vehicle after they commit crime. And then we learn that when these individuals are finally held to account, half of what they're charged with either gets thrown out or doesn't get prosecuted. They're not in prison long enough. They just return to the scene of the crime. There needs to be real accountability. If you want to secure the New York City subway system, you could do it in 5 minutes. If you would just start arresting every single person who jumps and doesn't pay, and you were to put those people in jail, even if they were in jail for one night, right there it would stop because people are getting on the subway to get somewhere. And if they get to jail instead of where they're going, they're not going to want to do that anymore. That would eliminate most of your crime right there. And then, of course, if people engage in behavior that's been decriminalized, well, we should probably recriminalize that behavior, shouldn't we? If people are down there stealing and that's just a misdemeanor and it gets you a ticket, well, that's not an incentive. That ticket's not stopping that person from being a career criminal. So that person should be in jail too. Jails are the answer. Police are the answer. If you had cops on every single platform and in every single train, the criminals wouldn't be able to use the platform as a base to plan and commit crime, and they wouldn't be able to use the train as a getaway vehicle. This is so simple. It's fascinating that nobody understands it.
The NYPD, meant to protect and serve.
I thank officers for the work that they do.
But with grueling hours, no contract since August, and uncertainty with the incoming mayor, the police union says it's time for the city to protect them.
We deserve to get paid like the professionals that we are.
The data speaks for itself. Since October of last year, 3,668 officers have left the force.
Not good.
The NYPD's current headcount, 33,745, a stark contrast to 25 years ago when the force had 40,285 officers in the city.
Crazy.
I spoke with PBA President Patrick Hendry.
Police officers aren't getting their days off, their meals. They're getting forced to work overtime.
So This report came out before the mayor came in, and the mayor told everybody, look, police, not going to be a problem. I might have said things in the past that perhaps made people question my commitment to law enforcement, but don't worry about it. I've got it. Well, how's that working out? Well, just in time for America's 250th birthday, the payments that were supposed to go out to the police who are putting in 12-hour shifts aren't going out. Is anyone surprised by that? City officials informed union leaders that cops' holiday paychecks will be sent the third week of July rather than the second as done in past years. Why is that? Are we spending the money that's supposed to go to the police on things that don't make the city any safer? Are we wasting and squandering the resources of this great city on a bunch of nonsense? I happen to think so. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
Look amazing to see a lot of folks down there, and you guys did a really good job with the whole programming. So it's a lot of people. So big kudos to you.
Yeah, I was there Saturday, walking down up and down a couple times. A lot of people, and I spoke to some people there, and the booths, the vendors, and it was a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, as we continue to try to evolve the celebration, it's the Sunday that I really want to try to figure out a little bit more in terms of how we even provide a bigger impact. Ms. Nadella, I do appreciate your grace on Saturday. I know we had some challenges, but it felt like we did get those things worked out. I'm glad that that it seemed like we things were running smoothly.
Yes, you were right. So this has been, I guess, these well, I like, because the fence wasn't up. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's patience. We'll continue to keep trying to make this thing grow. I had a friend who was in San Antonio that texted me and sent me a news story that our Juneteenth in Denver was a part of just a news story in San Antonio. And so as we continue to figure out how to maintain our cultural identity of 5 points while attracting folks, I think Juneteenth is a mainstay that helps us differentiate ourselves from other corridors. So thank you all.
Roman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I was really, really impressed with the turnout. Being down here at the restaurant, we had a number of people from out of state coming just because of Juneteenth. So it was just like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. People were here. They were like, we came to see y'all's Juneteenth. So it's getting the word out, across the state and bringing a lot more visibility to our corridor, which I know that's what we're trying to do. So thank you.
Thank you all. Next on the agenda was an update about our mural installation. And if I can tell you, this has been a process, but I am happy with the outcomes. And if I could show you a picture of when this wall was defaced, I wish I had one a few years ago. I'm just proud of what's happened here. So we completed a mural of depiction of Sonny Liston versus Cassius Clay on the south wall of the condos at 3005 Welton. And the process was really, what occurred was the bid received a grant from Dura for some landscape improvements and for some mural installations. And what we did do as well is we received design input and had several meetings with the owners of the condos that live there. We also submitted a permit to Denver Arts and Venues. Thank you so much, Jalea, for pushing that forward. Had numerous meetings with not only the artists, but the residents and other surrounding community members to kind of figure out a concept that would not only honor a piece of history, but to continue to beautify the neighborhood. And I don't know if folks really know, if you had a chance to walk and look at some of the historic markers on 5 Points, but Sonny Liston, who was the world champion before Muhammad Ali, actually lived in Denver, Colorado. He trained on 27th and Welton, owned a home in Park Hill, and was even a part of some civil rights efforts in Denver. And there was a famous time when Muhammad Ali, before this fight, actually showed up at Sonny Liston's home at like 1 a.m. with a bunch of press yelling and screaming to kind of build up the excitement for the upcoming event. And so we found a picture of not only Muhammad Ali versus Sonny Liston, but if you look a little bit closer at the picture, what was occurring at the time was that folks in Denver could go and watch the event via closed caption or closed circuit TV. So this was an actual flyer that was promoted to folks who lived in Denver to go watch the event at the Auditorium Arena. The artist actually had to build a scaffold in between the two buildings, and was grappling himself down the building to paint this. This head here, I believe, is about 15 or 20 feet in scale. But we are just thankful, one, for the support of from the stand grant from Dura to complete this. We have one more mural to do, which is going to be a mural of Cleo Parker Robinson on the wall of Queen City Coffee. But I'm just proud that there's another kind of landmark for folks to kind of find themselves in 5 Points, and been having some conversations with Harold, our marketing manager, in regards to adding a mural tour to our website, so folks can kind of find the number of different murals that are up and down the corridor. But just thankful for actually completing this particular project. We have one more to go, which we're going to hopefully get done as soon as we get our permit from Denver Arts and Venues.
And the address for Sonny Liston's place, 3500 Monaco.
Yep,
that's where he lived.
Wow, Midal, I've been looking. They didn't publish his address, but did you ever get a chance to interact with Sonny Liston?
Yeah, I stayed right around the corner, right there at 3051 Niagara.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, yeah. But I just wanted to let you know exactly where he stayed, right there on the corner.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Thank you.
Next needs to be Marble Empire, Nina.
I'm sorry?
Next needs to be a big mural of Nina on Marble Empire.
No. Going to Washington, D.C. today after meeting. Enjoy 250 years and celebrate there. See Colorado National Mall there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
The last update that I have has to do with It's called the, oh gosh, I've got a misspelled word here. The Division of Green Infrastructure Project on 26th and Welton. I'm just going to act like you don't see this misspelled word here. So we worked with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, who has a green effort to convert some sidewalks with permanent green infrastructure. And what it involved was they took ownership of our backflow preventer that was on the corner of 26th and Welton, and then they installed 4 trees. And so over here on the left is what that corner looked like before. There's still fencing there, so I couldn't get like the best picture here. But they've installed some green infrastructure on the corner of 26th and Welton, right across from Wells Fargo. And you know, I think if there is a good theme here, along with the planters and the pots, that you know, I do think we've this year have made a sizable impact on just the walkability. There still is the I think a working group that's looking at more opportunities to install this type of infrastructure along the corridor, which I think just makes a tremendous difference, especially if the city is responsible for the care versus the corridor. So this was finished, I believe, June, just right before Juneteenth. And if you get a chance, please go out and take a look. Any questions there?
And when did they do this?
They started in April.
Oh, April.
And finished in June.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Last on my agenda, and then we'll get to public comment. We've actually had 2 new businesses on the corridor open. Paddle House is a 10, they might say Padel, I say Paddle House, is a 10,000 square foot paddle ball facility, which is kind of like pickleball, but it's a mix between pickleball and tennis. It's on the corner of 25th and Welton. So I believe at some point Deep Rock Water had a storage facility there. And then there was an office space there. They've really transformed it into a really nice recreational facility for people to play paddle. There are multiple courts. There is a co-working space up here on the top floor. They're working on opening up a bar and like a food service space as well. I really think in terms of daytime activation, will really be a driver of bringing new people to the corridor. So if you do have a chance, please peek in. They're allowing folks to kind of come in and play, and I believe what they also would like to do is get people to sign up for memberships. But again, that's a new business at 2501 Welton on the southwest corner.
No, you're saying that they're fully open and ready to go.
Yeah, it was a soft opening room, but you can walk in. They haven't had their grand opening yet.
Okay.
When's the grand opening?
I don't know,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know some really good pickleball players, myself as well too.
Well, we should meet up down there.
There, yes. We should support them.
Yeah. The space is truly transformed. I do think there's some other elements to like signage that they need to complete. But they're there. I've walked in a few times and spoken to the general manager there.
Nice.
And then we also had a new business opening. It's called The Cipher. which is a holistic market just next door to Taco Uprising and to Welton Street Cafe. This is a 6,000 square foot space that is absolutely gorgeous. The owner, Ra, was born and raised in Curtis Park. And not only do they offer a number of different holistic offerings, they sell plants, but they also do healing work. There's spaces available for events as well if folks are looking for event rental space. But you know, I don't know how long this space had sat vacant. But very proud that, you know, we've in, you know, the last quarter, these are two very large spaces, 10,000 square feet and 6,000 square feet that are now activated. So again, if you are in the neighborhood, I would just encourage you to stop by and support these businesses. What I really do appreciate with both concepts is it's a diversity in terms of the offerings. And that I do think that the net effect will be that will you know, serve as an anchor to attract new people to the corridor.
Yeah, that lady is Asian, Michael. She was the one that was trying to see the
Any
one that renewed
questions from the board or comments?
She's still on the bed, so I don't know what that's all about. Okay, open up for public comment, Jesus.
Well, Haroon, those are all the updates from me. And I believe next is public comment.
All right. Since there is no other questions from the board, let's open it up for public comment.
And we've got Jesse.
Morning, Jesse.
Morning. It's Jesse Paris, longtime resident of 5 Points, candidate on the ballot for House District 8. What I was going to say is, first of all, good morning to everybody. I'm glad to see everybody's here.
Good morning.
I was upset about Juneteenth for the simple fact that the proper flag was not being used. There is a specific flag that is for Juneteenth, specifically for Juneteenth, and I did not see it during the parade. I participated in the parade. I did not see that flag. When I brought this information to the staffers, they told me they had all the right flags. So I would like to see next year y'all have the actual Juneteenth flag, you know, with the one with the star in the middle and the red, white, and blue, opposed to the red, black, and green. Because Juneteenth is not a Pan-African holiday. Juneteenth is a foundational Black American holiday. And we've been celebrating it before it was at the state level, before it was at the federal level, before it was a federal holiday, any of that stuff. So I'd like to see that done. And also the heritage flag, which was made in 1967, which is specifically for foundational Black Americans. So I'd like to see that done. Also, I would like to know the facts and the figures on, you said there was more traffic brought to 5 Points during Juneteenth. Did that actually equate to the Black business owners and property owners receiving more clientele and more business? I would like to know the facts and figures on that. I'm not happy about that Cassius Clay mural. Cassius Clay is not what Muhammad Ali wanted to be referred to as. He went out of his way to say, I am not Cassius Clay. He beat people, the brakes off of people for calling him Cassius Clay. So to put a mural up that says Cassius Clay is like a direct disrespect to his memory, in my opinion. And then I'm happy about the planners. I'm glad to see another one of my ideas that I don't get credit for is being made into fruition. I had the same idea when I ran for mayor in 2023. I wanted to put planners all along 5 Points, all along downtown for our unhoused neighbors to have something to sustain themselves with if they weren't able to get food from one of these providers or from one of these shelters. So I'm glad to see the planners are up. I just would like to get some credit for once for my ideas, my numerous ideas that I've had for the city. And then I think that's all I had. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll see y'all next month.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Always in a space for improvement for Juneteenth and just for the corridor in general. And you got my number, man. Would love for you to be a part of helping organize a number of different things that we're doing, especially Juneteenth, because I think that perspective is always needed to make sure that we're, honoring the history correctly.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Nolan. I'll call you on the flip.
Okay. I saw Darius.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Earlier I was on my phone. I don't think you could hear me, but I just wanted to mention too that that Siggy project at 26 in Welton is one of many projects that is going through 5 points. So there'll also be one on Downing. You can also get a chance to go look at the ones over at Mount Zion. I think that one looks phenomenal, and it really transformed the layout of over there, and as well as La Fiesta is up as well. So just give more people chances to check that out. We're also working to try and get Black American West Museum to do once, and then there will be a lot of continuity throughout 5 points as far as greenery and landscape go. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. And then lastly, I want to mention that our office has been working with Cleo Parker Robinson School of Dance on doing a street renaming from Park Ave and Washington down to where the 5 points enters, where the 5 points begins over on Washington. And next week, July 15th from 6 to 7, we are going to be doing a community meeting with the neighbors that would potentially be impacted by that street renaming, and would love if folks that were in support or had any questions or anything like that for that project show up, and I'll send those details over to Norm so that way we can get those sent to everyone.
Darius, you make sure to invite me to that?
Yes, I will. I definitely will. I'll get that sent to you as soon as this meeting's over.
Yeah, Darius, can you invite me to that as well?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Keith?
Yeah, thanks, Norm. Just wanted to congratulate you and say thanks so much for leading the effort on the beautification of the corridor, bringing together all of the partners, getting the grants. A big shout out to Green Denver and the partnerships to get the plants there, the storage of the material, and all the volunteers. It was a great coordinated effort led by you, and getting that all planned out. And they do look great. I see them every day, and they're doing awesome. And I think it really does help the corridor. So we get big kudos to you in getting that done, and I appreciate all the work.
Yeah, I think she's on the call, but Joya, if you can hear me, I'm very thankful for your leadership, and quite a few meetings and walking the corridor. Thankful for you. Thanks for you, Keith, as well, John, and everyone else that participated there. Do we have any other comments or questions?
All right. Well, if there is no other, go ahead.
I saw Julia's hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for all the kind comments. I'm just really happy with how the event turned out, and I appreciate just everyone who volunteered their time and, was there with us late nights planning everything. So thank you, and I'm excited, for the next project.
John, are you back?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to point out that we have the concert at Sonny Lawson this Friday. Since last Friday was the 3rd, we moved it to the 2nd Friday. So we'd love to see everyone come out for the concert this Friday, 5:30 to 7 at Sonny Lawson Park. Thanks.
I'll be there, John. Haroon, back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. And Again, thank you for the updates, Norm. I think this is a very efficient meeting. We're at the closing and adjourning. So would any one of the board members want to motion to approve us adjourning?
Sure, I'll approve it.
I'll second it. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you all. It was a great board meeting. Thank you, Norm, for walking us through it, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you guys. Thanks, everyone.
She strikes me as a
Record.
Oh, they make me sick. That's the worst part about it. Like, I actually know him. I went to school with him and everything. Well, I didn't go to school with him. He's older than me, but I know him because of his grandfather. And then Fatima, the one that had the hair wrap on, I went to school with her. And Asian chick, she owns a business down here by where I'm at. And yeah, she was against the BD getting renewed, which I was in favor of getting that shit disbanded because it's not helping the Black businesses along the corridor, as they keep saying. But they keep talking about the corridor this, the corridor that. It's all a sham and it's all gentrification. So when they start having these BID meetings or BIDs or GIDs or GIDs or JIDs pop up in your area, just know that they're gentrifying your area. And we got like, what, 5 BIDs now in Denver? It's just ridiculous. And the complaints against her in terms of being anti-Black racist. I don't know, Michael. That I honestly don't know, because she don't have a business like that. Her business is like, I forget what the hell her business is. It's not a restaurant. It's like, I think it's like a car dealership or a car repair place or something. But she's like kind of distant from the rest of the businesses along the corridor. She might actually be the owner of that one shop that has like all these special like artifacts in it. I think that's her business. She's down on like 20th. The corridor goes all the way from 20th to 30th and down. So they're talking about all the businesses all along that whole strip of Welton. So she's either that or the car rental place. She's just the owner of that. This is a car rental place, and there's like a boutique or something. I think she owns the boutique. But no, I haven't heard any complaints against her. So and she, when I did meet her in person, she seemed pretty cool. So I didn't get like Karen vibes from her, but she might be a Karen. I wouldn't be surprised if she was a Karen or not. But appreciate y'all tapping into the 5 Points BID meeting. Join me in a few hours. I will be down at the Capitol for the Reparations Commission hearing, which we haven't met in almost a year. So that's going to be fun. And I'll get to tell them, why they need to do this and why whoever becomes the governor needs to pass this. Because we got a primary going on right now, so we don't know who the governor is. It's more than likely going to be Phil Weiser, though. On the Democratic side, and then on the Republican side, it's still up in the air because they might have to do a recount over there because it's Victor Marks versus Barbara Cartmeyer. Cartmeyer is like got a slight lead over him. At least she did the last time I checked. But it's like almost neck and neck with them two. Cartmeyer the only one that got any kind of legislative experience. Victor Marks, he's just a fucking snake oil salesman, like straight up profit pimp. So we got them two to choose from on the Republican side, and on the Democratic side, it's gonna be Phil Weiser. And I ain't going for neither one of them. So on my side, it's gonna be Jeff Peckman, because Paul lost. So on the Unity side, it's going to be Jeff Peckman, who's a UFO, the fuck is it, enthusiast. Like, he wants all disclosure of UFOs to be released, which I'm in favor of. Lady Chain's voting for Victor Marks. Why not him as a protest? He doesn't get on my ballot. I have my own ballot. I don't get the Democrat or Republican ballot. I get the independent ballot, Michael. So mine's just green. And it's not Green Party, it's just green. That's the color. And the Republicans and the what's it called? Democrats, there's just blue and red. And you can only turn one in. If you turn both in, they'll disqualify you. So there's a lot of that going on. They had got rid of at least 1,000 votes behind that I know of. So they say like voting is so easy out here, but when it comes to independence, it's like we don't really have our own thing out here, because even though it's more unaffiliated voters in the state than anything else, minor legitimate parties get no love. So we gotta make a way out of no way. So that's what we're doing with Unity. So we have our own candidate that's running for governor. His name is Jeff Peckman. He's the one that beat out Paul Furino, so that's who we had to choose from. I appreciate you tapping in, Michael. Join me later for the reparations hearing. And then we might, I don't know, later might do an RBA, or I'm going to do a continuation of the Frontline Black News. So we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chain criminal sign up from the 5 points, historically Black district of 5 points. In the Maha flooded and the legal market flooded city. If you had Umar Montgomery, what would you say to him? I just was in a conference with him, or a summit. I'm gonna say you gotta stop cooning, because he be cooning it up. Like a major coon, and he's part of the NAACP, like the head of the Aurora chapter. So stop being a coon and stop trying to appease these white folks. Well, I guess that goes hand in hand with stop being a coon. But yeah, he's my old professor from Metro, so I give him some kind of grace, but he's a major coon, unfortunately, and he's begging for attention in all the wrong places. He's on that ambulance chasing shit, but when it comes to something Black, he's not so gun-ho to chase that ambulance. So I'm the blackest one out here, me and Kukizi, Lady Che, and maybe one or two others. Oh, Vicky Diller's out here too. But especially in the new Black media space, we're the only ones that's out here. So make sure y'all check us out. Check out all our channels. Like, subscribe to all the channels in the description. And I will catch y'all later for the Reparations Commission. Peace.
Aurora's mayor is threatening to shut off the water to Aurora's public schools. Mayor Mike Kaufman says he can tell by the look of the grass on school lawns that the school district is defying drought restrictions. Can a mayor turn off the water to every school in a city? Our Spencer Soysher wades in.
Some people may drive past Rangeview High School and think their landscapers are Coors Field level good. The lines are crisp, the grass mowed to perfection, much of it green. When Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman drove by, he had a different thought. The mayor wrote on Facebook Tuesday that he's ready to turn off the water at Aurora Public Schools. He says he drove by Rangeview and 6 other APS schools, and they all had green lawns. Kaufman said APS is ignoring Aurora's Stage 1 drought restrictions, which encourage large users to reduce usage by 20%. He said he then drove to schools in the Cherry Creek School District, Overland High School, and Prairie Middle School. Kaufman said he could see they were, quote, clearly complying.
I think it's really important that we provide some clarity to that.
Shawnee Klein is with Aurora Water. We asked the mayor about his claims today. His team said he was unavailable. But Aurora Water says it's true that 9 of APS's 61 schools are using too much water, including Rangeview.
They're over it by 107%. So there's definitely something going on there.
The mayor said in his post that Aurora Public Schools has been paying fines for not complying. Not accurate, says APS and Aurora Water.
No, they have not received any fines at all.
Klein says the school district is paying a surcharge like any large user over the limit.
We gave him some numbers, and I think he misunderstood the numbers that we gave him as being fines and violations, as opposed to what we were really talking about, which was drought surcharges.
What about the part about the Cherry Creek schools doing their part while Aurora is not? Klein says that's true. It's APS who's got schools using too much water.
They definitely need to change what they are doing because they are not meeting watering restriction requirements for those 9 sites.
Aurora Public Schools did not accept our interview request. The district said again that it's following the water plan approved by Aurora Water, and they don't know of any violations. So I took a piece of grass from the 3 schools I went to today. Kyle, I want to know if you have the same skills that Mayor Kaufman does.
Okay.
So
you stole grass from the schools.
It was borrowing.
Okay. Yep.
So that's our first place.
Yep. Just looks like grass to me.
Second.
Yep. Oh, that's crispy. Number 2 is crispy.
And this is number 3. So I want to know if you have the skills that Mayor Kaufman does. 2 of these are okay. 1 of these is not.
One of them is not. I don't know. Number 3 looks like it might be a little on the lush side, right? There's some clover in there. It's looking a little lush.
Yep.
Number two is dry as a cracker. That's probably what the mayor wants to see. And then 1 is questionable. So if I had to pick, I would say the mayor likes 1 and 2, and he thinks that 3 is a golf course.
He actually thinks that 1 is a golf course.
Which school is that?
This is.
Well, dang it, Spencer.
Wait, this is Rangeview.
Okay.
This is what he liked at Overland High School.
Yeah.
That seems like a fire starter.
That's a fire hazard. Yeah.
I'll leave that for you. Mini wheats.
Yeah.
My mom used to give me when I was little. This was actually from one of the middle schools that he said wasn't so good, but
okay,
had a nice spot.
Okay. Well, if you live in Aurora and you saw a weird guy in dress clothes stealing grass from a school today, it was Spencer Soyser doing journalism. Thank you, Spencer.